No, like what? It's okay.
Don't take my word for it. Look that mess up, please.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
An educated and united public cannot be controlled. Get organized.
Learn to be active.
Looks like we got us another hit.
You tell her to get away from me. She's crazy.
Choose your destiny.
An educated and united public cannot be controlled. Get organized.
Learn to be active. Investigate both sides of the argument. Come up with your own conclusions.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. The views and events expressed here are totally whacked and are not necessarily the views of anyone. ¿Cómo estás? Bien, 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 bien. ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Sí se puede. And don't take my word for it. Look that mess up, please. For your own benefit. Do it. Do it. How you doing? How y'all feel out there, man? Y'all feel good? I feel good, man. I got a little break. It's been spring break. I didn't do any editing this week, not one video. And I don't know when the last time a week has passed without me dropping any videos. So, you know, I feel good. I think that work-life balance is important. And, you know, my performance at work has been better. My attitude has been better. You know, I've been making more money this week. And I think I just was doing too much, you know, work, school, the show, editing. You know, the one show a week, I think, is what we're going to go with for a while, probably until this semester is over, because more than that is just kind of draining on me and I can only do so much, you know, and everything suffers as a result. I don't produce good content. I don't edit good videos. So, you know, struggle with my work at work, and then I struggle with my classwork. I think the one show a week is good, and I will edit some videos and drop them for y'all next week. So yeah, you know, this is the last night of spring break. I would say, you know, people would say Sunday is the last night, but class is on Monday. So Sunday, I need to try to get some rest and hit the ground running for this last stretch of the semester. I need to do really well in these classes. Trying to get up out of there, y'all. Y'all keep your fingers crossed for me. Y'all pray for me. I really want to get this degree and move on with my life. Maybe start teaching or whatever. You know, it is what it is. So we're going to relax and try to have a relaxing show today. We got some Jacobs Creek Shiraz here. We're going to sip. Normally don't sip on the show, but today, like I say, it's spring break. So cheers. A salute. You got something to sip on. Pull it up. Or smoke it up, or whatever it is that you do. Let's relax and get into this. Maybe have a little fun at the same time. So, the name of the show today is Cursed or Not. Cursed or Not, you know. The other title I was going to play with, I was thinking about telepathy. And I was thinking about it. I was like, telepathy. I was like, they think that it's like, you know, I think that telepathy happens. I think that everybody is capable of telepathy. You know, I just think that we don't really realize it. You know, it's like when someone's looking at you from behind you and you can feel it, you know, when you communicate with somebody with your eyes, like you look at them and y'all kind of like have a mutual understanding about something without any verbal exchanges, you know, or even any physical like sign language type of exchanges, you know, how like when you're talking to somebody and you're saying something else, but, you know, something else is being transmitted, like they are understanding something totally different. Like me and my sister, we're pretty close. It's just the two of us. My mom only had 2 kids and we're less than a year apart. And people thought we were twins growing up. And we could be in a room with a crowd of people and kind of communicate with each other over the crowd. You know, it's a weird thing. But anyways, like, that's why I think that telepathy is not as supernatural as people would think it is. Like, I don't really believe in supernatural. I think everything is natural. If you want to call it supernatural, it's just something that you don't really understand. I think everything is natural. The craziness of the universe is infinite, you know? So anyways, the cursed thing, it's like, I want to ask you guys some questions. What do you think? Haiti's been in the news and the drama that Haiti has been going through. And some people would say Haiti is cursed. And that's why they continue to have drama and can't seem to catch a break, you know? You got people who read the Bible and they feel like Black Americans, African Americans are the children of Ham and they are cursed. And that's the reason why they can't seem to catch a break here in the United States. I wonder, what do you think? United States built on ancient Indian burial grounds, you know, the drama of the United States. There's a movie coming out. It's like a civil war, hypothetical civil war for the United States. And a lot of people are talking about possibly the United States going into a civil war. the land of milk and honey. You know, what about the Palestinians? They can't seem to catch a break. Maybe people think they're cursed, you know? And on the flip side, what about Israel? You know, I mean, the citizens of Israel, they live pretty good, but they're under constant distress. They got to live under an iron dome. They always have to worry about some missiles coming, you know. They got bunkers under their houses, you know. That's not an optimum situation, you know. Some people could say that those people are cursed or whatever. You know, I don't believe it. I don't believe in that. And how much does what people do have an impact on those situations like the African Americans, Haiti, Palestine, Israel, the United States, the examples that I used? What influence does what people do impact those kinds of situations? You know, is it a coincidence that Haiti goes through what it goes through, or are there policies involved in that? Is there outside influences involved in that? Are there nefarious actors involved in Haiti going through what they go through? You know, we could talk about the earthquakes, and it's like, earthquake, you know, that's God, right? But, you know, there's technologies out there that aren't as well known. And you could be on a fault line and an earthquake could be looming, and maybe it would come 10, 20, 50, 100 years down the line, maybe. You know, the stresses are there because of the fault line. But you have technology out there that can influence that, you know, and give those lighter, like basically trigger an earthquake. You know, I'm not saying that's what happened, but stranger things have happened. And the technology that we have out there, you know, it's pretty well known that, you know, we have the capabilities of doing that type of deal. You know, you can't make an earthquake happen where there's no like fault line or whatever. It already has to have the proper situations, you know, for that to be the case. You know, Hamas or Palestine, those people, you know, how much does the situations, you know, nefarious actors, influence of their neighbors have to do with the plight of the Palestinians? You know, is it that they're cursed, or is it that you have people who are doing things that influence their plight? You know, anyways, it's just something to think about. I don't believe in cursed. I think that has more to do with what people do. I don't believe in coincidences, really. You know, nothing happens, you know, purely coincidence. You know, what they say, God don't make mistakes. You know, at the end of the day, God is running the show, but man has the capabilities of doing some pretty horrible stuff, I would say. We have the capabilities of doing great things too, you know. You know, that's the yin and the yang, you know. Chaos, oblivion, or creation, light. I saw a clip where they were talking about how the animals, like they said humans make up like 90% of all the mammals that we have. And then all of the chickens, all the birds are animals that we use for eating, you know. Like the influence that humans have on the biosphere is pretty damn extensive. and we don't really realize it, I think, you know. So we have to be a good steward, you know, with great power comes great responsibility. So we can't take it lightly that we have so much power and influence over the world, you know, the earth. And we need to be responsible with that power and make responsible decisions. If we make selfish decisions, then we can bring our own plight to an end, you know, because we don't control everything. Things are unseen, you know, things go unseen. We don't know what are the consequences of our actions 20, 30, 50, 100, 200, 500 years down the line. And we can make a decision that ultimately could bring about the end of humanity, you know? And if we just care about ourselves and our friends and our family, I guess that doesn't really matter because we're going to be gone by the time that comes around. So I just think that not realizing that everything is connected, you know, humans are connected with each other. Humans are connected with the environment, with the earth, with the universe, and what we do. I think about the earth as like a living being, you know, and what if we made the earth sick, you know, and if the earth was sick and it was us who was causing this illness, then what if the earth did something to cure itself, you know, because the earth was here before humans and it'll be here after. The earth is going to be fine. When we talk about climate change and all of that, we're not talking about saving the planet, you know, necessarily, even though that's what they say, save the planet. We're really talking about saving us and the animals and plants that we depend on. The earth will be fine, you know. The earth has been through worse. And it's going to be fine. It's going to make it. Are we going to make it? That's the question. Anyways, let me get off my soapbox. Peace and love. How do y'all feel? Where do we start here? I definitely want to go into Haiti. That's why I was thinking about the cursed or not cursed is really Haiti is what I was thinking about. And all the news that has been coming out of Haiti. And I got a soft spot in my heart for Haiti. But before we get into that, we're just going to randomly move around and we're going to come back to Haiti in time. It's going to pop up. Let's look at some headlines to start off with. Where my dogs at? Bro. Where my dogs at? All right. Top headline, it says, a new kind of hospital is coming to rural America. To qualify, facilities must close their beds. It says, as rural hospitals continue to struggle financially, a new type of hospital is slowly taking root, especially in the Southeast. I don't really know about this. The caption here says, one of the empty beds in the Alliance Healthcare System Hospital in Holly Springs, Mississippi, is seen on February 29, 2024. The medical facility was initially approved by the federal government as a rural emergency hospital in March 2023, requiring closing all inpatient beds and providing 24/7 emergency care. However, they have been denied the status and must now transition back to a full service hospital. So it's like the government is influencing these people, these companies to not be a full service hospital. What is up with that? I noticed all of these urgent care centers popping up everywhere, and they're expensive. They're overpriced. Like our healthcare system isn't overpriced, but these are over the top overpriced. But they're convenient. Like there's one really close to here, like walking distance from where I live. And so I know that if there is an emergency, something happens, and I need to go to the doctor, I may decide to go there and get care and just pay up front or whatever. So the convenience is what you're paying for, if you will. But, hospitals, it's like firefighters and, these are like systems that should be available for everyone. The government already flips the bill for a lot of this stuff. We already pay a lot of taxes. We don't want to forepay fire department, do we? It's like they'll put out the fire if you pay them. Is that a system that we want? I think that, I think we get lost in these ideas where we're talking about communism and capitalism and socialism, and a lot of it is just talk. But then when you look at reality and how it impacts your life, you want social programs, you want social systems, people don't like to pay their taxes, but they know deep down that it's like the right thing to do, even if they're taking advantage of the money, they're hoarding it or they're misusing it or whatever. It's still the right thing to do to pay the taxes because, in theory, it should go to the common good. We can't pay for this stuff individually. We wouldn't be able to pay for a fire department to be on standby 24/7 just in case something happens, right? So, but if everybody put in a nickel to make sure that there's a fire department on standby just in case something happens, then that's a good thing, right? Can we all agree on that? Do we have to call that communism or socialism? Can we just call it like common sense? Let's look at some more here. It says, man suspected of killing 3 people in Philadelphia area arrested in New Jersey, police say. Why is that a headline? Let's breeze through this one. Is there a video? Man suspected of killing 3 people in Philadelphia area arrested in New Jersey. What's it gonna do? Do we have an ad? What's going on?
Breast cancer cells multiply because of CDK4.
Yeah, I don't want to hear your ads. What are y'all trying to sell me? Some kind of drug? I'm not interested in your drugs. New Jersey. Jeez. Jeez. Heavy police presence there. That was Houston. They had the whole freaking stuff on. They got spots all in the back. What's happening? This video isn't helping much. Associated Press. Yeah, that didn't help at all. A suspect has barricaded himself in a home in New Jersey after allegedly killing 3 people in a shooting in suburban Philadelphia on Saturday, authorities said. Police said the suspect, identified as 26-year-old Andre Gordon, was currently homeless and knew the victims. The Trenton Police Department said the residents were successfully evacuated from the home with no injuries. Video from WPVI helicopter showed numerous police vehicles surrounding several blocks of homes in Trenton where the suspect is believed to be barricaded. So it said the residents were successfully evacuated from the home. Well, 3 of them died. So what? These are other residents that got evacuated from the home? It says Wilson added that he did not believe the suspect was armed at the time. So then what? Why don't y'all just go on in there and get him then? It says the suspect was identified earlier as 26-year-old Andre Gordon Jr. Authorities said they believed he killed his stepmother, his teenage sister, and the mother of his children in shootings at 2 homes in eastern Pennsylvania's Falls Township in the morning. Bucks County District Attorney Jennifer Scorn said his children's grandmother was injured when she was bludgeoned with a knife. So he shot some of them and he tried to stab his grandmother. This dude going crazy. He said the mother of his children, 2 homes. This is complicated. Oh, he went from one house to another killing people. Stepmother, his teenage sister, mother of his children. It says officials said they couldn't yet speak to a motive for the attacks. While Gordon had had some minor brushes with the law, there were nothing that would indicate that anything like this would happen. Falls Township Police Chief Nelson Whitney said at a news conference. Police said Gordon was believed to be homeless. It was unclear whether he had an attorney or anyone else who could comment on his behalf. So he was homeless, but he went and killed people at 2 different homes, and they got his stepmom, his sister, his mother of his children. He couldn't live with none of them. It says the mayhem forced the cancellation of the St. Patrick's Day parade and shut down a Sesame Street themed amusement park. Authorities in Pennsylvania Bucks County issued a shelter-in-place order for some areas for several hours. After fleeing in a stolen car, then taking another in a carjacking in a store parking lot, Gordon went to the home in nearby Trenton, authorities said. By mid-afternoon, officers surrounded the house on a taped-off block, calling to Gordon through a loudspeaker and trying to persuade him to come out. Andre, get away from the windows. If you would like to surrender, dial 911 now. One message went. Neighbors gathered by the barricade to watch what was happening. The home's residents had been taken to safety with no injuries, the Trent Police Department said. Scorn said the police believe Gordon first broke into a home in the Falls Township community of Levittown and killed his 52-year-old stepmother, Karen Gordon, and his 13-year-old sister, Kara Gordon. 3 other occupants, including a 14-year-old, hid as the suspect went through the house searching for them, the district attorney said. How do they know all of this? She said police believe Gordon then drove to another home in Levittown and fatally shot 25-year-old Taylor Daniel, the mother of his 2 children, who were also there. Daniel's mother, who was bludgeoned, was expected to recover. Sean Murphy, who lives in Levittown, said he was headed to the local St. Patrick's Day parade when he saw that the road had been blocked. All neighbors were outside wondering what was going on. And then we got the notice about shelter in place, Murphy said, recalling that he and his neighbors had just been talking the night before how great of a town and how great of a neighborhood it is. The suburban neighborhoods where the craziness be happening. Scorn said officers believe that after the shootings, Gordon carjacked a vehicle in a parking lot in Mooresville, Pennsylvania, from a 44-year-old man who was harmed. From there, officials said he drove to the home in Trenton. Police in Middletown Township, Pennsylvania, said the suspect has ties to addresses in Bucks County and Trenton. It says in Trenton primarily. Todd T. reported from Philadelphia. Associated Press journalist Mac Rook in Trenton, New Jersey. Those are the contributors. It didn't really shed much light on it. Crazy story. No telling. Man, I don't know. When you're out there homeless, I know your mental health is really freaking impacted. Give some people a home and help them mental health. You know, that's why we all benefit from social programs, you know, something like some kind of shelter or something, social services people to come out and talk to these people, get them their help, get them what they need, so maybe they don't go crazy and go on a killing spree. What are these? Let's look at this one. Just quickly, it says prosecutors, a network of supporters, helped fugitives avoid capture after Capitol riot. Well, they ended up getting caught eventually, so why is this a story? Rioters waved flags on the west front of U.S. Capitol in Washington on January 6. Federal prosecutors say a network of supporters has helped fugitives from Florida avoid capture to face charges stemming from the riot. Prosecutors argued Thursday, March 14, 2024, that a January 6 defendant, Thomas Osborne, is a flight risk because he is close to the family of a brother and sister from Lakeland, Florida, who remained on the run for months after they were charged with storming the Capitol. Oh, okay. So they're saying these people haven't got caught and that people are looking out for them. Okay. It is what it is. I mean, if y'all haven't caught these people yet, like, been a long time. What have y'all been doing all this time? What is this one? Husband of slain pregnant Amish woman testifies his young children told of the killing. I didn't know the Amish did killings. Isn't that against your religion, buddies? Let's go back to the headlines. Ceasefire talks with Israel and Hamas are expected to resume on Sunday in Qatar. Stalled talks aimed at securing a ceasefire in Israel-Hamas war are expected to resume in earnest in Qatar as soon as Sunday. Yeah, I wonder who's doing the talks. Ramadan started. Israel wants to make it as rough as possible for them, being that it's Ramadan. Every time Ramadan comes around, even before January 7th, there'd always be stuff that would happen. Yeah, I hope they do negotiate a ceasefire, for the sake of both sides, It says, Russia says Ukrainian shelling killed 2 in a border city while it thwarted an incursion. This one says, with Navalny dead, his allies keep fighting to undermine Putin's grip on power. Russians cast ballots in an election preordained to extend President Vladimir Putin's rule. Yep, there ain't no question who's going to win that. It says a suspect attacked by Yemen Houthi rebels has targeted a ship in the Gulf of Aden. Yeah, so I saw some stuff about that. We got those fiber optic cables that got cut. Nobody has taken responsibility for it, but the Houthis said that they would do that. So there's a good chance that it was them. And then you got the Houthis attacking like a U.S. warship. That's pretty ballsy. They use drones. The news isn't covering that stuff. They don't like to make it, the United States is so big and so bad, nobody messes with us. So the media doesn't cover stuff that flies against the narrative when it comes to that kind of stuff. Some little gang with some drones can, attack a U.S. warship. It's like that kind of goes against the America, thing. I haven't seen very many stories covering that. Nobody wants to hear about that. It says, what TikTok creators say a ban would mean for them. Yeah, man. So yeah, a lot of people make money. A lot of the things, what I think about the TikTok ban thing, it's more of an economic deal, because they were like, you have to sell it or it's banned, They don't want competition is what it is, The United States companies, the American companies, they don't want competition. They don't like it. We like monopolies over here. we like conglomerates over here, that's owned by us. We don't want any competition. I think that that's the main thing, even when they're talking about the computer chips thing and Taiwan, that's all economics. That's all U.S. companies versus others, and they want the U.S. companies to win out on this deal. And then also they want the big companies to be the ones making all the damn money. You got these TikTok influencers. These are regular Joe Schmoes like me and you, and they're making money, and I think that they have a problem with that. These people get to be creative and do their own thing and make money, and the big dogs, they want a piece of that, or they want that themselves. They don't want you guys. It's too many small folks making lots of money off of it. I think that's one of the problems. Like, a lot of people aren't saying that. What people are saying is that Israel is the reason. And, all of the TikToks that talk bad about Israel. And so Israel put pressure to get TikTok banned because they don't want, all of the clips that people are making, looking out for Palestinians or whatever. And I don't really think that that's what I mean. Like, that could be a factor because they were saying quietly Israel is trying to buy TikTok. So, I mean, the United States and Israel already have like a monopoly on the media, and what gets to be printed or what gets to be heard or whatever, what stories we get to hear, the slanted versions of everything. They got a mad control over that. So I guess, TikTok is a little chink in their armor, and they want to, they don't want that. They want to have complete control of the narrative. So I could see that being true. I just don't think that that's what it is. I think that it's simply just economic reasons. I think we'll go into that some more because, yeah, that's kind of a big deal, the whole TikTok thing. And it sucks for all the creators, so what are they going to do now? I mean, I guess they're going to have to switch to a different medium. But, all the kids are on TikTok. So that's where all the clicks and views are coming from. It's a reason why the creators use TikTok is because it reaches the audience that they're looking for, or whatever, And there's a reason why the kids be on TikTok is because of the creators that be on there. So it's like one hand washes the other type of deal. This one, it says, Bernie Sanders wants the U.S. to adopt a 32-hour work week. Could workers and companies benefit? Absolutely, they could. It's a great idea. It should have been done a long ass time ago with all of the improvements in technology. Where has the benefits from the improvements of technology? How has it helped us with our work-life balance? We're working more, United States Americans, we're working more than like ever, and that you can't say it's because of productivity, because the productivity has increased dramatically. The companies are making more money than they've ever made. How come we can't work a little less, but it's like, oh, you're a bum, you don't want to work, you're lazy, you might as well go be a homeless. It's this attitude that we have about work is not healthy here in the United States. We have a really unhealthy attitude towards work and our work-life balance or whatever. It's like work should be everything, the company over everything, money over everything, like the rappers say. But that's not healthy, and it's not like that in other countries. It's just the United States. I'm not saying it's only the United States, but the United States is one of the countries that have this severe addiction to work. Like, we're workaholics. Like, we work through lunch, we work after we get off of work. What the hell? We work before we get to work. It's crazy. So yeah, a 3 hour, and then the companies, they've already done surveys. They've already done like tests for this stuff, and they've already got the results. And it shows that people are more productive actually when it's 4 days a week. They don't even, they don't really need that fifth day. The people are more productive. They get more done. So what are the benefits to, forcing people to come to work a whole nother day? It's kind of like the whole thing with the work from home argument that we've been having ever since COVID, and people, these office buildings, they need to fill these office buildings. It's all about money. The productivity of the people is not what it is. Having control over folks is what it is. It's crazy. Even the companies benefit from it and make more money. So it's all about so beyond the money, it's about control. Y'all want to look at this article? Let's look at this one a little bit. Bernie Sanders wants the U.S. to adopt 32-hour work week. Could workers and companies benefit? And I know what you're going to say. Oh, socialism, communism, capitalism. We're all going to be poor and homeless. That's what Sanders want us to be. He wants us to be lazy. He wants us to get handouts from the government. So that the pay isn't going to change. People are just going to work 1 day less. Their pay will be the same. That's how it's going to work, or supposedly, in theory. So no, nobody's going to go homeless. So by Russ Bynum, updated 11/03, March 15, 2024. It says the 40-hour work week has been standard in the U.S. for more than 8 decades. Now some members of Congress want to give hourly workers an extra day off. Senator Bernie Sanders, the far left, independent from Vermont, this week introduced a bill that would shorten to 32 hours the amount of time any Americans can work each week before they're owed overtime. So yeah, so you work 5 days, then they got to pay you. So like, that's going to benefit you. I don't, what's weird about this kind of stuff is that I know that a lot of people are going to push back on this, but I have no idea why. Like, it's going to benefit you all over the place, but you're going to push back on it and call it communism or something. Like, I don't know, man. The programming is very thorough here. It says, given advances in automation, robotics, and artificial intelligence, Sanders say U.S. companies can afford to give employees more time off without cutting their pay and benefits. Critics say a mandated shorter week would force companies to hire additional workers or lose productivity. Nope. Here's what to know about the issue. It says, what would Sanders' proposal do? The bill Sanders introduced Wednesday in the Senate will reduce the standard work week from 40 hours to 32 hours. Employers will be prohibited from reducing their workers' pay and benefits to match their lost hours. That means people who currently work Monday through Friday, 8 hours per day, would get to add an extra day to their weekend. Workers eligible for overtime would get paid extra for exceeding 32 hours in a week. Sanders says the work time reductions will be phased in over 4 years. He held a hearing on proposal Thursday in the Senate Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee of which Sanders is the chairman. Says, how would a shorter work week affect employees and productivity? One recent study of British companies that agreed to adopt 32-hour work week concluded that employees came to work less stressed and more focused while revenues remained steady or increased. In 2022, a team of university researchers and the nonprofit 4-Day Week Global enlisted 61 companies to reduce working hours for 6 months without cutting wages. Afterwards, 71% of the 2,900 workers said they were less burned out, and nearly half reported being more satisfied with their jobs. Meanwhile, 24 of the participating companies reported revenue growth of more than 34% over the prior 6 months. Nearly 24 others saw a smaller increase. Yeah, man. Freaking, this is going to be good for everybody. And I bet you it doesn't pass. It's not going to pass. They want control over y'all. Whoopsh. That 40-hour work week is that whip. It says the majority of employees registered an increase in their productivity over the trial. They are more energized, focused, and capable. Julia Shore, a Boston College sociology professor and a lead researcher on the UK study, told Sanders Senate Committee. Critics say a 32-hour work week might work for companies where employees spend most of their time at computers or in meetings, but could be disastrous for production and manufacturing plants that need hands-on workers to keep assembly lines running. I can see that. These are concepts that have consequences. Roger King of the HR Policy Association, which represents corporate human resource officers, told the Senate Committee. It just doesn't work in many industries. Man, I could see that. I could see that, it would be a class divide related to this. So people who work on the computers, they work in the office or whatever, it'd be good and work out for them. But the blue collar workers, maybe not, because it's like production would not happen on that day that everyone is off, or they'd have to pay those folks overtime so they can keep on producing this stuff. Yeah, and a lot of policies that come out tends to like exacerbate this class divide that we have. COVID did that clearly when they were talking about the what did they call them? Damn it, I'm trying to think of the name of the words. The necessary workers, or the ones that we have to have. Frontline workers. What is the phrase I'm looking for? I can't even think of it. But the important folks that have to go out there and make sure that everything is good. But those tend to be the poorer folks, have to go to work to make their money or whatever, the lower wage jobs or whatever, and essential workers. That's what it was. The essential workers. So, but then that showed the class divide, because the folks who got paid better worked in offices or whatever, they got to stay home while everybody else had to go out. And they were like, these are the essential workers. And they were talking like they were, these people are so important, but they don't treat them like that. Don't let them go on strike, try to get some more money or whatever. They're going to replace all of y'all. It's like, oh, y'all, anybody could do your job. Essential worker, get out of here. Billy Bob, come over here, do this. This guy thinks he's important. Where you got that from? It was bullshit. It was bullshit to try to like make people feel good about themselves while they're slaving away and possibly catching COVID, like putting their life on the line to do these freaking minuscule, like manual, tedious labor. It says, what's the response in Washington? With considerable opposition from Republicans and potentially some Democrats, don't expect Sanders' proposal to get very far in the Senate. A companion bill by the Democratic Representative Mark Takano of California is likely doomed in the GOP-controlled House. GOP Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana said paying workers the same wage for fewer hours will force employers to pass the cost of hiring more workers along to the consumers. What the F ever? They always say that shit. They always say that. They're already price gouging us left and right ever since COVID. Like, they're passing the price on us. And then the damn CEOs are making more than they ever made. They got profits that they've never had before. Like, they probably will do that, but it's bullshit. They don't have to. Why the CEO has to get paid so fucking much? Cut into that dude's pay. It says it would threaten millions of small businesses operating on razor-thin margin because they're unable to find enough workers, said Cassidy, the ranking Republican on the committee. Now they've got the same workers, but only for 3/4 of the time, and they have to hire more. We just did a report that said that people are more productive. So in a lot of industries, they won't have to hire anybody else. Just because they're giving them a day off, they got to hire more people. That's the way they screw us. I used to work for Home Depot, and it was like almost everybody they hired on would be part-time, and you basically got to get promoted into full-time there, and that's how they do it. And it's like they don't need all of those damn staff members. They could just hire the people at full-time, but instead of hiring, one person full-time, they're hired 3 people part-time. They don't have to pay them benefits and stuff like that. It's just a way to dodge all that shit. It says Sanders has used his platform as the committee's chairman to showcase legislation aimed at holding big corporations more accountable to workers. He blamed greedy executives for pocketing extra profits as technology has boosted worker productivity. Do we continue the trend that technology only benefits the people on top, or do we demand that these transformational changes benefit working people? Sanders said. And one of the benefits must be a lower work week, a 32-hour work week. Yeah, man. The money, the benefits, everything goes to the top. And the people just keep on struggling away, grinding, just trying to make it to the end of the week or the end of the month after month after month. They'll never get to take vacation. They'll never get to, if they're sick, they may end up losing their freaking house because their check is short, or their apartment or their car or whatever. It says, how did we decide a 40-hour work week was the standard? The Fair Labor Standards Act, signed into law by President Franklin D. Roosevelt in 1938, restricted child labor and imposed other workplace protections that included limiting the work week to 44 hours. The law was amended 2 years later to make it a 40-hour work week. And I was reading about that, and it was like, really, they proposed the 32-hour work week, and then they came back with the 40-hour thing. And what they're leaving out about this is a lot of people died. There was protests across the nation, labor protests that was happening, and they were getting their head cracked by the police, and it was a lot of pressure. That's what caused them to do this. If it wasn't for those people protesting and all of that pressure, they would have continued to be the way it was, and they could just work you from sun up to sundown, work you to death. It says the landmark law followed a century of labor union efforts. See, this is what I was talking about. The landmark law followed a century of labor union efforts seeking protections for the many overworked people in the U.S., said Tejazavi Nagaranha, a labor historian at Cornell University School of Industry and Labor Relations. The issue of time was always as important or more important than money for labor unions and labor advocates, Nagaraya said. In 1830s, coal miners and textile workers began pushing back against the workdays up to 14 hours after the Civil War. The abolition of slavery caused those in the U.S. to take a fresh look at workers' rights. Unions railed around the slogan, 8 hours for work, 8 hours for rest, and 8 hours for what you will. The federal government took tentative steps toward limiting working time. In 1869, President Ulysses S. Grant ordered an 8-hour work day for government employees. In 1916, Congress mandated the same for railroad workers. Because it's more about time than it is about money, People having time to spend with their family or just do whatever it is that they want to do, it's good for mental health. You wonder why so many depressed folks out here and they're lonely. All they do is work. Their job is all they have. It's more about time than it is about money. And what's crazy about that is the people that are up, the white collar workers, the upper class folks, they have a work-life balance. Their kids, when their kid is they're at their kid's baseball game or football game or basketball game, gymnastics, whatever, they're there. You know, folks like me, I didn't get to catch none of my daughter. She's in wrestling. I didn't get to catch none of her games, and I wanted to go. But I had to work the same time that the games were on. And she doesn't have a mom. So it's not like there's somebody else. There's just me. So, you know, like I say, those folks, if they get sick, they take time off. They go to the doctor. They rest their body. They take medicine and they come back to work when they feel better. You know, folks like me, we get sick and then we go to work because we can't miss work because then we're not going to make enough money to pay our bills. We don't get paid time off. It says other reforms came from private industry. In 1926, Henry Ford adopted a 40-hour work week for his automobile assembly workers more than a decade before Congress mandated it. Ford wrote, "It is high time to rid ourselves of the notion that leisure for workmen is either lost time or class privilege." Because that's what it is. It's class privilege. You know, and we have this attitude that you're lazy if you don't want to work like all the time. You know, these rich folks, they don't work all the time. Like a lot of them don't work at all. You know, and Ford did some good stuff because he wanted to make sure that his people made enough money to buy what they were making. Like they were able to buy the car, you know, that they built. So he paid them enough to be able to do that. And it's crazy because nowadays, you know, people work at a company and they can't buy the stuff that they make or whatever. They can't, let's say they work at a restaurant. They can't even go to that restaurant to eat. Can't afford it. Anyways, I'm going to come back to headlines, but I really need a voice break. Let's go. Trump clips are gold. Let's play this.
Comes across the line, and you're not going to be able to sell those guys. If I get elected, now if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole. That's going to be the least of it. It's going to be a bloodbath for the country. That'll be the least of it. But they're not going to sell those cars. They're building massive factories. A friend of mine that comes across the line, and you're not going to be able to sell those guys. If I get elected, now if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole. That's going to be the least of it. It's going to be a bloodbath for the country. That'll be the least of it. But they're not going to sell those cars. They're building massive factories. A friend of mine that comes across the line, and you're not going to be able.
He said it's going to be a bloodbath if he don't get elected. Dang. He might be right, too. And it may not necessarily be that he's inciting that, like really necessarily. It may just be a result of the state of affairs. But that's pretty horrible for him to say that, you know. You know, good guys, bad guys, everybody, you know, they're gonna say they cheated, they stole the election from him again. So we're gonna tear some stuff up. January 6th gonna look like a walk in the park compared to it. Scary times, scary times. It says, "This is ridiculous. Why do they not take his threat seriously? This country is a joke." It says, "I never cheered harder for heart disease in my life." Well, that's mean. It says, "After January 6th, how is this not considered a legitimate threat?" He can't control what people do, really, you know. At the end of the day, whatever those people do is on them, you know. But he is sowing the seeds, throwing it out there. Scary, scary times, man. I think that education should be the key, and people just need to look at stuff in reality. You know, if the people went out and they voted, and whoever won, they won, and leave it the hell alone. Leave it at that. You know, how did we get here where we don't even trust our elections no more? We might as well be a third world. I don't even like that phrase, third world country, but we might as well be a country that we consider as corrupt, that doesn't have free and fair elections. You know, if that's how you feel the United States are, then you need to be honest about that. And if that's how you feel, then we should be doing something about making the elections more free and fair, right? I don't understand how you can have a situation where people are saying, the election was stolen, and then you don't do anything to improve the system. That should have been the focus. It's just like after COVID, and COVID showed the gaps in our healthcare system. Then the focus should have been on improving our system. So whenever the next thing comes around, we're better prepared for it. But we have such a short memory, It's because the narrative, the media controls the narrative, and whatever they want us to focus on, that's what we focus on. I need a voice break. Where my people at? Hold on, y'all. I need to play something so I can have a short break. I've been talking a lot. My voice is kind of feeling scratchy. Stephen A. Smith. Hold on. Are you a Democrat or a Republican? Timmy. Let's play Timmy. This is 2 minutes. Not 10 minutes, 2 minutes.
Are you a Democrat or are you a Republican? That's what they keep asking me. Tim Black, are you a Democrat or are you a Republican? Listen, my videos are for people who used to be Democrats or people who used to lean towards the Democrats, who have realized Democrats ain't the answer. Now, if you are conservative, you may enjoy my content, but no, I do not favor the establishment, whether it's Democrats or Republicans. I can't stand either one of those parties.
Me neither.
Now, if you're someone who thinks I'll just be a Dem because the Republicans are so racist, this is not the show for you. Because, see, I always knew the Democrats used black people to get votes. But back in 2016, when I saw Hillary on the campaign trail, when she dragged out all these black mothers who lost their children, whose children were killed, she used them as props. I said, man, I can never support the Democratic Party because I know too much. I've seen too much. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I saw through it for what it was. Pandering, lying, and using us. See, that's why when the Democrats gripe about Trump having an Omarosa or a diamond in silk, but they don't gripe about all of the Democrats that go on TV every day on cable news and kiss Joe Biden's butt, who get all animated and crazy defending Joe Biden. You seen them. I say, hypocrites. So look, I'm here for the people. I fight for truth for the people. I put people over party, people over politics. That's what I do. And if you ain't with that, this ain't the channel for you. I call it out. That's why the name of the show is Calling It Out. You want somebody to be a Democrat or Republican? I'm not your guy. Any more questions?
Pretty straightforward.
Just when you thought that things couldn't get worse for Rudy Giuliani.
Pretty straightforward. Yeah, man. The establishment politics, partisan politics. I like that. People over politics. I like that. People over profit. The people should come first. They keep saying we the people. Yeah, we the people. Well, then why are you on that R so heavy then? Or that D so heavy? Why does that have so much importance? Why is it that, if someone speaks from the other party, it's all bullshit and lies? They don't never say anything true because they're coming from the opposition. Why you have to pick a side like that? Why can't you stand on truth? You know, somebody on one side says the truth and somebody on the other side says the truth, and you're like, yeah, that's the truth. I'll stand by that. But no, they're on the other side, so it's all lies. And that's where we've gotten. And that's how you control people, you know, and you scare the shit out of people, you know, you make them afraid, you know. This is the most important election of your lifetime, you know, the world's going to come to an end. You got to vote for your party or whatever. Like, I don't know. How did we get here? I don't like either side either. You know, I have to choose between stir fry shit and bake shit, and I'm passing. I'm fasting.
All Republican.
I don't want it. I don't want either. You know, and it's really sad because the way our political system is set up, you know, the third parties really don't have any, you know, chance. So it's going to be a D or an R that wins every election, except for the smaller seats. So I think that's another thing that the media does. It makes us focus on the presidential election like it's the most important thing, but the local elections are the ones that are more important. And in those local elections, third parties do have a chance to win. So you can support third parties up and down the ballot within your local elections and get third party people, you know, elected, you know, throughout all the districts. And go ahead and have a D and a R, you know, as the president. And, you know, maybe it won't matter that much because the policies that'll be passed, you know, within your area will be the ones that you support going in the direction that you want to go in. And it'll put pressure on the overall establishment because then you'll end up with more independents or third parties who will be senators, congressmen, House of Representatives, you know. So if you have a D and an R in the presidency and then you got all independents and, you know, third parties in Congress, then they're going to put pressure on the president. So that's where the focus should be, I think. You know, I think that when we do the elections, you know, it should be just all everybody, you know, kind of a free for all. And then people would have to focus on the policies because nobody knows what the policies of the people that they're voting for are. It's like, I just want the D or I just want the R. And that's all that really matters. You know, what their policies are, I don't know, and I don't care. I just got to vote for my team. So make people more politically astute, make people more, have to do a little more research and actually learn about the candidates and what their policies are. Force them to be more politically, you know, aware. The simplified D and R thing is tearing the whole thing apart, man.
Can you believe Republicans are going to vote for Biden? He's way too old, and you see how often he's tripping over his own words. He's mentally unfit to lead our country. He's also the worst president this country has ever had. Can you believe Republicans are going to vote for Biden? He's way too old, and you see how often he's tripping over his own words. He's mentally unfit to lead our country. He's also the worst president this country has ever had.
Interesting stuff. So both sides basically saying the exact same thing, you know, but then it's hogwash to the person who's it's their side. If it's the other side, oh, it's 100% true. But if it's my side, oh, it's all lies. This is where we are. This is the state of affairs. Haiti. Let's go into some of this.
To talk about this, we're going to be joined by the Biden administration's former envoy to Haiti, Ambassador Daniel Foote. Ambassador Foote, thank you so much for joining us here.
Good to see you, sir.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
All right, so we wanted to start by getting a reaction to Secretary of State Antony Blinken's comments yesterday, which come after his effort to kind of put together this transitional government on behalf of the Haitian people, but for the Haitian people. Let's roll a little bit of the Secretary of State here.
I was in Jamaica just a couple of days ago with all of the countries from the Caribbean, CARICOM, with other partners, including Canada, including France, including Mexico. All of this in support of Haitian-led efforts to find a political path forward, to get to a political transition. And that's exactly what was agreed the other day. The Prime Minister Henry, stepped down along with his government. A transitional presidential council, or college, as they call it, is being stood up. It's inclusive. It brings together most of the major parties in Haiti, as well as other key stakeholders like the private sector, like the interfaith community, to choose a new prime minister, an interim prime minister, to establish a National Security Council, and to put in place an electoral commission. That creates the pathway, the transition to elections and to a constitutionally mandated government.
Now, what struck me about the creation of this quote unquote transitional government that the U.S. is creating in Jamaica for Haiti is that one of the requirements to be part of this transitional government is that they must agree to allow in a UN quote unquote kind of peacekeeping force, which would be made up of Kenyan mercenaries funded by the United States, which the United States then says means that the troops are there at the invitation of the Haitian government, if you can follow that kind of NASCAR circular logic there for a moment. So what was your reaction to the Secretary of State's remarks yesterday?
I'm flabbergasted, Ryan. The hypocrisy and the naivete continues, and it's startling. You just heard Tony say that he mentioned, 10 different countries there that were there figuring out the way forward. One country that was absent in that list is Haiti. And what they're doing is trying to pull a solution out of thin air, but make it look like the Haitian-led solution. The international community chose 7 people representing 7 sectors, including the failed government of the past 14 years, which the Haitians won't accept. And then they want these 7 people to name a government. They gave them 24 hours, but it appears to be fungible because that's gone on about 72 hours now. I quit 30 months ago to try and get the right solution for Haiti, to continue to work with the Haitians. I've been channeling the Haitians' voice for a long time. And if the U.S. insists on pulling a solution out of thin air, saying it's a Haitian-led solution, and making the Haitians follow that, we haven't seen anything yet in Haiti. The people are not going to put up with this, and the violence over the last 10 days is just a little bit of a tease for what.
So Haiti has been in the news big time this past week. It's crazy because the craziness that's been going on in Haiti has been there for a while, especially since the assassination of their president. And it's been like at least 2 years since that happened, so it's got gangs. They're basically ruling the country. And you got you don't know who's funding these gangs. You don't know who they're really supporting. Different politicians are probably behind a lot of that stuff, And as far as the Haitian people, they want an election. They want to elect who they want to elect. And so, but the Western countries, they want to control and decide on who's going to be leaders of Haiti. And, the Haitian people aren't going to have it. They have a history of not putting up with that kind of stuff and pushing back. And that's what's going to continue. But as a result, the Haitian people are the ones that are losing. I saw a video where they were showing that they were blockading their neighborhoods. They would put trucks, they would turn trucks over on their side and block off the streets to slow down the gangs from being able to come. The gangs terrorize the neighborhoods and kidnap people and so forth and so on. It's really difficult to determine who's the good guys and who the bad guys are. Because I think some of the gangs have good intentions or whatever, you know, but again, who's funding these folks? What's up, Doc? How you feeling?
Hey, how's everything going today?
Chilling, man. Good to hear from you, man.
So, quick question. I'm working with a new setup and I'm dealing with background noise. Do I have a steady sound coming through when I'm not talking?
You sound good to me.
Cool. I'm trying to do what I can without spending 20 or 30 bucks to get a bubble around my microphone to get the ambient noise out.
You sound good to me.
I've turned it into a directional microphone and wrapped a towel around all the other ways for sound to get to it.
It sounds all right to me, man. Let me read a little bit of this. I think it'll give a bit of a background on this. So it says, in Haiti, a police officer turned gangster is trying to seize control of the country. So before Jimmy Barbecue Cherizier became the latest strongman vying to take power in Haiti, he was an officer in the Haitian National Police, according to UN sanctions notice.
Hold on one moment. The dude's got the street name of Barbecue. So I already have to say one thing. Further investigation is called for. Please continue.
Yeah, and they're going to say something about that here. Let me go ahead and read this, and then I'll say what I'm going to say about it. It says, while still serving in HNP, Cherizier planned and participated in November 2018 deadly attack against civilians where at least 71 people were killed, more than 400 houses were destroyed, and at least 7 women were sexually assaulted by armed gangs, the UN sanctions notice said. He's gained the nickname Barbecue, which Cherizier insists came from his mother running a fried chicken stand, but critics say it draws from staging multiple massacres that left dozens of people dead, many of whom were burned alive when their homes were deliberately torched, according to the UN. Cherizier and coalition of armed gangs loyal to him, known as G9, have since laid siege to Haiti's main international airport, traded fire with troops at government sites, and sparked a mass jailbreak last week from the National Penitentiary in Port-au-Prince that freed almost 4,000 gang members. Yeah, so they went to the prison and released prisoners. Man, crazy.
Dude,
yeah,
it's like a supervillain plot.
Yeah.
I'm going to arrange chaos. First, I'm going to free people to fight and cause chaos, and then I will take over in an ultimate coup.
Yeah, it's like
who's really the one taking over?
That is the question. So it's like the Joker.
This guy is not going to be the one that takes over.
Well, I mean, who's to say? I mean, he's already taken over. What's his name?
He's formerly someone who people put their trust in as a police officer. Now he has turned gang member, released criminals, and produced chaos. He is not the man.
Yeah.
He is a weapon. He is the bullet in a gun being pointed at somebody.
Yeah, I think there's some truth in that.
These guys don't rule. And if they do, they die before they can take over the country. Nobody's going to have that.
Their pressure is what caused Henry to step down recently. He went to an African country trying to get support to bring troops back to help with the situation, but he ended up in Puerto Rico because when he was going to come back, they took over the airport, and then they told him, I guess on the plane, bro, don't land, don't land in the airport, bro. And so Cherizier was like, we don't want this dude. We want our elections. We want the Haitian people to decide on who's running the show. Yeah. So, but then the thing is, this guy Henry has been supported by the West. So, but they have withdrawn their support, and they were the ones, I'm sure, they gave the phone call to him and was like, you know what? I think it's time for you to go ahead and, take a back seat, and we can figure out, who's going to be running the show, That's where things are right now.
Dude, this guy he didn't even look like the principal of the school, man. He looks like the coach.
Yeah. Well, sometimes the coach is the principal.
He's about two levels down from what I think. And this is total. You know, I read a little bit on this and stuff going on. I mean, but he is not. This is not the kind of person you button for the leader after a revolution. He is the man that you use to help cause a revolution.
Well, I mean, if the Haitian people can finally get to choose who's their leader, then it would ultimately be a good thing.
Well, the thing is, who are the people behind these guys?
Yeah.
All we're seeing is the people they want to put on camera. And the people they want to put on camera right now, none of these are grandmaster chess players.
Yeah. So this first comment, it says Haiti doesn't manufacture weapons. How are they getting armed and staying equipped? See, that's a good question. You know, where are the weapons coming from? You know, who's funding this?
And weapons, if I'm not mistaken, firearms were illegal in Haiti.
Another comment, it says, why not leave Haiti to deal with its own mess? You know, and that's the whole
because
argument.
We helped cause it.
Exactly. But we're not trying to fix our mess. You know, it's like, you know, let the Haitian people work it out, you know, and I think they can handle it as long as outside influences don't keep on stepping in and trying to undermine what the people want.
The problem is, you want to know where they're getting their guns. The good chance is they're coming from one of two places: Venezuela or the United States.
Mm-hmm. And it's a lot of,
and it's a lot closer to Florida.
It's a lot of weapons that's gone missing that's supposed to go to Ukraine too. I wouldn't be surprised if some of those landed in Haiti. Let me read this one. It says, you don't obtain U.S. made weapons like that on your own. The truth shall come out. There's more to this. Another comment, it says, so still more qualified than Trump is what you're saying.
Oh, God.
How is that? I don't even get how that fits.
Yeah, just call him a dumbass and move along.
Another comment, it says, hey, Haiti is our problem, not only because the country is in our backyard, but its current state is a product of aggressive economic policy steeping the country in debt that they still technically owe to this day, and political interventions of the West, particularly France and the U.S. Slight FYI for those that say, why don't we just let them deal with their own problems, or that's not our business. It is, unfortunately.
I'm sorry, you may not agree with me, but I think that anything happens in the Americas and in this region is America's business. It may not be our house, but it sure as hell is our yard.
It's definitely in the backyard at the very least.
I mean, if not, it's the property right back behind us. You know, it's the way in. You know, it's part of. Why can't we figure this shit out in the Americas? Because all them people in Europe and Asia and all that, they're not going to change. All of us over here, we're new enough. We can still adapt. We can still do better. We're not stuck with 1,000-year-old laws and rules. Ours are only a few hundred years old. We still got room for growth. But it takes all of us. I mean, like I said, you want to pull the no borders thing. Make it a United States of the Americas.
I would like that. I mean, I would like that.
And I'm not 100% sure we want Canada to be part of it.
Blame Canada. Let me play this.
This morning, as Haiti spirals into chaos, dozens of U.S. Marines were choppered into Port-au-Prince, the elite anti-terrorism unit in place to reinforce security at the U.S. Embassy, which remains open. Members of Congress stepping up, organizing a private evacuation of 10 Americans, including best-selling author Mitch Albom, who wrote Tuesdays with Maury.
When we got there, the violence in Haiti really sparked. I felt responsible that we had to get those volunteers out.
Albom and his team trapped for a week, unable to leave the orphanage his charity runs.
Every night that we were there, you could hear the gunfire out in the street, not just a fired shot here or there, but rapid fire, automatic rifles, and it was getting closer every night.
He says he was heartbroken saying goodbye to the children, saying he's luckier than most who are still trapped there, with gangs controlling at least 80% of the city.
When we were in the helicopter, all crunched up on top of one another, and one of the pilots said, "You've now cleared Haitian airspace. You're in the Dominican Republic airspace." There was some applause by some of the people who were inside, but for my wife and I, it was kind of a gut punch because we realized that our kids are still there.
But the vast majority of Americans, like Jill Dolan, can't escape. She's calling on the U.S. government to begin evacuations.
Every day I wake up thinking, Lord, please send us a chopper. Please send us an airplane that's going to come and rescue us today.
Now, this crisis could certainly cause a spike in migration from Haiti. Two administration officials telling ABC News that Guantanamo Bay is now being considered to be a temporary processing facility for Haitian migrants should a mass migration event occur.
So they're going to send them to Guantanamo Bay if they try to come over here. Yeah, so they closed the U.S. embassy over there and they airlifted out all of the people because things just got so crazy over this last week. And that's part of the reason why Haiti's been in the heavy rotation in the news this week.
Well,
and also,
the funny thing is when they send those special evacuation teams in like that, they take out all the people that don't want to stay. All the people that are left there now volunteered to stay. Amongst all of this going on, they still think that there's something they can do or positive things that they have just by being there. So the rest of the embassy staff and all of that, they've been told they can leave if they want to. That's what those Marines are for, to get them out. So they're saying, hey, this is the U.S. Embassy. We're going to stay here. It's not that bad yet, But it also gives them a base of operations to do stuff from too.
Yeah, you got to wonder why they would be so,
and a safe haven that they can escape to. If someone can escape one of our people that's unknown or breaks cover or this shit gets too bad for, they can get there and that's American soil. They can get away from what's going on.
Yeah, I can't help but to think that it would be some nefarious activities to want to keep them there. Maybe it's because they want to do good.
I'm not going to jump out and say nefarious. Maybe they want to. It may be nefarious activities, but like I said, they're volunteering to stay there. And, I'm not going to immediately accuse them of doing nasty shit, but at the same time, it's a possibility, which is why I brought it up. You know me, I like to talk about both sides of the equation. I'm not going to assume it's for the bad thing, but I am going to say it and make it aware that, the bad thing is also on the table.
Let's read this.
Whenever you ask what would Jesus do, most people don't realize that kicking over tables and whipping people is an option.
Yeah, let's read this. It says an elite, and more than that, even it says an elite anti-terrorist unit, and that Jesus was against the establishment. So that's the thing. People want to be like, I saw
he wasn't against the establishment. He was against usury. He was against people suffering because of the establishment. He actually said, "Pay your taxes, pay your tithes, follow the laws." Be humble in the laws. Be humble in Christ. He didn't say he was not a rabble rouser. Matter of fact, the money changers, he whipped on them because they were charging high fees to people of certain faiths to change their money.
Yeah,
because it was unfair. It was wrong. That's what he said. Fight against unfairness. He didn't say fight against the system.
Let me read this. It says an elite anti-terrorism unit of the U.S. Marines choppered into Port-au-Prince, Haiti, to help secure the U.S. embassy that remains open despite a violent gang uprising that has shaken the incumbent government of the Caribbean country. Members of Congress have set up private evacuations for 10 Americans, including best-selling author Mitch Albom, but most Americans in Haiti can't escape and are urging the U.S. to take action. The crisis also raises concerns over mass migration from the island, with 2 administration officials telling ABC News that Guantanamo Bay could be used as a temporary migrant processing shelter. Comment, it says, just one question, and please pardon my ignorance. Where are the ammunition and guns coming from? Another comment says, U.S. needs to leave Haiti alone. Haitian people want their own leaders to run the country. Yeah. Another one that says, blame the Clintons and their rake over Haiti. Another one that says, I love Haitian people, but America is full. Democracy Now! Did a really good deal on this. Let me play some of this, and I'm going to look for that Democracy Now! Clip. This is Breaking Points. They do a good job, too. Hold on. Let me share. Because I think the background is what people need to know. Like, people don't understand what's happening, really. They just see the headlines. Let me see if they break down some of the background in this.
Been following this for that long. Can you talk a little bit about, why you resigned and under what conditions?
Sure. So, as most people know, in July of 21, President Jovenel Moïse of Haiti was assassinated in his bedroom by foreigners, which kind of hurt the Haitians' feelings. They're upset. They're embarrassed. Their sovereignty has been overcome
trampled
many
on
times throughout history. And 10 days after that, so the guy who was the acting prime minister at the time stepped forward and said, okay, I'm in charge, despite the fact it was not constitutional. There was nothing constitutional. The Constitution broke. The U.S. and the international community, 10 days after the assassination, named Ariel Henry the acting prime minister via press conference, despite my and the Haitians' loud protestations. And at the time, we said this will not work. Even if the guy manages to hold elections, the people won't accept him. Now we're at the same point. He aligned with the gangs, did nothing for 2.5 years. Haiti's gotten much worse, much worse. The Americans have supported him the whole time. Finally, the Haitians stood up when he went out of the country, and the gangs were part of it, but the entire country is united and said, no more of this guy, wouldn't let him come back. At that point, the internationals panicked. Haiti's been a failed state and hasn't been in the control of anybody for the last 32 months. This guy can't get back in the country, and the U.S. all of a sudden needs to jam a solution in the Haitian people's ear that includes a military intervention that they need, but it won't work unless it's in support of the Haitians' way forward, not Tony Blinken's and the Mexicans and the EU and Canada and blah, blah, blah. The Haitians. And this is just another example of them meddling and installing white anointed government, a white conceived government, and it's going to fail. And I'm telling you, the Haitians have dealt with at least 5 U.S. political interventions in the last 109 years. They're not going to put up with a 6th. And I'm telling you, the violence you've seen is nothing compared to what you will see if they try to ram another prime minister that's illegitimate up the shorts of the Haitian people.
Yeah, Mr. Ambassador, maybe you could lay that out for us, sir, about some of the consequences. We've already seen like widespread gang violence. We previously had a guest on our show who said that some of that could be coming down as they anticipate maybe their potential roles in a future government. You seem to be predicting that this is not going to quell that violence at all. Maybe lay some of that out for us.
Everyone has sort of been united for the past 32 months that Henry can't do it. He needs to go. Hey, he needs somebody else. The gangs were kind of, the gangs just went about their business for quite a period. Ariel was paying them. They were not doing stuff. He stopped paying them. He removed some fuel subsidies, which hurt their revenues. He left the country. The gangs turned against him now. I believe if the U.S. just doesn't do anything stupid and gives Haitian society a little space, that they're going to come together and reach a similar political consensus as they had 2 years ago, which the U.S. and the international community ignored, upon which they can build a solid political foundation. And the Haitian people who will be represented in this may be able to trust eventual elections. That's the goal here, that the Haitian people can trust eventual elections. Not that we can hold elections. That's easy. They held them in 2015 and 2016, and neither one worked. So they need to trust the elections or we're rushing to failure. And that's exactly what we're doing. You see, Secretary Blinken thinks elections is the magic pill, and it's not if the Haitian people don't feel they're a part of it and they don't accept the results of the election. We're going to be right where we are now and worse.
The wild card here seems to be the figure of Guy Philippe, this extraordinarily controversial figure who played a leading role in the ouster of Aristide in 2004, later elected to the Senate. Before he could take office in the Senate, the U.S. kind of renditioned him over here and locked him up for money laundering, charges related to drug trafficking for about 6 years. Now he's back, and
we covered that.
Seems to be on the ground in Haiti, speaking this kind of revolutionary language, this language of kind of Haitian sovereignty and dignity that is resonating with people. I think a lot of people probably don't believe that he's necessarily earnest about the rhetoric that he's using, but at least he's saying it, and at least he's in Haiti. I'm curious from your perspective, how popular is Philippe, and is there a world that he actually ends up taking power as a result of the ability of the gangs and others to just keep out anybody who is installed kind of?
No. Short answer, no. And earlier they just made the comments about how Ariel Henry was kind of like paying the gangs, giving them money, and then they turned on them. So it's like, the thing is, what's crazy and scary about the gangs is they're gonna go with whoever is supporting them or whatever. Like, they aren't necessarily on the side of the Haitian people, I don't think, but it's some of the people really do support, like Chiri, the gang leaders, in some ways, because they don't want outside interference, and they're not happy with their government. So at least the gangs are doing something, but they're terrorizing the folks. They're uncontrollable. The environment is not safe. They can't go to school. They can't work. They can't live like regular lives. Let me read some comments. It says, the first comment, it says, "This guy is right. America needs to leave Haiti the F alone." Yeah, that was one of the comments he said. And that kind of went along with what I said earlier. It's like, I think that, if they just let the Haitians hash it out, they can and will do it. I hate that, like, attitude of these people can't do it on their own. Like, they can't take care of themselves. They need outside influence, or, to be able to be successful. And I just don't think so. I think that, the more outside folks come in and meddle in their situation, the more they're not going to go with whatever the results end up being. If they can organize things themselves and get things together themselves, and that's the only way that they're going to support it. Like, even if it ends up being not a good thing, and if time goes by and they still don't get meddled with, then they'll make adjustments and they'll improve their plight. Another comment says, "The United States government is forming another government in Haiti in a hotel room in Jamaica. We'll see how that works out." Yeah. Another one that says, "Why is the U.S. forming a government for another country? This is the problem with us. We get into everyone else's business and then try to control it. I'm sick of it. Focus on the U.S. and let other countries figure out their own problems. You know, the thing when Trump says America first, I like that because it's like, take care of our business, take care of our folks, you know, sweep behind our front door, our porch, and let's focus on that. We got enough problems here in the United States than to be trying to go around the world and be the police for the world. Another comment says, here come the Clintons. Another one says, close the U.S. embassy and leave Haiti. I wouldn't go that far as the embassies. The embassies are good things. Another comment says, it's just exhausting trying to keep up with every atrocity my government commits in my name. This is just unsustainable. We need these monsters out of our government. Another one that says, calling Haiti a prosperous country is like saying the CIA isn't involved in this. Another comment says, the only thing I think watching this interview is, wow, Haiti had a U.S. ambassador that actually seems to give a F, and they still got screwed. Another comment that says, can't spell Haiti without CIA. Another one that says, why does America have to get involved in everyone else's business? Good effing question. There's some conspiracy theories floating around related to this thing too. That's why the Clintons keep on popping up. I don't know how involved they are in this kind of thing. You know, I don't know. They had power in the past. I don't know if they still do at this point. But a lot of people keep on saying their names. Let me play this clip here.
Have every reason to be mad because the Clintons have destroyed Haiti for
Listen.
decades. And, you know, they pretend to be our friends when in reality they are our number one enemies. You know, there are some other people who clearly behave like they don't like us. So it's easy for us to protect ourselves against them because we know they are our enemies. But the Clintons are even more dangerous because they pretend to be our friends when in reality they're destroying Haiti.
Because I heard that the Clinton Foundation and all these other organizations gave over $6 billion Pay attention. Haiti. Watch what he say. Especially during the kind of natural disasters that you guys have gone through. Is that true?
No, it's more than true. The money is much more than $6 billion. You see, after the earthquake, countries around the world donate billions of dollars. The amount was much larger than $6 billion. And Bill Clinton was in charge of the money. And not only people around the world, but also American celebrities donate a lot of larger money to rebuild Haiti. And hundreds of homes were destroyed after the earthquake. And if you can believe, the people are still living under tents. That's unacceptable. And not only they held the money, they kept the money, but Haiti had enough resources for them to be very comfortable. Haiti have oil, more oil than Venezuela. Nobody's talking about. Haiti have gold. We have one of the largest gold mine in the Caribbean. So, and they let the world, nobody's saying anything about our goals. Yeah. And who do you think is in charge of our gold right now? The contract. Yeah. Tony Rodham, Hillary Clinton's brother. Wow. He's got a 26 years contract. And then also Haiti used to produce, we used to produce our own rice. We didn't have to buy rice overseas. Bill Clinton destroyed our rice so his brother can sell the rice from Arkansas. Yeah, wow. So they're doing a lot of things. Right now, if there's a millionaire or a billionaire who wants to do business in Haiti, they cannot do anything unless they check with the Clintons. The Clintons are the one who's running Haiti. Yeah. And we are living in the 21st century. We are the first black people who liberate ourselves from the French rule. We fought 3 empires, the British, the Spanish, the French. So it's unacceptable for us to be occupied right now. They dropping disease in Haiti. They stealing our money. They stealing our resources. So we are out here. We are outraged for the crimes of the Clintons. Hillary Clinton have too much criminal records. She have no business running for president, especially for the news that came out in the email. Find out that the DMC made all these tricks in order to favor Hillary Clinton.
Question is, when it comes to Hillary Clinton's brother, how was he able to get that contract? How were the Clintons allowed to have such control of Haiti?
It's a family affair. Bill Clinton, the United Nations named him the chief guy who was in charge of rebuilding Haiti. And then while Hillary Clinton was the Secretary of State, so it's a family thing. Chelsea Clinton, all the Clinton Foundation, they're just stealing money. And most of the money, I can tell you right now, I know they have a lot of speech for money around the world and for Wall Street, but most of the money they have right now is from Haiti, from the Haitians. And when they're letting the world know we are poor, let me give you one simple example. If you are super rich, and then I would go and tell the whole world that you are poor for years, for decades, and then everybody believes you're poor, and then I would come out and steal your money, and then you go and let everybody know I stole your money. They're gonna think you crazy because everybody knows, the world knows Haiti is the poorest country when we are not. We are rich. Haiti used to call the island of Pearl. Haiti is still rich. So there are Haitian lawyers, Haitian doctors everywhere they are millionaires who wants to go and spend their money in Haiti. But the United States government, not only they stealing our resources, our money, they create kidnapping. Now we are even afraid to go to Haiti. You cannot walk in the street in Haiti. And then what the Clintons, they own the hotel, they go everywhere, they do whatever they want. This is unacceptable. I myself, I'm ready to die. I want the whole world to know who the Clintons are. This have to stop. This have to stop. It's time for us to stand up. We cannot take this any longer.
Amazing information. Where can people find out more about the resource?
He said he's ready to die. This is an old clip. It shows, though, that, you know, the Haitian people know a lot of stuff. Like, they're not ignorant folks. They're really politically astute. They understand how things work. You know, they just fight against things, you know, like this guy said, he's ready to die, you know, and they're talking about the Clinton Foundation and all of that stuff. I mean, that's years ago. I mean, all that money kind of evaporated, you know, they robbed all that stuff, you know, but this is not related to the current situation. I would say, you know, I don't know why people are making that connection. This is an old clip, and the power of the Clintons has diminished, I would say, you know. But what he was saying, putting the name of the Clintons on it doesn't work. But what he was saying about basically he's the neoliberals. If you replace Clinton with the neoliberals, then those comments still work for
the power
today.
of the Clintons has not diminished at all. The power of the Clintons is still there. It's just no longer in the spotlight, because when she realized she couldn't become president of the United States over that jackass, she realized she will never be president of the United States. So once you make that realization and adjust your direction and goal, you go right back underground where you were, where you make your money the best.
And make your moves better too without being in the spotlight. But where he's talking about how, like, you know, the ones that come and act like they're your friend, but really they're not, you know, I think that's a really good way of looking at it and understanding what tends to happen when it related to Haiti. You know, they act like that they trying to look out for them, but they really trying to destroy them, pillage them, or whatever. And the other comment he made about like Haiti being like the pearl of the Caribbean, it was known as like the richest freaking colony. You know, it was the most profitable colony. And
okay,
you know,
baseline, the viciousness used to control that colony testifies to how important it was.
Right.
The fact that 3 countries battled over it and kept taking it from each other proves that of all the places, that was one of the most important ones in the Caribbean. And being where it was, it was right in the middle of trade routes. It produced its own gold. It's big enough. It produced its own lumber and could build its own ships. I mean, it was
You had the sugar plantations. You know, it produced a lot of
Sugar makes rum.
Yeah.
Rum makes seagoing people happy. At least if you ask Johnny Depp.
Let's read some comments. It says, this is exactly why they want to ban TikTok. Another one, it says, this is exactly why I don't send to Red Cross and other organizations. I send directly to people. I like that comment. And you know, I want to say it was the Red Cross who what is the disease? It makes you poop a lot, and mostly kids end up dying from it because you get dehydrated or whatever.
The bane of every Oregon Trail player from the 90s to from forever.
Well, it was after the earthquakes.
You literally poop your guts out.
They went over there, you know, to help after the earthquakes, and then it was found out that it was one of the, I want to say it was the Red Cross. One of their workers were the ones who started the freaking epidemic that wiped out thousands of Haitians died as a result of it, and they traced it back to I want to say Red Cross worker.
And the sad thing is, because he came from a first world, it didn't affect him. He didn't realize he had it. He didn't realize he was carrying it. I mean, so
you know, and the way
it's one of those cross-cultural things where they're an island culture. They do not have any kind of defenses against shit like that.
Yeah, their health defenses, and also the way that their infrastructure is built, you know, with latrines and so forth and so on, also exacerbated it. But there was arguments to say that maybe that wasn't an accident. You know, that's what some people were saying, that, you know, that it wasn't.
I'm trying to be a lot cooler and stuff like that, because, you know, you've a lot of people have jacked me about how hard I am on the Clintons, especially Hillary. They notice I always call her Killary, but, you know, am I that far wrong?
A lot of people would say that you're not.
I mean,
there's evidence to support your feelings.
If 45 was responsible for the abuses of police officers off in the state over there, because he was in charge of the ultimate line of enforcement and all that stuff, then the C people being in charge of that organization that brought it there and stuff like that are responsible for it happening. There were protections and stuff like that that were not considered. There were blood tests and things that weren't done that are done to like every military person that would have been sent over there. And it should be no different from the civilians if they're going into potentially dangerous environment. These resource workers, these help workers and things, they need to be tested and full up on their injections before they get on the plane or boat heading that direction.
Yeah, and I want to say they do that most of the time too, but it's like they lax rules when it comes to some places. So
when it comes to a national emergency and FEMA and emergency aid, they will overlook, or they will take private charters to go over. So it's like, I'm going to spend my $200 and fly.
Right.
So the organization
I don't have to go through all that. Right.
And it saves them money, and I can write it off because I spent $200. And I can consider it a charitable donation since I'm going there to work.
Right.
So that
could have been it.
Yeah.
That could have totally been it.
How did the guy, what was his method of travel, and how did he come over?
Right. That's what we would need to know. Let me read a couple more comments. It says, this is the exact reason why they want to TikTok ban. Another one, it says, man, listen, France is our #1 enemy. The United States is #2 on that effing list. Another one, it says, so America, Britain, you assassinated Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and JFK for nothing. Why is Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton still alive?
Because they're the ones in control of the triggers right now.
Another comment that says, I believe it has been.
He's just Mr. Potato Head. He's there to distract people while she gets business done.
Wow.
Kind of like Biden was for Obama.
Like the puppet.
And Gore was for Bush.
Yeah.
Kind of like Harris is right now. It's because not a single sane person in the world would want to make that person president. And that's the way I'm beginning to think how vice presidents are chosen. Not by their qualifications, but how horrible it would be for them to actually run a country so no one dares assassinate the president.
Yeah. It's a protection ploy.
I mean, would you have wanted Pence to be president?
Yeah. And what's his name comes to mind too, with George W. Bush, Gore,
Cheney, definitely.
Cheney was scary, and he's the one who was getting a lot of stuff done.
He creeped me out more than he scared me. I knew his potential, so I was more creeped by what he would choose to do than scared by the position he was in.
Well, his position led him to be able to get a lot of stuff done, and got rich as hell out of it too. Let me read another comment. It says, I believe it has been a decade of Flint, Michigan still have tainted water, and the people have not been paid from the settlement. The people of Congo are under attack, no relief, yet Ukraine, Palestine is the concern.
Hey, wait a minute now. The Flint, Michigan River is not on fire anymore. I mean, so things are getting better.
10 years is a little bit.
The fish aren't dying and bubbling up to the surface anymore. Yeah. Still can't eat them, but you know.
It's crazy how they got that suit and they still haven't given the money out to these people. That's crazy. Another comment says, he said there's no more justice anymore. Sir, there've never been justice here. Shaking my head. Learning the world through TV, I guess.
Well, any of the funds from stuff like that, if there's a power struggle or if there's something like that going on, they can legitimately sit back and go, yeah, we're pulling the money out until this conflict is resolved.
Well, yeah, the money is just sitting. It hasn't been distributed.
Absolutely. And guess who gets the insurance, the interest on it since it's their account?
Who's that? The government, I guess, whoever's holding it.
Who's in charge? Bill and Hillary. Clinton Foundation. They're in charge of the money. They're holding it. They're only responsible to give the money that was given to them to give over. So for what, 10 years now, they've been making interest on $7 billion. So when they give the money to them, they still only have to give $7 billion. They don't have to give all the interest accrued in the last 2 years. That's why holding off profits and stuff like that. And you can imagine how well they did during the pandemic, since they were all up, or she was all up messing in the middle of it too.
Yeah. And the part where they were talking about the gold mines and who was profiting from that, I remember all of that stuff was coming out. And in the media and the people don't really cover that stuff. Like,
I had missed that her brother had control of those mines. I had missed that in what I've read.
Yeah, man, that was crazy.
I don't normally miss shit like that because I follow money.
Let's play a little bit more of this video on Haiti. Let's see.
From Jamaica, because like getting from Jamaica to Haiti, is still something that they have to pull off if they're going to install a government.
Oh, don't worry about the Haitians weren't invited to Jamaica. They're still in Haiti. So if they set up a government, they're already there. They weren't even invited to set up their own.
Right, true. So what about Guy Philippe?
Guy has always been able to mobilize a lot of people and has a pretty broad constituency in Haiti because people think he kind of tells the truth. He's been involved in heavy drug trafficking. He just completed a 7-year sentence in the States for money laundering because they were unable to come up with the evidence to get him on what they really thought they had him for. And they sent him back. Part of me scratches my head and say, is there a scheme going on? Why would they send him back at this point in time? But we'll just ignore that. And Guy was a member of the former Haitian army, which we forced President Aristide to dissolve in 1994. There's still about 4,000 of these old buggers running around the hills of Haiti. They have weapons. They can mobilize. They're old. The weapons are old. But if they align with the gangs, and Guy Philippe and Maurice Jean-Charles, who was a communist politician from up north, is part of Guy Philippe's thing. If we because of the anarchy that's going on now, if we inject another bonehead puppet into the Haitian environment right now, it's very possible that Guy Philippe, Maurice Jean-Charles, or Barbecue might wind up taking power. However, if we give them time and space, the gangs have already quieted down. You notice that, haven't you? Ariel stepped down. They quieted down. They stopped breaking stuff because they were breaking stuff to tell Ariel, don't come back, and tell the international community, don't put another puppet in. Well, Ariel listened so far. The internationals haven't. So who knows what's going to come out of this? The key is it's Haitian-led, and it's going to be Haitian-led one way or the other. If the U.S. injects somebody in through this seven-headed Hydra presidential council, the people will rise up and it'll be a Haitian-led solution. Or if we give them space, it'll be a Haitian-led solution. And the revolutionary rhetoric is real. Guy is not coming up with that as the intellectual author. That's the feeling on the states, the feeling on the streets. The feeling on the streets is we didn't finish the job in 1804. We've let the white people push us around for the last 209 years. And at this point, we're going to finish the Haitian Revolution and be independent one way or the other.
It'll be.
That's heavy. And man, don't underestimate that feeling of revolution with the Haitians. And they'll cut people's heads off, like people got to go, they don't care, and earlier, the part where how many times does it always be these past officials being caught up in money laundering and drug trafficking and all of that? I want to say recently, one of the past former Mexican president of Mexico, just got caught up on drug trafficking or whatever, like some deals he made with the cartel. And they arrested him and sent him to jail or whatever. And this guy was a former president. He was official, you know what I mean? And it's like, how many times? It's like the revolving door. It's kind of like how Congress with the lobbyists and with the CEOs, how you have this revolving door with the politicians going in and out of the corporations and being lobbyists and being government officials and passing laws that are friendly to these corporations, and then they leave out of Congress, sit down for a year or two, and then all of a sudden they have this cush job with the same company that they were, passing friendly laws for or whatever. So, and then when we talk about all the money getting lost going to Ukraine, and we talk about all the money going to Israel and so forth and so on, it's like how much money laundering is involved in that. You know what I mean? What am I trying to say here? Like, the money's getting lost. We don't know where it's going. They keep on asking for more money. It's like, what is really happening here? So when we talk about drug trafficking and then we talk about money laundering, these things go hand in hand. It's like hand in hand. It's like gun running and so forth and so on. You're making all of this money and you need a way to hide it or whatever. You need or a way to legitimize it or whatever, And we talk about gangs becoming politicians, gang leaders becoming politicians, What's the damn difference anyways? One wears a suit. Anyways, let me see. I want to move on from the Haitian thing, but it was a good Democracy Now! Clip. Let me see.
Politicians care how they get there, and they don't leave a trail of bodies. Gang members don't.
Yeah. Both sides leave a trail of bodies. Let me see if can I find this. I thought I had this set up, but apparently I didn't. I don't see it. How long ago did I watch that video? Was it on this channel? God. Let me see. Democracy Now! In Haiti. Let me see if that'll work. Have you been seeing Haiti's been going down your timeline a lot?
No, actually, it hasn't. That's why I'm up to the jailbreak, and I really don't know much about anything since then.
Yeah, since then it's been a lot of developments. Ariel Henry has stepped down. One year ago. Let's do, I think it was this one I was watching. Does it show the background in this? I want to move on from this, but I want to do a little bit more to make sure that people get the background and kind of get a feeling for what the hell. Prime Minister, he resigned. Let me see. It might be this one.
We're beginning today's show with Haiti, where the unelected Prime Minister, Ariel Henry, has announced he'll resign once a transitional council is established. He made the announcement after Caribbean leaders, U.S. Secretary of State Tony Blinken, and others held an emergency meeting in Jamaica to discuss the crisis in Haiti, where armed groups launched an uprising last week against Henry. He announced his resignation in a video message posted online.
After the Council of Ministers, it's been agreed to set up a presidential transitional council. Once chosen, the council will govern over different sectors of national life. Haiti wants peace. Haiti needs stability. Haiti needs sustainable development. Haiti needs to rebuild democratic institutions. I'm asking all Haitians to remain calm and do everything they can for peace and stability to come back as fast as possible for the good of the country.
The Miami Herald is reporting CARICOM has proposed a plan to set up a 7-member presidential panel that would appoint a new interim prime minister who would rule until elections are held. Barbados Prime Minister Mia Mottley said the panel would only include Haitians who support the deployment of a UN-backed security force. Last week, Prime Minister Ariel Henry traveled to Kenya, which is slated to lead the security mission. He's been unable to return home and was reportedly most recently in Puerto Rico. On Monday, one of the leaders of the recent armed uprising in Haiti, Jimmy Cherizier, who's known as Barbecue, warned against outside forces picking Haiti's next leader.
We take this opportunity to say to the international community that if it continues down this path, it will plunge Haiti into chaos when it chooses a small group of politicians and negotiates with them on paper to decide who can be president and what kind of government we're going to have. Today, it's clear that it's the inhabitants of the working class districts and the Haitian people who know what they're suffering at the moment. And it's up to them to choose the person who's going to lead them and the way he's going to lead them.
For more, we're joined by Jemima Pierre, professor at the Social Justice Institute, University.
That stuff sounded good, right? What he was saying. Hearing Cherizier talk right there, you know, it sounds like he's supporting the people right there, right? I mean, we don't know that that's true or whatever, but those words sounded good.
If you filter it through every politician I've heard, that means they're going to have gang members at the polling places to make people intimidated to vote the way they want.
Yeah. Well,
I'm sorry, man. He's a gang member and a militant. He is by nature authoritarian, and he is willing to kill and intimidate to get what he wants. Whether it's good for the people or not, it is what he wants.
Well, if the people that they get to choose from are
remember, this guy was a police officer at one time. He originally wanted to embody the trust of the people, and I'm giving him a small benefit of a doubt if he chose that becoming a gang leader and doing what he's doing was better than being part of the police.
Yeah.
But
well, him being part of the police, it sounds like he was supporting the establishment, and it was a lot of crooked.
Well, like I said, no, that could be either way. We don't know about that. He could have gotten disillusioned because of what he had to do as a police officer, or he could go, fuck this, I can get more power and money by running the gangs, because now I know about them, because being a police officer, I've worked it.
Right.
I mean, I need
He
to
could have
know
been a
more
gang
about
member
him
the whole
a lot.
time, even while he was a
Yes.
police officer.
Do you know how many gang members go into military service strictly so they can come back and teach other gang members the ability to use small arms, small unit tactics, and things like that? They've been doing that since the 80s and 90s. That I know of. I don't know about before that.
Yeah. So, but if the people that the Haitian people got to choose from, if the people were, the ones that were up there to get voted on, if those are actual Haitian folks that, the Haitian people want to choose from, then it still ultimately will be good, opposed to people that were put up by the West.
Even you're talking about, though, how the people are flipping trucks and making barriers to stop the gangs in their own neighborhoods.
Right. So that tells you something.
So the people don't want them either.
Right. Yeah. That tells you something. Definitely tells you something.
I'm, like I said, I'm trying to give a benefit of a doubt because I don't know his origin story. And this guy, this barbecue guy, he's going to be a really good one season on Netflix kind of story, if you know what I mean.
Right.
Because you look at his childhood, you look at his police service, you look at him becoming a thing, you look at him becoming a revolutionary and doing this. That's a very interesting story arc for a human being.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think about it.
Oh, shit. I've been missing comments. Man, I'm sorry.
Don't worry. The Twitch dude was just being a twat.
Oh, shit. I've been missing the comments. I apologize for missing comments, y'all.
Yeah, he didn't like you, and then he didn't like me. He said, because I'm growing a beard, I'm trying to hide the baldness. It's like, no, I'm just old. It's not growing. It's like pulling in up here and coming out fucking everywhere else.
Damn. So these are like an hour ago.
Yeah, none of them are really helpful, or I would have pointed you to them already.
Okay.
If we had caught him in time, we could have made a conversation out of it, just because he's obviously one of those and we could have fun with him.
I hate it when I miss the comments, though. I hate that. I wish I had this clip where it was showing the people putting up the barricades for their neighborhood. I don't know where that was, if it was in this video or was somewhere else. It's really sad that they have to do that. Just to have some little bit amount of autonomy or a little bit of safety, they got to block off their whole ass neighborhood. It's so sad. They can't trust, they don't have police, they don't have anything, they don't have a government functioning. They got to do it on their own completely. Let's play a little bit more of this and we're going to move on. And if Haiti pops up again, then hopefully I'll see the clip that I was talking about with the trucks. But let's play a little bit of this and we're going to move on.
of British Columbia in Canada and research associate at the University of Johannesburg. She's a Haitian American scholar and co-coordinator of the Black Alliance for Peace's Haiti Americas team, which has been closely following the crisis in Haiti. She has a recent piece in NACLA headlined Haiti as Empire's Laboratory. Welcome back to Democracy Now! Events and developments are proceeding quickly, Professor Pierre. Can you respond to Ariel Henry's announcement, we believe from Puerto Rico, that he will be stepping down and what exactly that means?
That's why I like Democracy Now! Is because, like, we want to hear from the Haitian people. Like, you know what I mean? Like, everyone is talking on their behalf and trying to explain the situation or whatever. And it's like, where's the voice of the people?
Okay. You do know one thing about Haiti, like Jamaica. Their politics, their people speaking out, they get violent responses.
Yeah.
If you speak out against something and one of the gangs doesn't like you or one of the groups doesn't like you, they'll come and fuck you up.
They come and get you.
It's not like here in the U.S. where you say something bad and they'll completely purge your life and everything. They at least leave you alive.
Yeah. Well, journalists have been dying left and right everywhere. So Mexico, shit, even the United States. But yeah, but hearing from the Haitian people, like, that's another thing from the media, you know, this corporate media that we have, well, all we get is talking heads, and they don't do like real op-eds. They don't do talking to the folks, talking to the real people. You know, it's hard to get good information when it's filtered.
It's news entertainment. It's not news.
Right. And I want to hear from the people.
News entertainment, like wrestling is fighting entertainment.
Yeah. Yeah, man, that's what it has become. And it's not very much journalism, you know.
And MMA would be the equivalent of the off media and stuff like that. But even that is kind of scripted and given to you.
Yeah. So, but we want to hear from the people. Like, we're talking about Haitians and what their plight is. And the whole conversation, we never actually talked to a Haitian. Like that just shows how, you know, the things are, and they don't really even care about what the Haitian people want. It's like, what do I want?
It tells you that the Haitian people themselves are afraid to show themselves on camera with an opinion because someone's going to come after them.
I don't think so. I don't think they're afraid like that. You know, I mean, maybe they would have repercussions, but the media doesn't cover the like stuff, you know.
Well, see, that's why they're not doing interviews and things like that. You can go there, you can get the guy on the street, you can get him talking, but you can't get them to come on a show and talk and things like that.
All right, let's play a little bit more of this and I'm gonna move on.
And we always, and half of our friggin' things right now end up asking them shit like, well, how is gender representation handled in your country?
Yeah.
And things like that. It's like, that's not just a softball, that's just a dumbass ball.
Having me back again.
But it gets clicks.
Yes.
I wanted to, it is interesting what many people are saying is that how could a prime minister that was not chosen by the people or any election?
Well, I have to say, she's in Vancouver and she's she's like an academic, so she's still not really like direct Haitian that's on
a foreign exchange student.
Yeah, so we're still not getting a direct words from Haitian on the ground, you know.
Not what's going on right now, but at least I believe that she has family and stuff back there.
Yeah.
She's here to get her education and then go back home to family.
Yeah.
It's in her best interest that this is handled in a way for the people. So when she goes back with her degree, not only can she make money and stuff like that, she can do some good for the people.
Right.
At least I'm hoping that's what it is.
Hopefully.
Resign when he didn't have a mandate to begin with. And so what I see and what many see is this charade apparently happening in the sense that they're trying to put a veneer of legality on this situation, basically saying that Henri has to resign in order to have a presidential council, in order to move on with so-called free and fair elections. And so, to me, the people making decisions continue to make the decisions, and the resignation is only a veneer of legality for those making the decisions. And that itself is a problem that is not going to be solved.
And Professor Pierre, all the coverage that we're getting here in the United States is of chaos created by gangs in the street. You have a different perspective and view of these so-called gangs, and you actually object to that use of that term. Could you talk about why and the role of the gangs in forcing Henri out?
Well, like I said yesterday, the problem that people focus on and what makes the media, what makes the mainstream news in the U.S. is just pictures of extreme violence by these groups. I don't like the term gangs because I don't think these are gangs. It's an extremely terrible and racialized term used, especially when it comes to people from nations like Haiti. And I think these are armed groups. Some are paramilitaries and some are just armed groups that they have access to guns. And in that sense, we have to be clear that this is not a bunch of people running around in terms of thinking about movies from the 1990s in the U.S. about gangs. And so that's the first. The second thing is that the so-called gang violence is actually not the main problem in Haiti. The main problem in Haiti is the constant interference of the international community. And the international community here is very explicitly the U.S., France, and Canada. What's fascinating about yesterday's negotiations with CARICOM is the fact that the key negotiators, so-called foreign negotiators outside of the CARICOM countries, were U.S., France, Canada, and Mexico. What's fascinating, and that's problematic in itself because it was U.S., France, and Canada that were behind the coup d'état that removed our elected president that led us to this the precipice that we're in right now. And so, how is it that France, of all places, why is it all the way in the Caribbean negotiating on behalf of Haiti? The other part is these negotiations were happening. The foreign governments met first in a secret meeting that did not include Haitian participants, and then later on let in the Haitian participants. And then the foreign governments laid out rules of engagement, which means that you cannot be part of the discussion if you don't agree, first of all, to this foreign military intervention that the U.S. is planning for Haiti. And so that tells us, what does that tell us? That the U.S. makes the decisions, that this is the status quo, and that the same things that happen now will flare up again later.
And what interest does the U.S. have in Haiti and Canada as well?
Right. People always ask, why is it that the U.S. has so much interest in Haiti? And we have to ask that from the very beginning, because the U.S. has been trying to control Haiti for a very long time, since the late 1800s, when it wanted the Mont Saint Nicolas Island inlet, the top part of the island, because the Haiti's on the Windward Passage, which is a direct route through there to the Panama Canal for the U.S. to reach Asia. The U.S. needs to have a very strong force there in order to stave off, Cuba, Venezuela, and so on. The U.S. needs Haiti for its corporations and cheap labor, because Haiti has 12 million people in its population, the largest country in CARICOM, and Haiti has been destabilized by the U.S. over and over again. And this mission, I wanted to also say, this mission that people are calling a UN mission is a problem, because it is not a UN mission. It's a UN sanctioned mission. But if people read the print of the resolution that allows for this deployment, and it's a Chapter 7 deployment, which means that these forces can use extreme force by land, air, and sea. If they read the agreement, it says that it's not officially a UN mission. It's a mission led by volunteer states. That means that they have to pay for it, which is why Blinken, and the U.S. said that the Department of Defense is adding more money, and that's why Blinken is paying for the Kenyans $200 million. Now it's $300 million to come in and do this. And so this not being an official UN mission means that it's actually more precarious for Haitian people, because in terms, when we think about human rights, at least we had the veneer of protection under a UN occupation when we had MINUSTAH, the UN occupation, occupy Haiti from 2004 to 2017. And everyone remembers what this occupation meant for Haitians. It meant cholera that killed 10 to 30 million and sickened,
That's what I was trying to say
10 to
earlier.
30,000 and sickened a million. That brought lots of extrajudicial killings and murders and sexual exploitation of young girls and women in Haiti. And so for us, what occupation means is this. And so now, and these were the people who were under UN rules of engagement. This mission to Haiti is not under UN rules of engagement. And for people to say, for those running these negotiations to say that the first requirement to be able to participate in this conversation is to allow this foreign force of Kenyans who don't speak English, who are known for their human rights abuses, to me, that's a very big problem. And I have to say just one thing quickly, this reminds me of something that Dantes Bellegarde, who was a Haitian diplomat in the early 1900s while Haiti was also under occupation, where he said, God is too far and the United States is too close. And I think that this is what a lot of people are feeling right now in Haiti.
And finally, is this going to allow Henri to come back into the country now that he said he is planning to step down? And what about the implications that Henri was involved with the assassination of Moise, having spoke repeatedly on the phone to Badio, who is the man in the room with Moise and the Colombian assassins who identified this is the president for them to kill and had been to Henri's house multiple times. So was he implicated, and do you think he will come back to Haiti?
I'm thinking about some of the comments that she said, and it's like, you know, the Haitians got a bad taste in their mouth from, you know, the UN or whoever coming over there trying to help or whatever when cholera breaks out and all this bad stuff happens. Like, they just don't want that, you know. And then I think about money too, because then she was talking about how it's like not an official UN mission. So then you got this private stuff going on and you got the money coming in. So then, like, there's an economic opportunity for independent contractors or whatever to get involved in this.
Okay. The biggest thing that I say is a fucking no-go over the whole situation. It is not an official UN mission. It is co-adjacent and blah, 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 which means technically, because of all of that, they are not bound by the rules of modern warfare.
Right. And then you're bringing in
torture,
sexual assault, all of that.
Anything and everything is on the table in pursuit of the mission goal.
And then they go to Kenya and they try to use Kenyans to come over here and help them secure Haiti or whatever. And it's like, these Kenyans, do they really care about the Haitians?
Kenyans fuck people up too.
Yeah, exactly. You know, like, you know, and think
sorry,
that they really care.
These people, the thing is, we are descendant of the Europeans. Because of that, we fight nice and pretty. These people that we're fucking with right now, they don't fight nice and pretty.
Yeah.
They fight hard. We're not really ready to go into that.
Yeah. It'll be ugly.
Yeah.
And then you got the Kenyans, you know, and it's like I say, like, do they really care about the Haitians or whatever? And then it's gonna be the independent contractor money, and it's going to be all about the money.
We get to fuck with and kill Americans. Yeah. Let's go get them.
Let's go get them, and let's get that check, you know?
Yeah.
Well, I think I'm not sure Henri will come back to Haiti because, you know, he's become persona non grata, even though I think he's not the main problem. The main problem is the so-called international community running Haiti.
And she keeps stressing on that too. And it's like she says the gangs is not the real problem. The real problem is, you know, the international community going in and messing with stuff over there. And I was wondering, because Henry, he said he wants to come back to Haiti, you know, he wants to come back. So can he come back? How long will it take for him to come back? You know, they're going to get him if he does come back. Like, you know, should he just
I'm
retire, stay in
Obama
Puerto Rico?
Obama fooled me with that little speech that he gave, that clip of saying, hey, I'm stepping down because, you know, that's what you guys want. And I want to tell everybody, supports me or not, this is what we need to do. We need to look at Haiti. We need to put Haiti first and all that. I liked the guy.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's not a bad guy or anything like that. We have plenty of other evidence. He's a good politician. And he is Haitian, right?
Yeah.
I don't see why he can't run, even if he loses.
Yeah. Well, his connections to the assassination is another part, you know, where the Haitians don't trust him. And he wasn't elected. They didn't choose this guy. He was just kind of appointed, you know.
Who appointed him, though?
Really, it was the U.S. who said, yeah, so de facto, this guy is now the leader of Haiti. And then he went directly, started abolishing.
Were we the ones that
offices.
recognized him first?
Yeah. Yeah. Damn it, I forgot what I was going to say. I forgot what I was going to say. That I lost it.
Ali is implicated in the assassination, which is why we also have to ask why the U.S.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. The same countries who were involved in the assassination are the same countries who were trying to, you know, put new government in charge or whatever. And that's like crazy as hell. You think that the Haitians going to really go for that shit? Like, come on.
supported Henri all these 30 months, despite the fact that they knew that he was implicated in the assassination. What Henri has to be concerned about is the U.S. sanctioning him and also later on charging him in this assassination. And so, you know, I'm not sure this solves the problem that's been going on in Haiti. People said, you know, journalists were reporting that the streets were calmer yesterday, but I'm not sure that people are going to take this, because what it does, it just demonstrates that Haiti is continuously under this occupation of these foreigners. And I have to say, one of the other conditions that Mia Motley, working on behalf of the U.S. said was, in addition to for you to be at the negotiating table, you have to accept the multinational corporation, but you also have to accept that when there is an election board set up for the transition, that those negotiating cannot disagree with the results of the election board. And so they set the parameters for them to choose the next leader of Haiti. And that to me means that this problem will continue, and there's going to be more flare-ups in the next.
Go ahead.
No, I was doing a little side research to interject in a minute, but sorry, I didn't realize. Ariel Henry was appointed by the previous leader.
That's not possible, because the previous leader was assassinated. he was murdered. There's no way.
It says also deemed unconstitutional on legitimate was Henry's tenured self, but at least he was appointed by Jovenel Moïse, a duly elected president.
Well, because he was a part.
Next few years.
Oh shoot, he was a part of like the cabinet. He was like he had some kind of position. I can't remember what his position was. He was like I don't know. He wasn't even like a vice president though. He was something. He had a position within like the cabinet.
He had previously been president though.
Well, I don't know about that, but he was appointed by Jovenel Moïse to be in the cabinet or whatever. So yes, that part is true. But then Jovenel Moïse was assassinated, And then
the cabinet decided to put him in there.
No, not really, because that wasn't the procession of power. That wasn't the way it was supposed to go. You know how like there's always a setup situation for like, you know, something happens to the president.
Yeah,
and this
see,
person
all I'm seeing is half information, and it sounds like you haven't like up on this right at the moment either.
I've been on this stuff. But like I say, the procession of power was supposed to go a specific particular way, which is already written, and that's not how it happened. You know, it somehow this guy Henry ended up being the president, and it wasn't the way it was supposed to go. If that makes sense. You know, I don't want to say it wrong. That's the reason why I leave it like that. Let me let her finish her little thing, and I'll probably read some comments, and then we're going to get up out of here. As far as the Haiti thing.
If we don't catch this by its root, if we don't stop this problem by its root, which is the constant U.S. imposition of its terms on Haitian people and the denial of Haitian sovereignty.
Jemima Pierre, we want to thank you for being.
Yeah, so basically she's saying it's going to continue to flare up. You know, they're not fixing the problem. You know, it's like stomping out fires, you know. You stomp out fire, you run over there and stomp out another fire, you run out and stomp out another fire, and it's like it's not really getting at the root.
Okay, so yes, he was appointed by the previous one.
He was appointed into his position on the cabinet.
No, listen to me. On July 5th, 2021, he was selected as the next prime minister of Haiti by President Jovenel Moïse. But Moïse was assassinated 2 days later.
Yeah, so how could he be appointed to be president by the president?
Like I said, he was selected, and it was announced 2 days before the assassination. At the time, the incumbent prime minister, Claude Joseph, took control, and with the backing of the military, was acknowledged by right as the prime minister. Claude Joseph was. A group of diplomats went to Haiti called Core Group, blah, 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 a bunch of fucking European bullshit, called on Henry to take charge instead. And Joseph stood down in favor of Henry. So Brazil, European Union, France, Germany, Spain, and Canada, and the U.S. is the core group that told the incumbent prime minister, Claude Joseph, to step down for Ariel Henry, who was chosen by the president to take over in case.
So
but
there it is.
All wrapped up in a whole bunch of conspiracy about, oh, he knew he was going to get. So he made that thing to, stop people from fighting over it, and they still fought over it. And
so it's basically the West who, sanctioned that situation.
We are all up in that, like a friggin' college boy on a cheap date night.
Let me read a couple of comments underneath this video. It says, Haiti needs a nationalist leader. We're sick and tired of puppet leaders. Another one, it says, Haitian problems require Haitian solutions. The international community shouldn't be deciding for us. Another one, it says, no more U.S.-backed politicians. Another one is saying, Haiti for Haitians. It says, as Haitian American, I know the system very well. Haiti won't ever have peace till the people choose their own leader. Another one says, I want Haiti to have peace. Another one says, CARICOM, let Haitian people pick up their president. Don't interfere. Another one says, Haiti was the first nation of Black people to free themselves from the Western imperial dominance. The West has made Haiti pay for that ever since. And earlier at the beginning, the name of the show today is Cursed or Not. And what I was saying was, in the Bible, it's got the children of Ham, and you got African Americans here in the United States who feel like they're cursed because they feel like they're the children of Ham. And you got people who feel like Haiti is cursed because of they do voodoo or whatever. You know, it's a lot of reports where they're talking about their eating people and stuff like that. And so, like, what I'm saying is, you know, people are saying, you know, Haiti getting earthquakes and all of this drama is related to them being cursed, you know. And what I'm saying is that it's the people. What was that last comment that made me think of it? Haiti was the first nation of Black people to free themselves from Western imperial dominance. The West has made Haiti pay ever since. And, you know, is it that Haiti is cursed, or is it that Haiti, you know, got their independence violently, and, you know, they made every person that showed up on Haiti as free. They killed the white slave owners and took their land back and all of this, you know. Is that the reason why Haiti is going through stuff, or is it because they're cursed? You know, let me read another comment. It says, I would not make one iota of difference that Henry will resign. The US, France, Canada, and the core group will simply pivot and appoint a new puppet with CARICOM's acquiescence. And that's very likely to end up being what's going to happen. But it'll still, like that lady said, it'll just lead to more drama down the line, because at the end of the day, the Haitian people, they're not going to accept that, and they're going to keep fighting back. So it'll be drama for who, if someone, you know, if another puppet gets put in there, he's going to have a powder keg on his hand. The situation is going to be very difficult to deal with. They're not going to make it easy for him. Another comment says, let Haiti pick its own leaders. Why does America feel it has the right to interfere with countries other than its own? I'm Kenyan, and if our president keeps insisting on playing puppet to the U.S., we, the citizens, will put him down. He can move to the U.S. Most Kenyans don't want to be a part of this. And another thing related to Jovenel Moise getting assassinated, the people weren't happy with Jovenel Moise. They wanted him out of there. He had gone beyond his term limits and stayed in there and kept putting the election off and pushing it off and pushing it off. And the Haitians didn't want him in there. They didn't like him. And so, but then somebody coming in and assassinating him pissed them off, even though they didn't want him in there, because it's like, y'all don't have the right to come over here and get this guy out of here. It's us that, you know, need to do that or whatever. So they felt like it was an attack on them. You know what I mean? Like, even though they didn't like him, but this, like, he was our president, and y'all can't just come over here and assassinate him, even if we don't want him in there. That's not the way this is supposed to work. That's another little caveat to the situation. They wanted him out of there. He kept pushing the elections back. A couple more comments. We're going to move on. It says, and I agree, no one should pick their leaders for them. The people should pick their own leaders. It says, in 1914, the U.S. sent Marines into Haiti and stole their gold reserves. There is a gold mine in Haiti owned by two Canadian corporations. Barrick owns 60% of Gold Corp owns 40%. It took Haiti 122 years to pay the French, who basically extorted them for 2 times they owed. Always follow the money. You know, yeah, and there's a
sounds familiar.
Yeah, time and time again, same play. There's a post about how France actually stole money. Like, you know, we talk about them having to pay back because of the revolution is one thing, along with interest and so forth and so on. But they actually went in there and stole, like literally took money out of the banks. They took the gold out of the banks, like robbed them literally during one of their, you know, military incursions into the country. A couple more comments. It says, the so-called gang violence is actually not the main problem in Haiti. Jimmy Pierre, this could not be further from the truth. Please come to Haiti and live the current situation. Tell the average Haitian family that the gangs are not the main issue. When your family suffers from strongholds that the gangs have on this country, you can't say that it's not a main issue. Yes, there are other issues at play, but the Haitian people are being displaced from their homes and are barely able to survive due to the gang activity. The other issues have always existed, but the gangs and whatever powers are backing them have created this current humanitarian crisis. I get this person's comment and his consent, you know, from his point of view on the ground. The gangs are the number one problem. But a girl being an academic, and she's looking at it saying that, you know, the root causes of the gangs is another thing, is what she's trying to say. You
Well,
know,
he presented that too, or whoever is behind them. They know that the gangs aren't running around doing this on their own. They know there's someone behind them. And that's, like you said, that's the difference between academia and person that gets involved right there. Knowledge is nothing without experience. It requires knowledge and experience to create understanding. And that's part of the reason why a lot of the college kids come out, and I'm not bagging on them and stuff like that. They come out having learned a whole bunch of knowledge, but not been taught how to think for themselves, but been taught how to think to please their teachers. And there's a big difference when you hit the real world and you have to use your knowledge and your experience to learn more.
Yeah,
you know,
I think there's definitely a divide between, you know, theory and, you know, practical reality, you know, and when you're in school, it's all about theory, and a lot of times that stuff just don't work once you hit the street. Let me read another comment. It says,
I'm half tempted on saying college, not trade schools and stuff like that, but like actual college. You should wait till you're 21 to get in. That way you got 2 or 3 years of real life experience. So
it'll help you understand.
You're getting into perspective.
Right. You need perspective. And that's the problem with the way that they educate us, is they don't give enough context. Like, I hate the way that they teach history. They tell you this date and this name and to remember that or whatever. So, but what is the context related to that date and that name? You know, that's missing. And it ends up leaving the kid thinking that he knows stuff because he knows the date and the name. And he memorized it, but he doesn't really understand what it meant in the context of the time.
Technically, that's what college is supposed to be for. You take all that crap that you learned and all that knowledge that you put in your brain, and then learn to use the different types of knowledge to apply to different situations and questions and scenarios. Your professor presents you with an intellectual problem, and you solve it with the knowledge that you have acquired, and then you learn to think based on the knowledge and stuff like that. And then the professor is supposed to then discuss with you the different ways you could have approached it without a lean toward one side or another or any potential outcome. You know, it should be, how did you apply your knowledge to this? Did you know about this? Did you look, okay, did you research this and read about it? Or did you just use your basic zero knowledge?
Couple more comments. It says, good luck, Haiti. Hope you all find a way to bring stability to your nation. Peace be with you all. Killing and brutality to your own people and one another will never bring peace and happiness and prosperity. Like, they don't know this. Another one that says Haiti has essential minerals. Another one that says Haiti needs to pick up its own leaders.
It don't matter what happens here. This is going to be hard. It's going to be bloody, and it's going to be nasty.
Yeah. It says Haiti needs to pick its own leaders. No to the leaders sitting in the hotels and their private cars, drivers, and security team deciding for the mass. It says you can't have peace with gangster like that. Another one, it says there are no gangs. Okay, Professor, Barbecue and his group are footballers. And I think that was another one related to the academics. She was saying she don't like the term gang, and that it's loaded. The term is loaded.
I like militia.
Mm.
I'm willing to use militia.
Mm.
Because be they gangs or whatever, they're militias. With this kind of arms, with this kind of power, they've gone beyond the point of being street gangs to being militias, to being small armies in and of themselves.
Mm.
America, we have actually been pretty successful in stopping that from happening.
So far.
Well, I don't know. Some people in South Central may argue with me, and some people in Third Ward here may argue with me.
Yeah. Perspective. Let's move on from Haiti thing. It might pop
And
up.
half of Detroit may argue with me. Or Chicago.
Okay, scary times. Let's do this right here. It says TikTok CEO responds to the U.S. House passing ban bill.
Joe here. Just wanted to share some thoughts with our US users about the disappointing vote in the House of Representatives. There has been a lot of misinformation, and I hope to clarify some things. First, thank you to our incredible community. You are what makes TikTok so special. Thank you for making your voices heard. Over the last few years, we have invested to keep your data safe and our platform free from outside manipulation. We have committed that we will continue to do so. This legislation, if signed into law, will lead to a ban of TikTok in the United States. Even the bill sponsors admit that that's their goal. This bill gives more power to a handful of other social media companies. It will also take billions of dollars out of the pockets of creators and small businesses. It will put more than 300,000 American jobs at risk, and it will take away your TikTok. We know how important TikTok is to all of you. It has given our 170 million users a platform. Everyone, the show here. Just wanted to share some thoughts with our US users about the disappointing vote in the House of Representatives. There has been a lot of misinformation, and I hope to clarify some things. First, thank you to our incredible community. You are what makes.
Okay, what do you think about the TikTok situation?
I gotta see more on it. I mean, right now it's banned from like app stores, but it's not hard to get. I mean, you can go directly to their website and download it on your phone.
Well, it hasn't happened
You have
yet.
to allow you have to allow permission for third-party apps instead of going to the store.
Well, it hasn't happened yet. They told them that they have to sell it, so they're giving them like 60 days. I want to say,
okay,
to sell it, or it'll be a full ban.
Well, I know all the American data has been moved to Oracle servers. Walmart tried to buy it back in the early days of the Biden administration, but they went, no, we're going to wait a minute. Or they were trying to buy it before the election. And when he got elected, they're like, nah, we're going to hold off on this. I've been trying to find it. Someone offered, I think it was Elon or someone, or one of the big billionaires said, yeah, I'll pay for your servers here in the US and I get a percentage of the company and I'll drop so much on it. And I can't find out who that was. That was about 3 days ago I saw that. After the vote went positive. I mean, because the vote passed and now they're having to do certain things for whatever. At least I believe it did.
Well, the premise is about the data, talking about, having access to your data. But I absolutely do not believe that at all as the real motivation for this situation.
No, it's about advertising revenue and the ability to direct it. It is about the data, just not the way we think it is. They're not lying when they say it's about the data. It's about who controls and has access to the data.
So the caption, it says TikTok CEO Shang-Chi Shu expressed disappointment over Wednesday's vote regarding to the potential U.S. TikTok ban.
I was perfectly fine at the point of them restricting it off of all government phones and things like that, and them barring it from being allowed use on active military bases. I'm sorry, our soldiers should not be making TikToks in the fucking in the dorms.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm totally not a fan of TikTok, but you know, I think they want to have a monopoly on this stuff, and I do have a problem with that. And then you have
TikTok, YouTube's got shorts, Facebook has shorts. I mean, everybody's getting into the short phase. Here's my question. Why are corporations and why are the government pushing so hard right now to give everybody in the world ADD? To not be able to concentrate on anything for more than 60 seconds to 2 minutes at a time.
Yeah. Well, I think it's our fault when it comes to that. It's, you know, we are getting a shorter and shorter attention span. I mean,
No, we're
choosing
being taught that though.
Yeah. And another problem I have with this is these are regular folks who create this content. They're making money, and you know, instead of the major media corporations making all the money off of, you know, the advertising dollars, you got regular folks making money and creating the content that they want to create. And I think that they want to mash out on it's another attack on small businesses.
Do you realize that we're about to have an entire generation that is incapable of having an in-depth conversation on a subject?
Very, very sad.
I mean, you see what I'm seeing. I'm not. This isn't conspiracy, Doc. This is like, oh fuck! What did we Generation X stepped out of the game, and what the fuck happened?
Yeah, man. How did we freaking get here? You know, that's why this is the show that I do here. What we're doing right now is a pushback on that. I do this long form show for a reason, even though it doesn't work very well as far as people, you know, getting clicks and staying engaged, because they want short, bite-sized, clickbait, shiny thumbnails. That's what they want, you know.
Well, we're about to get you. Like I said, once I moved into my new place, I was going to work on some stuff. We're about to get you storyboarded into 12-minute segments.
Nice.
That's perfectly good for a 10-minute one that can be monetized through ads. And at 12 minutes, you can also add a minute to maybe do a product or something like that in the future. It'll give you the lucky 13.
Product placement. A couple more comments. It says banning TikTok before banning guns is wild. Yeah, so like I don't know their priorities.
From what I've seen, TikTok is currently more dangerous.
It's pretty dangerous. I can't even argue with that. Another comment says, y'all hate TikTok, but 95% of the reels you see on IG originate from TikTok, LOL. And my kids pointed that out to me because I was always talking bad about TikTok. Oh, I hate TikTok. I hate TikTok. And I'm always on Instagram. And they're like, you know, all that stuff you're looking at on Instagram came from TikTok. And I'm like,
pointed that out to you too, man.
Yeah.
It's all about that 90-second content. It's all about why do you think Twitter is only 250 character or what is that one?
But just like what you said though about all the other ones are doing the reels and they're pushing the reels, they're copying that TikTok format that TikTok did so well, and what made it so successful. And like I say, it's the competition, and it's about money, and they don't like competition. You know, TikTok does it the best, like as far as the short form deal. Like they fucking originated that shit. And these kids are addicted to TikTok. Like that's what they do. That's their deal. Like they created it. They didn't create it, but they made it what it is.
It's like America's Funniest Home Videos, the Tide Pod edition.
Another comment, it says, hold on. It says they're mad because they can't censor TikTok like they can with everything else. That's a good perspective. A lot of people are saying too, you know, they're saying, some people are saying Israel wants to buy TikTok. And the reason why they want to ban TikTok is because of the information that's coming off of TikTok, you know, against Israel and so forth and so on. You know, they can't control it like they can with Meta and Facebook, because they don't have the, you know, they don't own it. So they don't have those filtering capabilities that they have with the other, you know.
I mean, pretty much try anything conservative or right wing on it. You see how quick you last.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I've seen, like I say, I've seen some stuff, but the stuff you see are selected people. They've got a skit, they got a routine, they stick within their lane. They paint it up very, very well. They don't go against, or they go directly against the easily defendable points of the status quo.
Yeah. And I think another part of this that people are missing is like the TikTok that we get here in the United States is totally different from the TikTok that they have in China. Like as far as the content over there is way more like cerebral. It's you know, it's less sex, it's less, you know, it's more positive basically overall.
14-year-old girls doing hoochie dances.
Yeah. So that's one of the reasons why I really hate TikTok, is because
with their 28-year-old moms
and those silly dances that they do that don't take no effort or no freaking. It's the same dance every damn time. They're moving their arms around, and it's like
no.
It's not a new dance. That's the same shit.
No, it's the challenge. They're all trying to imitate the original challenge.
Make me want to vomit. There's no skill. There's no like effort. There's no like, you know.
Dude, it is the MySpace before Facebook. The question is not what's happening with it now. The question is, what is it going to evolve into next? Because next step for it is going to be Facebook. So what is TikTok, the Facebook, going to be looking like?
Let's read another.
I know that sounds like really weird, but you don't understand what I'm saying, right?
I do. I get what you're saying, but I don't know that TikTok will evolve. I mean, it's gonna evolve, but
it evolves or it dies. It evolves or it loses to Facebook Reels and YouTube Shorts.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely beating out all of the other ones right now. So let me read this one. It says, just FYI, people, China banned Insta, LinkedIn, Twitter, Google, Uber. The list goes on and on. You know, and that's an interesting little angle to take on. I mean, you know, if the U.S. wants to ban TikTok, I mean.
And do you know why? Do you know the number one reason why every single one of those companies said no to them?
Wow.
Part of your contract with the CCP and the Chinese government is any and all trade secrets of your company are available and must be made knowledge to the government the CCP, whatever business industrial bureau, which means if you make donuts in a very certain way with a very specific recipe, you have to tell them what that recipe is, what that process is. You have to show them the designs. If it's a special machine, they have to know all of your processes inside and out. They have access and they have
there's
the rights to it.
but there's laws in place to protect stuff like that. It's
not in China.
Proprietary.
There is no proprietary knowledge if you do business in China. All proprietary knowledge, the CCP has access to it, which is why all of them will not. It's like we've banned them. No, they refuse to give you their proprietary software, their proprietary knowledge. That's why you banned them.
What's weird about this list is LinkedIn. I'm like, LinkedIn, bro, like they don't do nothing. Like it's just like a place for people to try to get jobs. I mean, you can not like it, but
no, they have the name, contact number, information, and job history of over 150 million Americans. Not to mention worldwide. That's a lot of info at your fingertips right there. And all of their server data, they would have to give access to CCP if they worked in their country.
Yeah, I just don't understand what China would have a problem with LinkedIn for.
Like I just said,
LinkedIn
said, no, we're not going to give you our proprietary data. We're not going to give you how our software works. We're not going to give you backdoors. We're not going to give you manipulation abilities of posts and things like that. So they go, oh, well, they're a bad Western influence who supports capitalism over the state, and we're not going to allow them to work in this country.
Let me read
Remember,
this one.
propaganda works both ways. That's theirs toward us, with all of ours toward them.
This one, it says, people not understanding that this sets a precedent for the government to impose more arbitrary totalitarian laws wherever they see fit. That's a really interesting little thought right there. You know, the government deciding on what apps you can use or not use or whatever. Like that sounds like North Korea.
Well,
Does it
they're
not?
No, because they're not actually saying can't. They're saying change your business model, or we will not allow you to operate. It does not fit.
That pretty much sounds like the same thing. Like, I mean, semantics.
Like I say, when you get in, when you start working about the law and legalities, semantics are everything. There's the letter and the spirit. The spirit don't fucking matter.
Yeah.
People will always take advantage of the letter of the law.
Yeah, I think that we're police state totalitarianism and sliding that way, and it's getting championed and
The
getting
left
called
is bringing
something
it
else.
quicker than the right, though.
Regardless of who's whatever, the result is the American people being in a situation
Like I say,
like
I
North
can fight
Korea.
you if you try to control my actions, but if you try to control my thoughts and you tell my neighbors to tell on me if I don't think the right thoughts or if I'm not acting the way I should, that's a more dystopian society to me than one that I actually can take a gun and fucking fight.
Either way, the results are the same. The American people looking like North Korea and not being aware of it.
Oh no, we will never look like North Korea. And I know you like to use that analogy, but that just tells me how little you know about North Korea. There's a lady I need to show you who escaped North Korea that explains to you how, like, the textbooks talk about how their leaders were like performing miracles and doing surgeries and curing people with just words and all kinds of crazy stuff. I mean, and that's the textbooks in the school. They were actually taught that.
Yeah, that's not that far of a stretch from the way that we worship the founding fathers and all of that stuff. Like,
not as long as we continue to support the fucking First Amendment. Because the only way to fight ignorant speech is with intelligent speech. And the one thing I realized is all the people out there saying, I'm tired of talking to dumb people. I'm tired of explaining it. No, you're not. You can't explain it. That's why the whole idea is I realize that I get smarter the more I talk about things. And I'm not saying I'm a genius or anything at all about anything. Like I say, I know nothing. But when I'm trying to describe the situation to some ignorant dumbass that doesn't know it, his ass from a hole in the ground, it makes me smarter because I'm having to figure out how to explain it to him with the least amount of effort and the lowest amount of detail possible.
Yeah. It's working out those muscles. It's just like, your mind is a muscle and you work it out.
Please don't take me as being an asshole for what I just said. I'm using that as a descriptive, not pointing at people that are dumb and stuff like that. I mean,
Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about.
I completely understand you. And that's what I try to do on this show. It's like a little mental exercise always. The whole thing is that. And hopefully me, you, and the listeners, everyone kind of goes away from it with a little mental workout. Maybe you don't change your views at all, but you got a little workout. And hold on, let me say this. There's a quote, Einstein quote. If you can't explain it simply, you don't understand it enough. Paraphrased. Go ahead.
Here's what I say. You and I have both tilted a little bit in our directions over the course of the last 3 years.
Yeah. So that's good.
By the way, I hit 3 years just recently.
That's good. Really, really good.
And like I said, you've told me flat out, hey man, I think about things a little different and understand a little better. And you've done the same thing. I mean, that's what we're here for.
Yeah.
And that's this and I know I've made a little twist with the why, look behind, follow the money, follow the people, look at this. But I'm thinking that needs to be communicated even more. Because we're just talking about stuff and saying this is the way it is, but it ain't the way it is. I mean,
or the way it has to be.
Yeah, I want to point people towards things to look at and things like that, because no matter how much you and I say, they'll just freaking pick a side.
Yeah.
Or be pissed because we agree, or be pissed because we disagree.
Right, exactly. No pleasing them. And if we agreed on everything, then what would be the point? Like, what are we growing? How would we be growing if we just agreed on everything? You know what I mean?
Oh, well,
doesn't help.
That's why
these echo chambers.
And you see me, it's like, hold up, hands up. Here's the deal. We agree on this, but I'm gonna take the other side for a little bit.
Yeah, these damn echo chambers doesn't help us.
Been some of our best conversations too.
Yeah, and I agree with you on that, because sometimes I play devil's advocate too, and it still has a good benefit. Yeah, but these echo chambers, these damn our algorithm feeding us what we want to know. These talking bobbleheads in the media just freaking re-solidifying our predetermined views is not helping anyone, and it's making things worse, because we have this partisan politics where everybody is hardlined and the other side is just stupid and lying. They can't say nothing truthful. Like, that's what makes me angry, is when you can't say the other side has said anything good or has done anything good, or you can't agree with none of their policies because they're on the other side.
It always, to me, whether or not I agree with the policies depends upon the subject we're talking about, which is why I can swing so far from the right to the left that it scares you sometimes.
And the world is not black and white. Like, there's gray. It's not simple. Like, everybody wants to simplify things and sound like they're all intelligent. you know, and they've simplified everything to the lowest common denominator. And once it gets to that point, then you're not even like interacting with the data. Like you're not.
At that point, I have to point out, what do the schools teach to? The lowest common denominator. They don't teach to the middle of the class. They teach to the lowest of the class to bring them up.
Yeah. But see, there's problems with that too, because
we're
like
selling out our brightest and middle students.
Right.
Because we are torturing them. We are literally torturing them.
Yeah. That's where I was about to go.
In these classes. That when I was in third grade, it was recommended by teachers that I got skipped up to fifth grade. Not because of anything except the fact that the books I was reading, the things I was figuring out and stuff like that, they actually thought that my mind was functioning 2 years ahead of where I was age-wise.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the biggest blow to my entire life was when my parents did not allow them to skip me forward. And this is in a state that in the last 3 states we were in was a year or two ahead of the others. It was in California in the 70s. And they had a great education system in the towns outside of military bases back then.
Yeah. Well, back to the point of like dumbing things down, because like I was reading somewhere where they were talking about the media and like how they do news stories and how they write them at like a 7th grade level or something like that.
6th grade.
You know, and so all of the media that you consume is all written at this 6th, 7th grade level.
College books are written at the 10th grade level.
You know, and it's because they want to be able to reach the widest audience, which I understand. But at the same time, I mean, like some of the stuff should be written at a higher level. Like it's like you write a kid's book for elementary school kids and you only use smaller words or whatever, and you only talk about concepts that aren't too complicated so that they can get it, and that's fine. But you know, not everybody is in elementary school, not everybody is in middle school. So why would you mass produce the stuff all at this lower level? You know what I mean? Like some people can understand the more complex things or the bigger words or whatever. Let me read a couple more comments. It says, I'm still not over losing Vine, LOL. It says, TikTok ruined a whole generation of impressionable children. See ya. Man, I think TikTok did have a freaking huge impact on these kids out here, man. But it's not just TikTok.
I think it is the coals at the base of the bonfire of this whole self-identity, you must respect me community coming up.
Yeah, but I don't think you can completely put it all on TikTok, though.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that is the coals at the base of the bonfire. It takes a lot more to make a bonfire than just hot coals.
Couple more comments. It says they can't manipulate information on TikTok. That's why the government want to ban. A lot of people are saying that.
It says absolutely can, and they absolutely do. I mean, seriously, I mean, there's all kinds of evidence and stuff out there and all kinds of videos talking about banned on TikTok. I know people that have had 7 accounts banned on TikTok, and literally all she did was be a men's advocate. Women stop being dicks to men. And she had 7 accounts banned.
Mm. Let me read this one. It says, like I love all the jokes, but also protect freedom of speech. Please don't let this be the first major chess move to silencing a huge population and controlling the movement of information. So I think that's the most important part of this. So where are the First Amendment folks at?
Where were all
Where y'all
these
at?
people when Elon Musk bought fucking Twitter? Fuck you, TikTok people. Elon Musk said we're opening back accounts. We're letting people back online. He's a conservative. This guy is a fucking liberal. This platform is a liberal platform. Oh my God, this is horrible what they're doing. It's so horrible. Oh, Elon Musk bought Twitter. Oh, it's so horrible. Nasty people are going to be saying bad things that hurt my thoughts. What the fuck, man?
I don't know that.
Pick a lane.
I don't know that TikTok is a liberal platform, but still,
It absolutely is.
That's still beside the point when you're looking at it from a First Amendment standpoint. You know?
No, I think Elon Musk buying Twitter was a great thing. I like the idea of TikTok. I believe it should stay, but I understand the tech end of this, not the social. All you could argue is the social end. Every time I bring up the tech end, you get lost. And I'm not gonna keep hammering on stuff that you know what I mean. It's not right for me to do that. There's a lot of tech stuff involved that I understand. That's why this is going on. Social wise, and everybody's making about the social aspects and stuff like that, and that's not the whole story.
Well,
but
even
at the same time, I disagree with the people that say it should be shut down because of the social aspects.
Yeah, well, regardless of the technical part of it all, the fundamental idea of freedom of speech, freedom of information,
They have no requirement of that because they are a private company, just like all the rest of them. And they're not even an American company. They are a communist-controlled company. Your argument has no weight with freedom of speech because they're owned by a country that does not have or guarantee freedom of speech. Their own platform is highly, highly regulated in their own country.
That sounds just like the left when they're saying that certain things should be canceled because they're saying stuff that they don't want to hear.
I'm saying you're being contradictory.
Yeah, I'm saying you're being contradictory.
No, like
with
I said,
the freedom of speech argument.
I'm not.
The left
arguing.
makes
I'm saying
excuses.
there's not a freedom of speech argument here. They do not, as a Chinese-owned company, have protection from the Constitution.
Well, if you're banning TikTok, then that
They do
or
not have
canceling
protection
them
from the Constitution as a Chinese-owned company.
I don't know what that has to do with the freedom of speech argument.
First Amendment. They do not have the protection of the First Amendment to fall back on.
I don't see how that fits. We do, and we're the ones who banning it. So we're choosing and picking what we decide to not allow people to speak. That's freedom of speech.
Yes, and guess what? YouTube does it. Facebook does it. How many violations have you gotten on both of those? Twitter does it. Rumble does it. They all fucking do it. Why are you got such a hard on for this one foreign company?
I don't care. If TikTok disappeared, I'd probably be happy. I'm just saying this last person's comment about the freedom of speech. What did they say? He said, I love all the jokes, but also protect freedom of speech. Please don't let this be the first major chess move to silencing a huge population and controlling the movement of information. I think that's a very fair whether it was TikTok or Facebook or Instagram, you could put any one of them in there, and that comment would still work.
That first move was made through the pandemic. The first move away from that was Rumble and Truth being started. And those are conservative platforms. I dislike them, but they don't tend to ban people for what they say. And then you've also got X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it, bought by Elon Musk, who allowed many, many people who had lost their voice, platform, ability to speak, allowed back on. Now, to be fair, a lot of people that came back on started talking stupid shit, hate speech, things like that. And what did Elon do? He said, gone. The whole idea about free speech is play nice, don't break the fucking very limited rules. There's very limited rules to free speech. Don't say some group or another or person needs to be eliminated. You know, don't yell fire in a movie house, and don't say this, that, the other, or anything is for a reason to be taken out. That covers pretty much most of it.
And I can agree with there being a certain amount, like if the speech is dangerous, like to the life of someone, you know, then that's one thing. But you know, if it's not, you know, then you're going against the First Amendment. Let me read this one. It says, "You also pressed over TikTok stealing your info when literally every social media platform, even this one, steals your info just as much, LMFAO." And I've been making that argument for the longest, you know.
And
that's why I don't believe.
I've been making the argument of read your user agreements, which obviously you have not.
Yeah. Yeah.
Each platform is different and all that. There are little rules and things like that. Do you know why I took my entire profile and everything off of MySpace back in the day? Yeah, I know it shows how old I was. Because if you looked at the user agreement, they had the right to use, reproduce, publish, or anything that was on MySpace with no compensation to the user. Which means my 1,000 pages of fan fiction and all of this that was really, really good and people loved it and read it and all that, they could take it, sell it to a movie company, make a movie out of it with the exact same characters and story, and never pay me a penny because I had put it on MySpace.
Well, once you put your stuff out there,
that's why you got it. Yeah, but if it's just out there, you have some protection. You can show you're the first one that put it out. If you have a user agreement that buried in there says they have all rights to it, that's a different story. That means all of my writing that I had done by hand, and I had, 2 years, 5 years, 8 years before that, saying, with timestamps going, this is my stuff. It didn't matter because in the user agreement, that 800-page thing that you don't read all and you just click OK, it said they could use everything without compensation to the user. And you agreed to that. So they could have taken everything, made millions of dollars off of it, and they did. Tons of music, tons of artwork, tons of short films and movies and things like that. They made millions of dollars off of it and never compensated the original producers and people that created that media because they didn't have to, because they put it on MySpace and agreed for them to use it just to be able to have an account.
Yeah, but I think that even if you did sign a user agreement and it said something like that, I think that with the laws in place, you'd still be able to come back and
your user agreement is a legal agreement. It says so. That's the thing. I think you could come back. No. And I can tell you dozens and dozens of people, and I will testify myself that I had some shit published that I could not get any money for because I wrote it. It was on MySpace, and that's how I found out about all this shit in the first place.
Let's do this one. It says, boom, the internet cables cut in the Red Sea is exceptionally rare incident, disrupting much of Asia, Europe, and the Middle East. Cables of 4 major telecoms have been cut. The caption, it says, yes to this news, not confirmed that it's our friends, but any business disruption to those Western folks are good. Yeah, so you know that the Houthis threatened that they would cut some cables if things didn't simmer down in Israel Palestine situation. So it hasn't come out that this was the Houthis who did this, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was.
Well, it's going to take a certain amount of high-level sea capability with processes and proper military backing and stuff like that to make it happen, right?
What, to go down there and cut those cables?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think it would be too complex, but yeah, I mean, they're going to need some equipment.
Like I said, people going to blow this off. Here's my from what the fuck land curveball. Elon Musk's satellite system is up pretty freaking good. He's about 3 to 5 years from literally being able to give you cell phone service to every single place on the fucking planet. It would be very interesting and profitable for him to, say, disrupt large places of internet where only he can guarantee that they have service.
You talking about Russia?
No. He flat out refused to shut down Russia when the government's asked him to. That's matter of fact. Part of that is why Elon Musk is on everybody's bad guy list right now, because he refused to shut down all Teslas and all Tesla service in Russia after the invasion. He said, no. People that own my cars don't have anything to do with this. And if they do, that's not right. And that's when the left took a serious roar at him. Because remember, during the pandemic, he was the left's beautiful, happy guy. Everyone loved him.
Yeah. I don't like how there tends to be so much focus on personalities and individuals like that, because it kind of takes away from how things actually happen, and it's never an individual who, you know, it's always a combination of things and a lot of work going into it. And it gives the excuse that a lot of these folks deserve what they have or whatever, and the people at the bottom deserve to not get stuff. The way we focus on these personalities, you know, because some guy accumulated a bunch of wealth, you know.
I don't understand all that either.
Let me read this. It says, can someone, this is comments underneath this one. It says, can someone tell me what impact this has so I can have a win today? Well, the impact it has, it's kind of showing a shift in the way wars happen. You know, instead of an army versus an army, you got what they call 5th generational warfare, which they attack infrastructures or whatever. And it kind of like opened the floodgates when they blew up that pipeline, the Nord Stream pipeline. And then the people basically got away with it. You know, it was, to this day, it still hasn't been any repercussions as a result of that, like international sabotaging, you know. So yeah, so then it becomes a free-for-all as far as, okay, well, then we're just going to attack people's infrastructure and hurt them in other ways. You know, and with the reliance that we have on the internet, you know, the sharing information and stuff like that, you know, this hacking stuff becomes the forefront of the way you know, go to war with someone. So the Houthis not being happy with what Israel is doing in Palestine. And so instead of attacking Israel directly, they attack the ships that's coming through, and they attack the cables underneath the Red Sea. They do what they can to hurt them in other ways, basically. You know, it's like economic warfare.
It's third generation warfare. It's undermining infrastructure and stuff like that.
Another comment says, sources, last time I read this, the Houthis came out themselves and claimed this was false. Another one that says, if it was true, Yemeni would say it straight out. Another one that says, if it did happen, it was not Houthis, it was USA, Israel, or someone operating on their behalf, and another false flag.
Do you realize how hard it is to fight off blowfish jokes during all of this? Darius Rucker would beat the shit out of me if he knew what was going on in my mind right now.
Another one that says, I have read somewhere that if this happens, that it would be someone faking it to blame the Houthis. Any thoughts? No, seriously, I'm not trying to be difficult. I just actually don't know what to think. And that's where they want us. They want us not knowing what to think. Call everything fake news. So when it's actually news, then people disregard it. You know, we're inundated with information now, but it's so much confusion that we don't know the sources. We don't know what's true. We're less informed than ever, even though we've got access to more information than ever.
This is all shit that, in my opinion, we should be not in the middle of, but we should have a presence in the area. So when people start dying, we can help. You know, maybe help people get evacuated or something like that. But we need to get the fuck out the region, man. Like I said, we need to do the United States of the Americas and let the old world handle its old world problem. We're the fucking new world. And we need to find new ways of fucking doing things. Because we've been using the old ways and that ain't working for us. Because we were supposed to be new and in a new way and new thoughts. And we're just falling back into the old shit.
Take care of our own business, man. Yeah, if everybody did that, the world would be a better place.
I think Trump just broke.
What's that? Wait, I missed what you said.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, let me play this.
I think Trump just broke.
Did you just see Maduro, Venezuela? It's unbelievable.
I think Trump just broke.
Did you just see Maduro, Venezuela? It's unbelievable.
It's just he really shouldn't be dropping shit like that.
Yeah, well, it's a really short clip, to be fair, you know, and everybody stumbles over the.
No offense, you can get 3 to 5 out of those, out of any Biden speech, longer than 20 minutes.
Or any person, period. Everyone fumbles over their words sometimes. If you just use these little short clips, you can make everybody sound like a freaking idiot. And it's like the clip I played earlier where it was I think that was you who shared that.
Yes.
Yeah,
I did. I knew you'd like that.
Yeah, I liked it. You know, it was, you know, the comments.
With you because each speech is in one ear. And what's really fucked up, take your headphones, spin them around, and listen to them from the other direction. And it sounds the same, but it's not the same. Because you're processing brains. And where your sound is coming in and your preferred side of hearing, you're changing it. So you hear it different each time. Yes.
Let me play it again.
I have nothing to do most nights.
Let me play it again for those who may have not been here when I played it. It's a really short clip anyways.
Yeah, another way to do that is listen to it the same way, but say reverse your audio right and left in your settings.
So yeah, I mean, from both sides, they're saying the same thing, and it works. So
Can you believe Republicans are going to vote for Biden? He's way too old, and you see how often he's tripping over his own words? He's mentally unfit to lead our country. He's also the worst president this country has ever had. Can you believe Republicans are going to vote for Biden? He's way too old, and you see how often he's tripping over his own words? He's mentally unfit to lead our country. He's also the worst president this country has ever had.
Worst president ever had. So from both sides, and the other side would call it hogwash. They would say it's lies. They would say it's bullshit or whatever, but they would agree with it on the other side. You know what I mean? And it just shows the psychosis of our country right now. The partisan politics has got us really, really in a bad place.
You know me, I'm on both sides of that argument. They're both not capable of leading. They're both not quite fit. They're both toxic for our country right now. And the sad thing is, the only reason I will not vote for him, and I will, and I didn't the first time, but I will not vote for Trump, just to let everybody know. But I lean toward Trump because at least we know with him who the actual president is, unlike we do right now. Because I do not believe Joe Biden is fit, and I do not believe that he is the man making the decisions at the top. I think he's agreeing to the decisions being made. That's the feel I get from it.
Yeah, man. So, like, what's crazy to me is how each side is going to point to the other side. And like, if you just played one of those clips, whichever side would be like, yeah. And then you play the other clip, and then the other side is going to be like, yeah. You know, and it's the exact same words flipped. And it's like,
my problem is I would not get those two clips on the same feed.
Yeah.
That's why I've got, well, I'm going to say more than three, but I'm just going to say 3 accounts. And I've got one that I search conservative information, one I search liberal information, and one I search is mine that I look for stuff.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, the results in the searches are so incredibly different with the exact same search string put in that it's insane.
Yeah. Yeah. This partisan politics has got people's brains fried. Fried on both sides. Let me read this. It says, breaking. It says Nova survivors are suing the Associated Press for collaborating with Hamas on October 7th attacks. The Associated Press. So they're saying the Associated Press collaborated with Hamas on October 7th. Okay. So they also said that it was UNRWA who collaborated with Hamas on October 7th. So
okay, yeah, it all depends on what I'm hearing and stuff like that and how this plays out. But if members of the Associated Press knew there was going to be an attack coming and people were going to be dying, okay, from the Hamas side of the propaganda, and I'm calling both sides propaganda right now, from the Hamas side, they had several targets in mind, but several units went off course and landed at the festival. Others say they dropped right on top of it. You know, I mean, not nearby, but like blam, like, hey. So if the Associated Press knew that this kind of deadly attack was coming, where is the line between I am a neutral reporter and I'm going to stay out of this, or I have the responsibility to stop this kind of horrific attack from happening.
Yeah, what I see is it sounds to me like they just throwing stuff against the wall and seeing what's gonna stick.
Well,
You know,
I look at it this way: I couldn't be a reporter because of this very situation. If I knew that was coming, I would have to tell people there's going to be an attack. People are going to get hurt. People are going to die. I couldn't not do it.
AP tends to give like just the information, like just the data, and that's the reason why all the other journalists sites use AP as a source, and then they can put their spin on it. So it's like
from AP, Reuters, and UP, I believe. United Press. There's three. They are not broadcast news organizations. They are news source organizations. They basically print up a headline summary of 4 to 8 words and then a paragraph or two on what's going on. And then from there, a real reporter is supposed to take that sheet and go and investigate, look into it, or whatever. Now, all they do is take that little clip, post it as if that's their own news and shit like that.
Yeah.
And then they start pontificating about how they can connect it to Trump. Yeah, you laugh because you know what I mean.
Yeah. Let's do this one. It says YouTuber found buried in couple's backyard after allegedly dying during intercourse. It says Carlos Henrique Medeiros, 26, was reported missing on Christmas Day after he failed to return home from dinner with friends who later said he'd left their home at 2 a.m., according to CNN Brazil. Medeiros' family searched tirelessly until Saturday when visiting a couple's house for the holidays. They noticed a mound of dirt. His sister, Christine Aparecida Medeiros, shared that they found his t-shirt showing in the dirt, revealing that the fate of the YouTuber with over 1.75 million followers. The homeowners, Renan Jose and pregnant Caroline Mello, 4, asserted that the infant died from drug use and activity with Mello's sister, according to the police. Well, then why did they bury him then?
Because they were fucking scared.
Yeah, I can actually believe the story, but still, why you didn't call the police? Why you didn't freaking, And then up top it said he left. The guy, he said he left their home at 2 a.m. That do sound like a booty call. 2 a.m. Where are you going at 2 a.m.?
Drugs. Basically, he did a whole bunch of freaking white powdery stuff and went in there, banged the shit, boom, heart popped. It's like, oh shit. Well, if you're gonna go, at least you can come and go at the same time. That's not a bad way.
Not a bad way to go.
If you gotta go, I cannot think of. I can think of worse. I can think of better too, but I can think of worse.
But yes,
it's like, fuck, this guy's got millions of. What are we gonna do? Or fucking just dig a hole and bury him, because we're YouTube people and we're TikTokers and we're dumb.
So they definitely didn't put a lot of thought into this, like a shallow grave.
We haven't watched enough true crime TikToks.
They didn't even bury him good enough because the people say they came and saw his T-shirt showing out of the dirt.
Because we only read at a 6th grade level, we can't understand the books that explain what to do because they're written in 8th grade.
Yeah, man. But either way, it makes them look, and you could get in trouble for that, right? Because it's like, even if what they said was true, it would be, what do they call it? They have a name for that, like
you're doing bad things to a body, desecration of a corpse, if nothing else. I don't know the exact name for it, but hiding it itself is a charge. Hiding somebody's death.
Yeah. Couple comments. It says, okay, another internet attention murder, mystery, comedy, drama. It has everything. Another comment, it says, who cares besides his loved ones? Broadcast some of the other thousands of murders. Another one, it says, what in the You series? Another one, it says, so they just happened to go to someone's house for the holidays and it just happened to have their son buried there. Was there some type of connection between the families? Or another one, it says, smells like a Netflix documentary.
Yep, it does.
Sure does. It says, puberty never fails to share the strangest stories. Another one that says, why is their first instinct to bury him? Yeah. Another one that says, in their own backyard too. How does one live like that knowing there was a body buried in your living quarters? Like they didn't put no effort into this.
Because this is the ostrich generation. Out of sight, out of mind. If you can stick your head in the sand long enough, maybe it'll go away.
Another comment, it says, look, it says, so he came and went. It's almost the same thing you said. Another one, it says, all of this sounds bizarre and probably not what actually happened. Also, how sad that we live in a world that even when we die, our follower count is mentioned. How many followers you had, that's what's important. And that's why it's a story.
Is not your social credit score going to become more important in your bank account according to the new world they're working on?
Apparently it's already at that point. And like I was about to say, is this wouldn't even be a story at all if it wasn't for his follower count.
No offense, but he looks like one of the dudes that like watches himself in the mirror when he bangs a chick. And always does her doggy style. Maybe even does the whole I don't know, just saying.
Yeah. Let me read another comment. It says, I've noticed there's been a constant increase of semi-popular influencers found in death situations who are known by millions all over the world. However, these particular YouTubers or influencers seem to be having in unstable ways getting themselves involved with people they are not to be involved with. These influencers become like small idols, almost like overnight, and don't know how to manage their fame. They need to stay in their lane because there are dangerous people out there who are still jealous mentality who will use you and not give a damn about your life. Be careful, high profile influencers, be wise. Let's move on. Oh yeah, this one, check it out. Jake Paul will be fighting Mike Tyson on July 20th, 2024. Promotion. If I'm being honest, I don't need that. The biggest fight of the 21st century in the biggest NFL stadium in the U.S. broadcast live on the biggest streaming platform in the world. That's the MVP way. Whether you're tuning in on Netflix or showing up in person, whether you're Team Paul or Team Tyson, or whether you're a lifelong boxing fan or watching your first fight, you're not going to want to miss this event. I could not be more excited to make this amazing fight available to all Netflix subscribers alongside the hardest hitter of all time, Mike Tyson, on Sunday, July 20th. My sights are set on becoming a world champion, and now I have a chance to prove myself against the greatest heavyweight champion of the world, the baddest man on the planet, and the most dangerous boxer of all time. Time to put Iron Mike to sleep. This is a big deal right here. They're going to make a lot of freaking money off of this. What do you think about this? It's kind of cool how you can go outside of the mainstream way, like, and do these kind of like celebrity boxing type of deals or whatever. I mean, boxing has been like set up in like for the longest, like what's his name? Money Mayweather. He's got like undefeated or whatever, but he's the promoter too. So it's like, not to take nothing away from the guy, he's skilled. But if you're the promoter, you're the one paying the fight, and you win every time. That makes me think that there's, deals being made. They had that Pacquiao fight, and a lot of people were like, Pacquiao kind of threw the fight or whatever. And who's to say? Who's to say? Nobody will ever know. And at the end of the day, it don't matter. People got their entertainment, and that's what they wanted, So this is a cool thing right here. I like it. More power to them. Let them make their money. People are going to definitely want to come out and see this. As long as the guys stay safe, nobody gets hurt or whatever. I'm not the biggest fan of boxing and MMA. I think that this stuff is too brutal. It's violent. It doesn't really entertain me that much. But I'm happy to see them be able to make their money like this, without all of those multiple hands in the pot. I know both of them are going to walk away from this with a lot of money, regardless of what happens. And people are going to be entertained. And Tyson is in great shape, bro. Like, I mean, if it is a real fight, as far as not scripted, I'd put my money on Tyson.
Okay, Tyson's 57 years old. He's an old guy. He's a little out of shape, but he's been keeping in training and stuff for his movies. The Jake Paul guy, he's not bad, but I think this is going to happen just like when he fought Mayweather or whatever it is. Tyson's going to come out and ring his fucking chimes and go, hey, we know, the whole world knows what just happened. And then they're going to back off and do an exhibition fight. It's either that or he's going to kill that white boy.
Well, like I said, I don't want to see nobody get hurt. But I doubt if they're going to be like really going in. Most likely it's going to be completely scripted.
I think it's a credit to Mike Tyson's career that with his long career in boxing, the guy that fucked up his face the most was himself.
Never looked at it like that. Caption, it says, Jake Paul and Mike Tyson have officially announced that they'll be stepping into the ring to scrap it out on 20th of July. Will you guys be tuning in? Comment, it says, Jake Paul fights someone under the age of 45, challenge impossible.
That's fair. Most of his fights have been against older world champions.
Yeah. And I mean, and I get it. It makes sense, because he's not a real like boxer. I mean, he is, but he's never fought no professional boxing matches, right? Like actually professional boxing. I haven't seen that. So, and Tyson is a real trained fighter. So,
no, Tyson is a killer, or was. Then he got a taste for ears, and I don't know as much anymore.
Comment says, Mike, after making Jake paralyzed, I'm sorry. Another one that says, if Jake beats Mike Tyson, then boxing will be just as scripted as WWE. Another one that says, no one cares, Trump 2024.
This is not a real boxing event.
Yeah.
This has nothing. None of the actual boxing commissions have sanctioned this fight.
Right.
This is a pay-per-view, not pay-per-view, but Netflix. This is we're getting money from this fight.
Yeah, it's
Mike
basically
Tyson, the only reason he's not going to lose is he ain't going to let this stupid white boy beat him.
Yeah, this is basically celebrity boxing. Basically.
Yes. And everyone wants to watch it because they want to see Jake Paul get his ass kicked.
Yeah.
That's the only reason people watch him fight.
Yeah. He's one of those love to hate people who love to hate this guy.
He is
or hate to love him.
He went from being like a YouTube celebrity to being the Nickelback of the fighting world.
Let me read this one. It says, the people saying if Jake wins, he knows it's staged, aren't understanding the fact that Mike Tyson is 57 years old. If a college b-ball player beat Jordan 101 when Jordan was 60, would you think it's staged? LOL, he's not 30 anymore. Another one, it says, no one...
Still think he can kill that white boy.
I think so too. Another one says, no one wants to see, because I've seen him training. The dude is in great shape. It says no one wants to see a young guy on steroids punch up an old guy, especially an old guy we all love. I don't know, man. I think it's gonna be a lot of people that's gonna want to watch that.
You know, I think it's really funny that in this age of cancel culture and Me Too, Tyson was given a chance to come back.
Yeah.
If he had been a fighter in the 2000s or 2010s, he would not have any kind of a career right now. He'd be living in hiding, hoping he could make enough money, doing whatever, training someone to fight that he didn't starve.
Yeah, that's what he's been doing. He's been training real fighters too.
Yes.
And Tyson has come
good fighters. He's got a good eye for fighters.
He's come back multiple times. Like he could have been canceled multiple times, you know, and he's come back every time. I mean, the people love him. He has a genuine personality too. You seen the stuff that he does with like the pigeons and stuff?
Oh God, yeah.
I
made fun of that for a lot too.
That's really cool, man. Really cool. And like over time, he's learned. He's intelligent.
Okay.
I like to hear him talk about stuff.
To be fair, here's something that's going to surprise you. I saw him in his one-man show when he came to Houston.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Why would I had the opportunity? Why would I?
What was he doing? What was the show?
It was about an hour and a half long of him just talking about him, his life, things that, when the Doves came out and stuff. It was that tour he was doing. That was the promotion for it. The I am Mike Tyson thing. The one man stage show that he did. It was that.
A couple more comments. We're gonna move on.
I was actually dared to go by a couple of black people because they wanted to see how I would react as probably the only white person there.
I bet you it was a lot more. Everybody was there.
There was 4 of us. But to be fair, it was only an audience of about 150. So, and it was table seating, not like it was like a poetry slam setting.
Okay, I get it.
Not like a stadium setting. It was a small little bar, maybe 100 seats, people hanging around the side, and he just had the stage and just talked for a couple hours, or like an hour or so. He's pretty cool.
Let me read a couple more comments. It says, anyone else hoping Tyson goes full 90s and just bites Logan Paul's head clean off? Another one that says, if Mike loses...
Big ears, man.
It says, if Mike loses, we know they paid him hella. Another one that says, can we give Mike a bit of coke before it begins just to make him fight like a 30-year-old? I don't think he don't need no help. Oh man, I'm already getting tired. Check this out. Breaking: Tate brothers arrested in Romania by UK royal family. These guys just can't stay out of trouble. Says they were served with an arrest warrant issued by the United Kingdom. Says charges relate to incidents alleging to have happened over 10 years ago.
Now the UK is trying to put me in jail. England, because Romania has failed, so England has picked up. And England's coming up to me with all this garbage, and they're going to try and charge me soon with some imaginary crimes.
Maybe that's why they'll drop the documentary.
Well, there you go. Of course, because you have to poison the public's mind.
Yep. To believe that you are this evil guy.
Right? So the UK is trying to put me in jail. And I'm saying this now on this podcast. Everyone listen to me. The UK is coming next. Romania's failed. UK's picked it up. And as the UK try and put me in jail, I sit and I wonder. I say, imagine being a prosecutor. I probably shouldn't say this stuff. I'm just going to say it. And you get paid, I don't know, $3,000 a month or whatever, $2,000 a month. And you're sitting there just looking through my whole life for months. Oh, you made money. Oh, that's a lot of money. That must be a crime. Oh, Ferrari. Oh, that's a crime. Oh my God, he has a nice watch. Crime. Like, and just sitting there, the obsession. And for like 6 months, just sitting there,
just analyzing
obsessed.
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of weird that there's all these, and I'll say this publicly, as we speak right now, the UK is trying to put me in jail. England, because Romania, weird that there's all these full-grown adults with this much obsession, making documentaries, trying to take me down, prosecutors in dark rooms going through my life, trying to take me down, ex-girlfriend blowing up my phone who I don't reply to anymore. Like, everyone's just like, it's weird. And I just wake up going, there's so many other people's lives which are just intertwined with mine or obsessed with the idea of trying to be involved in mine. It's actually very weird. Weird that there's all these full-grown.
Yeah, well, what I would say to that is there's a lot of influencers out there. It's a lot of rich people out there.
Okay.
And they're not getting come at left and right to be arrested. So like maybe you did just be doing some shady stuff.
There's no doubt this dude is shady. All you got to do is listen to him for 10 or 15 minutes, and you can tell that he don't give a shit about laws, rules, whatever. Everything he's done, they can't get him on because he has adhered quite intricately to the letter of the law. It does not make the spirit of the law and why it was made any different, but he has technically not crossed those legal boundaries. It does not make him any less of a douchebag, but it makes it legal.
So it says breaking, the Tate brothers arrested in Romania. They were served with an arrest warrant for charges of sexual aggression issued by the UK and taken into custody. The charges relate to incidents alleged to have occurred between 2012 and 2015. They deny all allegations against them. So I don't know, him and his brother, they got to be in on it together all the time when they're doing this shady stuff.
These guys really aren't that important for governments to try to bring them down. I really think that, like I said, they know damn well that they follow the letter of the law. So it's like, yeah, they're just trying to take it. It never sticks. It never sticks. Why? Because you had to pay. You got the paperwork. You did, but it doesn't make you right. It doesn't make you good. It doesn't make you cool. It doesn't mean you didn't make people suffer. It doesn't mean you mistreated women. It doesn't mean you didn't do what they said. It just didn't cross the line to criminality.
Comment, it says, really again for what? Another one, it says, LMAO, royal family, all of these issues in the UK, the LGBTQ protests, unemployment rate very high, economic crisis, but they have time to arrest the Tate brothers. Another one that says, God keep them.
I'm one of the people that's like, whenever they go after the Tates like this, I want to know who's paying the Tate brothers and the media to keep this on top of what's going on. I want to know right now, because of this, what the fuck is going on in our country that they're using this to distract us with.
Well, people are big fans of this guy, like, the bros or whatever. So,
every single time these guys hit the freaking media, we find out a week later or a few days later that Congress or somebody passed some new freaking bill that we didn't even know was on the table because we've been paying attention to this crap.
Well, I think that the people are the ones that big this up because they're so interested in this guy. You got the ones that hate him and the ones that love him, and they just, they eat it up.
He's an alpha male at whatever his age, and I gotta say, I was about 35 to 37 before I hit that hairline level. Just taking a random comment because, well, I have no hair. I'm bald, so I can.
Yeah. The comment it says, old news. This already happened years back. Stop trying so hard for clout from old news. Dog shit approach.
Oh, is that from a couple of years ago?
I don't
or a
think
year
so.
ago?
I don't think so. I don't know. Hey, I don't follow this guy like that.
It's been over like a year and a half since Romania let him go and all that.
Yeah, so it couldn't have been this. Maybe this guy who's making this comment is thinking of the Romania thing. So this is UK. This is different.
I know the brother's haircut is also hiding what Jordan's got going on because I've seen a lot of people do that.
Yeah, my dad used to do that. Let me read another one. It says, it's disgusting. The Tate brothers are pissing Satan off directly, and he's trying to get them. Pray, people. This is not right. Evil is losing now. We are waking up. God is closer than ever before. Another one that says, here we go again.
You live in a different world, Sky.
It says, damn
Everyone
again.
sees this as the end, but I don't. You got to understand, since 1968, when I was born, I have gone through 5 different absolute world-changing, potentially world-ending events. And it's all the same hype. It's all the same government coming in to try to control the media, to control the masses. And it all raises new fucking taxes that never go away.
Yeah, it's always the end of the world. It sells books. It sells Bibles, and it gets people into church, and it's money making. And you can control people with the fear. You can sound important because you're like, oh, it's the end.
And as polarized as people are right now, about 45 or 46, they're both calling, if you really pay attention and look, both of them have been called the 666 guy by one realm of Christianity or another.
Mm-hmm. Comment, it says, being tried for the same thing 3 times. Hampshire in 19, Bucharest in 23, now Manchester is insanity. Dude had every dusty corner of his life inspected and turned inside out, and they're still digging, but nobody publicly questions it. I don't know, dude might have just did something wrong and he got off.
Dude, most of this goes back to when he was operating houses with webcams and all that shit, where he first made his big money. And it was sexually explicit content and stuff like that. And he was lowballing the girls, giving them like 15, 20, 30% of what he was making off of their webcams.
Mm.
And he was providing the living quarters, the space, the costumes, the makeup. You know, he was providing everything for them to do this.
Sounds like pimping to me.
I believe you've heard me use that word before. He's basically and you know, it was like I said, it's how he made his money by the letter of the law. There were contracts and things involved, which made it legal. It was an agent representation, and then they repaid him with interest for the goods and services, basically all of that stuff that he gave them to do with. He charged them for it at a nice hefty increase. But all of it, like I said, I'm not defending the guy because I think he's complete fucking dog shit. But it was legal.
Yeah.
Say, personally, I think the ultimate thing that could happen, and I really hope this does one day, is someone snaps a photo of him taking up the rear end by a guy. Because I get that closeted vibe. I got that going on in the closet, or not even that. Him going in on a guy, but then you can say, "Well, I was on top. I was the alpha male."
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. I ain't gonna lie. I get that same vibe. Let's move on. It says
it could be gay because I don't look him in the eyes.
Yeah. Let's read this one. It says Susana Morales was 16 years old when she was kidnapped and brutally murdered by a Georgia cop. It says Susana's story has made headlines again following the recent Georgia House passing of House Bill 1105. Susana Morales' tragic story has resurfaced following the recent news about House Bill 1105. The bill grants police the authority to arrest individuals with probable cause who are suspected of being in the U.S. illegally. The recent Georgia House passing came after the murder of Laken Riley, whose life was brutally taken by Jose Ibarra. It says users on social media are bringing Susana's story to light because her story did not get national coverage. Many of those demanding justice believe that the tragedies involving minority groups deserve the same attention. What happened to Susana Morales? Susana Morales was last seen by her family and friends in July 2022. In September of that year, PULP posted a missing persons announcement and worked closely with her sister to get details surrounding her disappearance. She texted her mother at 9:40 p.m. on July 26 and was not heard from again. In February 2023, Gwinnett County Police revealed that her remains were found near a creek. DNA matched Morales' dental records. So, missing person, 16-year-old Susana Morales, missing since July. Update, body found in Gwinnett County, identified as missing 16-year-old Susana Morales. In 2023, a new former Metro Atlanta police officer was arrested in connection to Susana's death. Miles Bryant was arrested in connection to Susana Morales. At the time, he was charged with concealing the death of another and false report of a crime. Bryant, who was working as a Doraville police officer at the time of Morales' death, also lived close to where she was last reported. His charges now include felony murder, malice murder, kidnapping, false report of a crime, and most recently, a criminal attempt to commit sexual assault charge. Miles Bryant filed a false police report the day after Susan Morales went missing. The former Doraville police officer attempted to cover his tracks with a false police report. He claimed he was working as a courtesy officer at the Sterling Glen apartment when someone stole his Glock 19 handgun. Investigators found Bryant's handgun in the same area where they found Morales' remains. Bryant had a history of suspicious behavior such as stalking and burglary. The former police officer was in the process of becoming a member of the Georgia National Guard. He has since been discharged following his arrest. However, he had a history of suspicious activities. He faced charges of first-degree burglary over accusations that he broke into the home of one of his former classmates. The former classmate shared that in May 2019, he stalked her and broke into her home. Doraville police claimed it underwent an administrative investigation and that once Bryant was spoken to, the behavior had stopped. Investigators closed the case due to lack of leads. Before becoming a Doraville police officer, Bryant had been a sworn sheriff's deputy in Forsyth County from March 2020 to May 2021. Justice for Susan Morales and Laken Riley. So, and it's got the sources here. So,
the guy's convicted in jail already. He got justice. They got justice.
Yeah. Yeah. What a crazy, sad story.
I'm just trying to figure out the whole purpose of this other than to make people sad and shit like that? Because it's this bad thing happened to this person and the guy was caught. He's been sentenced and been put in jail. What? Okay, so what's going on from here?
Yeah.
I mean, other than to just make people feel bad, what is the purpose of this?
Well, they're talking about the House Bill 1105 that you can pick up someone just for suspecting that they're illegal. So maybe what they're trying to say is that
here's the thing. He's not a cop. He wasn't a cop, or at the time it happened, he was not a cop. Because it said he was a security officer at an apartment complex or something like that. Go another one over. Another one over. Yeah, there's more to the story because
right here it says Bryant, who was working as a Doraville police officer at the time of Morales' death.
Go to the next page. Okay, yeah. See, he lost his gun while working as a courtesy officer.
He said he claimed he was working.
He was a cop, but he did not use his police authority to commit the crime.
Yeah. So let's see the caption. It says Susana Morales' tragic story has resurfaced following the recent news about House Bill 1105. Users on social media are bringing Susana's story to light because her story did not get national coverage. Many of those demanding justice believe that tragedies involving minority groups deserve the same attention. Our hearts are with both Susana and Lakin's family during these hard times.
How often do we see anything when it's done, solved, convicted, and stuff like that? That's not the stuff that they want. That's not the stuff they want to see. That wasn't a big, bad, nasty kind of thing. I mean, like I said, I think what they're saying. Go ahead.
I think what they're saying is that when the violence is done to like the minority groups,
they're trying to turn it into another nail in the being hammered by racist divide.
Yeah, well, when the crime is going at immigrants, then it doesn't make news, is what they're trying to say. Because they vilify the immigrants in the media and they dehumanize them.
The difference being that's not an unknown crime or anything like that. Most of the ones that we're looking at, they don't get solved yet. It's right as they get solved. Right as this one gets solved, did anyone know about it? Did it come out? They're saying do it again, but
it's a sad story. This guy obviously was like a stalker. He was stalking some other chick. The guy obviously got problems.
Yeah, I'm more worried about the fact that they let him become a police officer than highlighting this as a official versus immigrant situation.
Yeah.
The other side of the story. No, this story should be about why was this guy given authority?
Yeah.
If he did not have that authority, would we have the same result? We don't know. But the question is, why was this person given authority in the first place?
Yeah. Given his shady background. First comment, it says, if the guy who did it already got caught, then she got justice. I don't understand. That's basically what you said. Another comment says, what do the two stories have in common other than two young girls who were murdered? The suspects don't have a similar story at all. Another one that says he had a history and they still hired him. What is happening? That's another comment that you.
The second one doesn't realize it's the same story.
No, we're linking it to the Lincoln. What's her name?
Oh,
Lincoln Riley, which was in the news recently because of the comments that
okay. So
Biden made in the State of the Union.
Here's a really cool question for that whole situation and stuff like that. Why are you saying all lives matter?
I don't know what you're trying to get at. What do you mean?
He was talking about Lincoln Riley.
Mm-hmm.
He was talking about that. He was saying, we're looking at this kind of thing and stuff like that. You know, these lives matter. So you're now using this color lives matter. These other people lives matter to distract from one particular thing and or one particular argument and things like that. I'm trying to go soft. It's just I'm so fuddled in the, you know, the whole, well, we're not talking about Trump right now. We're not talking about Biden. We're talking about this. We're not talking about Susana Morales. They were talking about Lincoln Riley. They're not talking about white lives matter. You're saying, oh, well, Morales lives matter. Well, what does that have to do with Riley lives matter?
Okay, I get it. Yeah, I have to agree, you know, that the correlation is weak, if not present.
It's the exact same argument that the left stood up on a fucking soapbox and a high horse and used to justify all of their attacks against certain people.
Well, I believe it is true.
And I'm not saying that we should not have had this. Matter of fact, we need to let people know how in danger these immigrants are and how not protected and how people prey on them because they're not protected. We need to make people understand that. And you notice that while I've been arguing, you know, I know you. Matter of fact, you're probably sitting there going, "Fuck, I don't know what to say," because this seems like a complete flip from what I've been saying, but it's not. I've never at any time said I don't care about them. I don't care about their rights. I don't think they should be harmed, or I think they should be harmed. I think that they need to be protected too. And the problem is, we don't know where they are. We don't know where they're going. To get in, most of them have someone that's like, yes, I have family at this address. Okay, go. And there's a lot that they don't. I know someone in New York, I think maybe, you know, we'll put them on a bus. I mean, but at the same time, because of the fact that they're not documented and they're in all of this strange confusion moving around, and no offense, government gives them a check with more money than they're used to seeing in 2 or 3 months, not realizing it's going to last them a week. And then they start becoming victims, because the thing about the immigration process is not about bringing people in and going, hey, welcome to America, fuck you. It's about, hey, come to America, live amongst us for a few years, learn what our culture is like, find out if you are willing to mix in or be part of it or be part of a growing larger thing. The thing going on with the immigrants right now is they're all going to small communities all across America that are only their communities. They're not integrating into America. They're not becoming Americans. They're not joining us. They're just making small communities of themselves in small areas, which makes them vulnerable. It makes them vulnerable both to racist assholes who will take advantage of them, companies and businesses that will take advantage of them, but to their own people, because we all know, and even you have to admit, they brought their crime and their gangs and their organizations like that with them because they couldn't be filtered out. It couldn't be made new. The same way the Tong, the Triad, and all the other organizations and things like that of different things got their foot into America because it was brought over with the people that came. And I'm not using that as a close the border bad thing. I mean, I'm just saying we have to consider this when we discuss this subject.
Yeah.
I'm not anti-immigration. I am anti not mixing pot.
Well, the it is true that they dehumanize these people, and the stories where they get hurt or whatever or murdered don't
Some people
get the
say
same.
they deserve it, and that's fucking disgusting coming from Americans.
Well,
They shouldn't be over here like that. They get what they deserve. No. The whole idea is they came over for different and better, and that is part of our responsibility. Even if you don't want them next door to you, you should not wish harm upon them because
That's
that
what I
is
mean.
not the American way.
They're dehumanizing them, and
Fuck it, you're here. We got to figure this out. We'll figure it out. Till then, don't fuck with me. I won't fuck with you.
well, the part of dehumanizing them is not making their stories known, or it's not a story. It doesn't follow the narrative.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. We need to tell people about this. Not necessarily this case, but the ones that aren't solved. The ones that actually can get internet people and media people looking into them, investigating.
And that's the reason why they should be covered.
This is an outrage story. This is literally just to go, well, they never think about people, but it's like, you can't help her now. What about the ones that are missing that you can help, that you can talk about? Cases that have not been solved yet. Those are the ones that we need to be looking at. The girls that come over here and just vanish from their parents, from their families.
Let me read this comment here. It says the issue is that with Laken, they wanted to add her killer's immigration status like it mattered. Just because he was an immigrant, which he came legally, or whether he came illegally or legally, doesn't make him a murderer. He's that way because he's just a shitty person. But
but if they like Trump, it makes a difference.
Hold on, let me finish the comment. It says he's that way because he's just a shitty person. But because Laken is white, for some reason, he came here just to kill her. No, whereas Susanna is Hispanic and didn't get the same coverage or attention, and this lame had an issue. This lame had issues with stalking. The bad sentence made it hard for me to read it. So let me read it again because I chopped it up. The issue is with Laken, they wanted to add her killer's immigration status like it mattered. Just because he was an immigrant, whether he came illegally or legally, doesn't make him a murderer.
Right there. That's exactly what I'm talking about. The whole thing of all these school shootings. Oh, well, it was a conservative shooter. Oh, they were a Trump supporter. They had a MAGA hat. All of that is important to them when they broadcast the news. Yet this kind of throwing a word in, there's problems with. Both sides, man. This is a both sides thing doing it like that. And yes, because of the situation and because of legality, it kind of does matter whether they were legal or illegal. Because like my argument was, she should have the normal protection of the law and everything about it just because she's alive here in America. Her status as an immigrant does not make her less under our laws.
Yeah, but see, them throwing in the illegal immigrant in the phrasing when they cover this story is to, you know, try to support the narrative that you have immigrants coming over here committing crimes, and that's a reason to dehumanize them on the border.
But why do you have to say that with Susanna? Why do you have to make the same designation of status? Does that matter? Should all of that be removed? The man killed the girl. Not the citizen killed the immigrant. Not the immigrant killed the citizen. Not the conservative school shooter. Not the trans school shooter.
Yeah, but that's what we're talking about. We're talking about narratives and how they create them. And they use those words and those phrasing to do that. To pull at the heartstrings of folks, or to make them, you know, pull at make them angry. Yeah. One more comment. It says, these are the same cops that are going to be detaining us for probable cause and then justifying it by saying they're acting in good faith. I can't see that good. The light is
no offense, but I absolutely 100% believe that it is unconstitutional in all shape, forms, and varieties to pull someone over because you think they're illegal.
I don't agree with that at all.
Even if they got 17 people in their little Honda, you can't argue.
You just look. You can't look at somebody and
everybody knows what I'm talking about on that one.
Yeah, but see that there's a problem when you want to look at someone and determine if they're legal or not.
Well, see, that is an assumption of legality. It is not. It is a reason to suspect a crime and look. That does not mean stop. That means now, if they have a violation, car is out of date, something like that, there is a reason to stop them. And that is the
Yeah, but with that Texas law, they don't need any of that. They could just look at them and they can pull them over because they suspect them to be illegal. That's the problem.
Makes me worry about my girlfriend. When she starts to tan when summer hits, she looks like a Mexican.
I'm telling you, bro. Like that's a problem.
Matter of fact, people will come up to her and go, "Do you speak Spanish?" And she's like, "No, I don't." Well, I thought you were. No, I'm not.
Yeah.
She's asleep now, thank God. She'd be smacking me if she heard me saying that.
Tomorrow, you look like a Mexican sometimes.
She gonna get me tomorrow. She gonna get me tomorrow because she's gonna watch it.
Yeah, it's fundamentally racist to look at someone and say that they're illegal because you got people coming from all different parts of the world who could be illegal, you know, from wherever, Africa, freaking Europe.
I can honestly tell you, I know before I moved into food service, in which I'm not going to say where they come from because it would be stereotyped and people would think I'm an asshole, but I'm not. But before I went into food service, I thought the most people that were illegal came from Canada and Taiwan. And both of them, they didn't come over illegally. They came over legally. They got loans from the governments to buy business. They would then run that business into the ground and then sell it, or go 2 years, run it into the ground and sell it for a higher price to the next person in their family who would come in immigrate in, get a government loan because they're a non-U.S. citizen trying to open a business, and then they would buy the same business, and then they would just keep it running for years, just slowly writing it off, but actually keeping the money it made. And then whenever they started losing money, they would sell it to the next person.
Let's move on. I want to cover the Boeing thing before we get out of here, and I'm getting delirious. Let's do this. Check it out.
Fascinating people, says a representative from Boeing.
We're in no way trying to assassinate people to talk about the defects of our airplanes, because there are no defects. The planes are actually in tip-top shape. They're in the best shape they've ever been in. And yes, we want to be fully transparent that we had a moment of weakness and a few doors were blowing off the airplanes. But that was actually just propaganda by the Jews. Yes. No, by the Palestinians. By, you know, why don't, if you look at the evidence, you'll see, you don't need to look at the evidence. There's actually nothing to see there. You don't need to fucking look at it.
Definitely not assassinating people, says a representative from Boeing.
We're in no way trying to assassinate people.
It's pretty funny. What do you think about the whole Boeing thing?
I honestly know nothing about it, so all I can do is speculate and conspiracy theory.
Yeah, well, they've been having problems. You had the window blew out. We
got 3 major developments that we're dumping money to Boeing in for in our arms R&D, research and development.
Mm-hmm.
So if they're fucking shit up, that doesn't mean just 1 or 2 projects. That means like future fighters, future drones, and I want to say naval improvements, because we've got a tank that's just came out or is about to start coming out that is like insane. It's like this tank is not. Yeah, it's not going to be fucked up by anyone. It's badass.
Yeah, well,
that's why we had all the old tanks to sell to Ukraine for a few million each.
Boeing is definitely a part of the military-industrial complex. But see, we've had this thing ever since Trump, because they were pushing for the deregulation stuff. And they made it so where Boeing could do their own like inspections or whatever. I don't want to say it wrong. I'm delirious. They made it so where they could do their own like inspections or whatever. And so lately we've been having incident after incident related to like obviously not doing the proper safety inspections. Okay. And recently in the news, you had the guy who was going to be like a whistleblower for Boeing. He was a past employee. He was no longer an employee, and he was scheduled to testify against them. And he committed suicide, apparently. So that's what's swirling around with it. You know, it's clear that we've had multiple cases of stuff that should have been caught with safety inspections that weren't, you know. So that's what's clear. There's no arguing with that. So, but why is the case is important. And then, you know, this, of course, what people are concerned with is their safety when they're flying in these planes. You know, somebody could get hurt, whatever, you know, someone could die. So consumer confidence.
Yeah, I don't care how good the pilot is. If you're going to crash, somebody's getting fucked up.
Yeah, man. If like, you know, doors blow off, windows blow out, you know, a tire fell off of one of them.
I've seen that movie. I'm the guy that's gone before the credits. I'm the one that if I make it past the credits, I'm the one that the thing falls out of the sky and hits to show everyone, oh, I was the first one in the chain.
A couple comments. First one, it says, Boeing CEO here. I don't fly on Boeing planes because I want to scout out the competition and make sure their planes are safe. Ours are in perfect shape, so no need for investigation. Another one that says, man, good thing they've been endlessly bailed out by the government instead of dying the miserable death they should have. It says, you're hiring upon DEI. Boeing should be ashamed of this liberal pandering. Another one, it says, I wonder if the Boeing executives use Boeing when they fly. Another one that says, this will forever be known as the Clinton special. Another one that says, I don't trust this guy. It's pretty funny. It says, sure, use the public. Do not, us, the public, do not believe that man just decided to end it. I'm not flying your planes just like most of us won't. You overstepped on this one. Stop being cheap, and you should have fixed the problem. Now a man is gone that was doing right. You're done boycotting all Boeing. So yeah, this one is a little more serious. All the other one were jokes, but it's like, stop being cheap. You should have fixed the problem. They've getting record ass profits as a result of them not doing all of their safety checks. You know what I'm saying? And keeping their maintenance up to date. And as a result, is making unsafe conditions for us. You could be on the ground and not even been taking the flight. Because like I say, a tire fell off of one of them a couple weeks ago. So like, yeah. I have some more on Boeing. I can't even see that good. My eyes are blurry. Okay, here's it says United Airlines Boeing 737 found to be missing exterior panel after completing flight from California to Oregon. It says, child, what's going on with these planes? The Federal Aviation Administration is investigating after United Airlines Boeing 737-800 was missing an external panel when it landed in Oregon on Friday. The FAA says that the missing panel was discovered during post-landing airline inspection. According to reports, the flight from San Francisco International Airport to Rogue Valley International Medford Airport landed safely as scheduled. Says, roomies, are you scared to fly after all these recent incidents? Actual plane not pictured. It says, comment, it says, United Airlines is basically Spirit with lace front. This one, it says, it's a whistleblower who used to work for Boeing. He said they would use used parts on new planes, and then 1 in 4 masks did not work. I was finally set to see Boeing in court, met with their attorneys, and said everything he knew. The same week, he passed away from a self-inflicted gunshot in the parking lot of the hotel he was supposed to be staying in for the trial. Let that sink in. So that's one of the reasons why the internet is buzzing really heavy on this, because that guy died, you know. And there's a clip that says, he said, if I die, I didn't kill myself. Is that a YouTube video or is that a clip I had? So I don't know, but you know, I think that part of this that needs to be focused on is the stuff about deregulation. And we had arguments on this show about the deregulation stuff. And that's what leads to situations like these. Because these people aren't going to do the right thing without someone forcing them to. They want to cut corners so they can make more money. Let me see if I can find some more on this. Haiti. China. Whitmire and the firefighters. I kind of wanted to cover the UAW's comments in front of Congress, but I don't think I have time to do that. Hold on, y'all. My eyes are blurry. Could have swore I had the clip where the guy was saying, if I die, I didn't commit suicide. So he was like, my life is in danger. He said, my life is in danger, and if I die, I did not commit suicide. And then he commits suicide. What is this one?
You know, how high can Boeing profits go given the decisions that they've made?
Indonesia passenger plane crashing into the sea minutes after takeoff.
The earnings of the Boeing company just about doubled. Some employees who are calling the MAX plane designed by clowns, supervised by monkeys.
Boeing showed you that its business is good, not with words, but with cold hard cash.
Inspectors have found loose bolts on more plane door plugs. Really sobering, right?
It really wasn't a surprise, sadly.
Deeply embarrassing, isn't it?
Boeing is putting profit over people.
If Boeing doesn't get its act together, you have to wonder if nationalization is a possibility.
The details of the Boeing 737 MAX saga are well known by now, so we're not going to rehash them here. Instead, we're going to talk about an idea that made it happen. An idea so powerful, so persuasive, it steered Boeing's elite down a road where they didn't just walk away with pieces of an American treasure, they ran. We're going to talk about how that idea destroyed a once great company and what the federal government can do about it, because Boeing is too connected and too important to America to fail. But first, we talked to a pilot about just how dire the situation is at Boeing.
I'm Captain Dennis Tager. I'm a 737 captain, and I am the spokesperson for the Allied Pilots Association, the union that represents the 16,000 pilots of American Airlines mainline operation. I flew Boeing aircraft in the United States Air Force. As a matter of fact, I depended on Boeing to save my life from an enemy outside of my airplane. Now the enemy is within. It appears that Boeing appoints CEOs that are more interested in share price and dividends than they are in flight safety and production quality.
It's been years since MAX crashes cost 346 lives. Since then, we've heard countless apologies and a stack of promises, but doors are falling off mid-flight, and it doesn't stop there. There's a lingering threat that more could go wrong.
We have an airworthiness directive from the FAA that tells us engine anti-ice, which is like a defogger, your window defogger on your car, except it goes to the engine. They're telling us on the MAX only, right now, hundreds of them flying, that if you leave that on for more than 5 minutes in clear air, the engine could come apart. That's like lighting a fuse, and the gunpowder is the engine. So I'm using Post-it notes from CVS and Walgreens. I even set up my iPhone for a 5-minute clock. I have it wired to my headset so that it goes off every 5 minutes should I have the engine anti-ice on.
Over a century after inventing flight, America has only one major aircraft manufacturer, and they're struggling to build safe planes. So how did we end up here?
Boeing controls key social infrastructure, the ability to actually make aircraft, which is something that we need as a nation.
That's Matt Stoller. He's a research director at the American Economic Liberties Project and publishes Big, a newsletter focused on corporate power. He thinks Boeing's monopoly was mostly by design.
In the 1990s, Boeing wanted to roll up the industry, but also the government wanted Boeing to do that.
Europe wanted to be less dependent on America for aerospace technology. So they created Airbus, and governments gave it huge subsidies. By the 1990s, it was a genuine competitor.
We need to fight back against Airbus. Boeing is going to be the American national champion. And so we're going to want to make them as big and powerful as possible. And so we'll have them buy McDonnell Douglas.
That's America's other aircraft manufacturer. They were known for making lots of money rather than top-notch planes. With the merger, the new company would control 60% of the global aircraft market.
Boeing had always been a very engineer-focused firm. The engineers were the ones who were kind of in charge.
Boeing brought with it a level of trust you didn't call to question.
That's why most people weren't too worried about that level of power in one company. Boeing was the gold standard. But something odd happened. After the acquisition, the people from McDonnell Douglas ended up taking over Boeing.
McDonnell Douglas bought Boeing with Boeing's money.
The new management started running things differently.
Boeing had never had a strike.
Douglas.
They started having strikes and they started cutting engineering. They started offshoring.
These moves were part of a new playbook, a new idea, financialization.
With a company like Boeing, you had a number of stakeholders. You had the public that used these airplanes. You had the national security community that relied on Boeing for weaponry and for aerospace technologies.
The workers, engineers, executives, shareholders, the communities that built the planes, all stakeholders with an interest in the company succeeding. They worked together and created airplanes that were profitable because they were useful to our society and to our world.
And then when you financialized it, what that meant is that the shareholders became the most important stakeholders and everyone else were ancillary.
This playbook had a chief apostle, General Electric CEO, Jack Welch.
Jack Welch trained a bunch of people who went into a lot of different parts of corporate America, including McDonnell Douglas. And a lot of the Boeing executives, even before they took over McDonnell Douglas, were kind of convinced that this Wall Street first mentality made sense.
Financialization was a new way to understand companies. Welch opened a door. Almost everyone followed into a new reality.
I think Welch is the best. He was tough and things got done.
This was a reality that society wasn't ready for. There was a hidden risk. Crafting airplanes is like doing a colossal jigsaw puzzle. But you have to design, manufacture, and assemble the pieces. Millions of them. It's hard. Slip-ups have serious consequences. Because Boeing spent a massive amount of money on productive assets like factories and engineering facilities to build airplanes, it didn't generate a lot of cash. And profits were slim, leading Wall Street to underestimate Boeing's value and want more. In this new reality, investing less in building planes and more on short-term financial gimmicks boosted profits, raising the value of the company for shareholders. The financial reward was instant, but the risk was hidden.
I think we've been hollowed out, and we've done it with some of our own policies.
These policies greatly benefited a few stakeholders, namely executives and shareholders. McNerney was paid over $200 million for his tenure as CEO. Since 1996, Boeing CEOs were compensated almost $500 million. This doesn't include severance or pensions. Shareholders cheered when the company spent almost $64 billion on stock since the McDonnell Douglas merger, helping raise the stock price to over $400.
The business models are seductive, okay?
But nearly everyone else lost. Boeing seemingly lost its ability to design and manufacture great airplanes. And it's not just the MAX.
When Boeing was building its 787 Dreamliner, they outsourced so much of it. It was kind of a disaster.
Financialization gutted the company, slicing off huge chunks and tossing them to suppliers.
As it turns out, when the suppliers build their different components and then it all comes together at a Boeing factory, it didn't all fit.
Boeing spent $32 billion fixing these issues, a potentially crippling amount for most, but not them. They controlled half the market. They used that same power to pressure suppliers and boost profit margins.
The product quality goes down when Walmart squeezes its suppliers, and maybe the toilet paper's not quite as good, or you get a little bit less, or the jeans aren't as good, or whatever. That sucks when you're buying clothes or consumer goods, but it's actually dangerous when you're buying airplanes.
The door that detached mid-flight was made by Spirit AeroSystems, formerly a Boeing division, now a private equity-owned supplier.
They've offshored a ton of stuff. They haven't given their workers raises in 10 years. They have immense market power, and somehow they're still losing money. And I gotta say, like, I'm impressed. I don't know how you do that. I want to give some credit to the Biden administration. The FAA has been very aggressive. The Trump FAA, they didn't want to ground the MAX because Boeing has a lot of influence. In fact, one of the heads of Boeing Aviation became the Secretary of Defense under Trump before he had to resign over allegations of domestic violence. He now runs Spirit Aerosystems. America is a stronger, better society when we can make airplanes. If you believe that, and I think most people do, you really just need to have Boeing leaders doing what public policymakers are telling them to do.
Because right now, they're not. Some people are even talking about nationalization.
When I say nationalization, I'm kind of using it loosely. The government needs to come in, step in, and restructure this industry and just get rid of the leadership of Boeing, pull out the financial engineering culture and put in a real engineering culture again.
Because right now, the current leadership might not be capable of doing that.
His skill set is Jack Welch era General Electric, it's hedge funds, private equity. It's really not the kind of long-term re-emphasis on engineering and reform that I think Boeing really needs.
How could the government restructure Boeing? It has a lot of say in how the company is managed. The Department of Defense is Boeing's most important customer. The Defense Department could demand that Boeing's board resign and replace them with new leadership focused on quality and safety. A board that includes some workers. This is something called co-determination. It's pretty common in Europe, especially Germany.
The issue that we always seem to have is with management. Management comes and goes. If you ever want to find out who's the most dedicated to the company, who's the company man, well, I got news for you. Union workers, they're company men and women.
So this story is about monopolies. It's about deregulation. It's about capitalism and profit over people. It's about stock buybacks. This is the deterioration of, our market, and all of the freaking products and services are suffering as a result of this extraction of wealth or whatever, this profit driven model, and some industries really shouldn't be so profit driven, because it results in, the safety of people being compromised, So it's saying, should we nationalize Boeing? Because there's where do you go from here when you have this one company that is completely dominating the whole market? You can't fix this problem. There's no competition. If there was another company that was doing the same thing, then, this company could fall apart and then that company could fill that gap. But there's no other company to fill this gap. So this company has to be viable. It has to continue. It's what do they say? Too big to fail. So it'll be bailed out by the government because it has to be, because otherwise we won't have any planes. We won't have the industry would be destroyed. People won't be able to move around, So these companies shouldn't get to the point where they're too big to fail, first off. So it's so many things that was done wrong for us to get to this point. And it's how do you fix this problem? Planes start falling out of the sky, people start dying left and right, getting hurt or whatever, then, they're going to be under a lot of pressure for something to give, but I don't
remember it's a lot like the car industry. You divide, you compare how much the total lawsuits from having the faulty equipment in play is going to cost you, as opposed to how much would it take to recall all of the stuff that has the problems.
Right.
And if it costs less to pay off the dead people's families than to recall, then that's what they're going to do.
Right. And that is sad. That is scary. It makes you not want to fly, boycotting these countries. I've been seeing a lot of posts where they talk about boycotts and the power of boycotts, and not to say that it doesn't have the power, but for
boycott Boeing if you're a traveler.
But at the end of the day, it's not going to make any difference. First off, for each person that wants to boycott it, you're going to have 100 idiots who's not aware, don't care, whatever. They're not gonna boycott it. And then the next step is Boeing provides all of these stuff for other industries that don't really have to do directly with flying. So boycotting is not going to have an impact on these people. Like, it's not at all. Period.
That's like I would have boycott BlackRock. Okay,
yeah.
you just boycotted 90% of these companies. I'm gonna boycott. It's like,
you're gonna have to go live in the forest.
I'm gonna stand up for slave labor. I want reparations. Blah 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 blah. Okay, well if you get those, tell you what, let us stop you from using any company that uses slave labor in any of their efforts, and let's see what happens. You lose your Nikes, you lose your Jordans,
everything.
You lose most of your clothes, you lose your cell phones, your TVs, your computers. Okay, how do you like it back in the Stone Age?
Your sheets, your blankets, your clothes.
The thing is, we don't need to stop this shit. We need to do better.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a serious topic. That's why I wanted to.
And I know it's
touch on
shitty.
this.
Well, people call me a shitty conservative asshole because I'm like, well, our priority should be stopping it. It's like, okay, our priority should be stopping oil and gas, but who between you and me are going to be the first person to lose their shit when your hairdryer stops working because there's no power?
Or you can't turn on your air conditioner and it's 100 degrees outside.
I mean, we have to find solutions that aren't just bandages, but manage to go, okay, here's where we are. Here's where we want to be. We can't go from here to here immediately. We need to do this first, this next, and then that. And then we need to budget and understand that. And we need to make sure that the goals we set are not out of the ability of our current technology.
And the first thing,
trust that technology is going to go all of a sudden, hey, oh yeah, remember that thing you couldn't do because it was impossible? Yeah, technology, we can't trust that.
Yeah, and I think the first bottom thing you have to look at would be like your mission statements and related to profit over people. But people are going to push back on it. They have investments, they buy stocks, and they just want to make the money off of their stocks. So that system is messed up because these people are twice removed from the direct impact of these situations. They just want their stock price to go up so they can make more money, and they don't really care, about how it gets there, And so that's the fundamentals of the system is the problem.
If I were to own a company and something like that, I would be targeting somewhere between 4 to 8% in profits. Everything from that should go toward either, that should be then split into a thing which goes towards growth of the company, purchasing of facilities and stock back, increasing infrastructure, the workers, and part of that workers thing should also be split into permanent plans, retirement, and IRA matching.
Yeah, well, I would go further than that.
You give up 3.5% of your salary, I will match the other 3.5% which now allows you to take the maximum amount every year towards your IRA.
I would go further than that and say that some of these industries should not have profit in them. You know, the healthcare system, these planes, now you're government mandating control of private business, which is where we're starting to have a divide. Well, it's all intertwined.
This is not infrastructure. We want to start talking about power grid and shit like that. You might be able. I'm much better to be on your side.
This is infrastructure.
And all of it. No, it's not.
This is totally infrastructure. How people move around is infrastructure. Come on. And then how can you separate the government from this company anyways? It's all completely intertwined. Where do you draw the line at?
They produce 50% of planes. Where are the other 50% produced? Why can we not increase our orders and quality from them instead of allowing this private business to pump that? If there's other business choices and viabilities, why are we going to take it over as a government, which is a violation of everything about what we're supposed to be?
I'm pretty sure that number is higher than 50%.
They used 50. They threw 50% through their at least 3 times that I heard.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that number is higher than that.
50%, half, almost half, and around.
They dominate the industry. There's no competition for Boeing.
Anything over 20 or 30% is a domination of an industry.
Yeah, so that's what another part of this is, the conglomerates, the monopolies that we've allowed to happen. What happened to the antitrust laws?
But they're not a monopoly, because the other 50%, you've got Lockheed, you've got I can't name the others. There's 2 other companies that are big and produce planes for us.
Yeah, they talked about the merger between Boeing and what was the name of the other company? I can't think of it right now, but that was a point. Clearly, that's a point where things went nosedive.
That was as big as Fox swallowing up all of these other companies through the pandemic.
Yeah. So then
Disney swallowing up Fox and all the other companies during the pandemic. It was one of those kind of moves.
Yeah, so that other company's way of doing business was more profitable, but it wasn't safe or wasn't viable in the long term. But because of its profitable,
it's real simple. They cut quality to improve profits.
Really simple.
Period. End of statement. That is what monetization, corporate monetization means. Is reduce everything you can to increase profits.
Yeah. So meanwhile,
I only need about 5 to 8%. I would love to have a solid 5, but 8% would be better as my corporate goal toward profit payoffs and stuff like that. It's not pretty. It's not great. It won't make you feel like a friggin' champion. But it's the same thing you can get off of betting on the government and treasury bills.
Well, nobody cares.
The rest of that can go right back into the company and the people that work for it and setting them up.
So the thing is, we're talking about Boeing, but this is everything. This is everyone. This is all the companies. So nobody cares. The CEOs are making money. The shareholders are making money. Executives.
That thing, should we nationalize Boeing? No. I am 100% and will always be. The government does not belong in business.
Well, it's already in there and it's already intertwined. And what other solution I don't know about nationalizing it either, but what other solution do you have? What is the other? what is an alternative?
Enforce regulations, just like they do on all the other companies.
Yeah. And with the stranglehold that they have with their lobbying over Congress, what are the chances that that will happen?
And if we continue to make excuses, nothing will happen. Ever. If we give up before we try, if we don't continue this conversation, if we just sit there and go, oh, well, they're too big. I mean, we're Gen X, dude. We stepped aside. We let this shit happen. So are you saying that stepping back and watching it happen is what we're doing? Or just sitting back and talking shit from the peanut gallery because we checked out?
Yeah, that's what's happening. I ain't gonna lie to you. But if you nationalized it, then you could take the profit model out of it. And that's the same argument I have with healthcare.
If you
take the profit model out
we
of it.
become a communist country.
And that's the reason why things are going to continue to stay the same forever, because people
And I
use
know
that
that's
communism, socialism
like
argument.
I said, you're going to do that because of one thing. You've been told that that's the ultimate thing that's always said, but you don't accept that that is the fact of what you're saying. You're saying government takes over private industries and control them. That is, socialism, actually.
Well, you know, I don't have a problem with socialism. I really don't.
I know you don't, because somehow you think black and brown people are going to come out ahead in that when they fucking won't.
That's not my motivation. It's humans, people coming out ahead. People being able to fly a plane without worrying about the door flying off of it.
Well, again, is that not about inspection and safety? Like you said, why did we give them up to inspect their own shit? Why is the government and the FDA, who every government agency loves to smack fines on people, aren't checking on that? Why aren't why aren't we doing that?
The FDA is not doing their job either.
The question isn't burn the system down. The answer is not burn the system down. The thing is use the system as intended instead of how it's written.
Yeah, well, a lot of these Trump fans,
we actually have to. Well, that's the whole.
They probably don't know that.
I got a problem. Go ahead.
I was gonna say that a lot of them probably don't know that he was the one who, fucking championed this shit in. This one of the. This is a legacy of Trump's election.
I don't.
Trump's term. One of the legacies.
All of those dates that I saw and all of that information stopped in 2019. Okay. Okay. So now we want to, since 45 is up in the fucking room, let's talk about this dumb shit that New York is going on that you were happy about.
What?
You're talking, you like the fact that he got spanked and got fined like $300 million. The trick is, the way business is done in construction, real estate, and all that is you get an appraisal. You give it to the bank. The bank says yes or no, we'll give you the money, or no, we'll only give you this much. So he comes in at 4, they come back at 280. He came back at 375. They come back at 350. Hey, cool. Fine. We'll loan you the money. That is how appraisals are done, and often are inflated and things like that. And now, mind you, remember, this is the way it's done in the industry. I'm not saying good, bad, everyone's legal, everyone's okay. So this is the way you do these deals. This same bank that he supposedly defrauded, knowingly, after that, gave him more money on 2, 3, 4 other loans.
And you're absolutely right.
There's no real crime. No one lost $300 million. You know, there's no money gone. He's just getting fined for that. Now, mind you, here's where I'm going to go into a little bit of information about the guy that is doing this campaigns to get elected. And I've said this, talked about this guy on the show. He campaigned saying, I am going to get him. He gained his political office on the promise that he was going to take down an American citizen, whatever. I'm going to leave it at that. We don't like this guy collectively. So I'm going to get in office and make sure he gets taken down. Now, since this has happened, a lot of people have pulled out of New York and gone, I don't know, because if I want to build something there, if I want to buy one of these buildings and I get it appraised, and then you later, 15, 20 years later, come by and tell me, well, it wasn't worth that, so we're going to sue you for the difference as a fine or whatever, since nobody lost money anywhere. And the other builders are going, I don't know. And you know what the guy's reply was? And you can look this up. You don't have to worry. You're not Trump.
Well, it's true that this is common practice, and it's you know, they've been doing this for a long time, but that doesn't make it right, and it's still fraud. You know what I mean? Like, I hate it when people say we've always done it this way. You know, it's like, so I don't give a damn. It's still wrong.
Do you report all your cash tips?
I don't. No, I don't.
Okay, you have defrauded the government. You should also be prosecuted.
And I feel like everyone,
and just like what I replied the other night, you know, I have elevated my income on paper to qualify to fix my credit and all of that. The system works, but you got to learn how to work it. Were they to take me to court, the letter of the law and the technicality of it, I can show on paper that I did not defraud anybody.
Yeah,
but by the word, by the spirit of that law, I am guilty. And that's the same thing going there. He's being convicted not on the way they do it, he's being convicted because of letter of the law, not because of the way everybody understands and uses the law.
I get it, but this way of doing things,
and they're
is how
doing it to tie up his finances and his time.
This way of doing things is how we've landed in this pickle that we're in right now. Boeing didn't do anything illegal, really. You know what I'm saying? They didn't really break the law.
No. Somewhere
in
all of this mess, when government inspection and oversight was removed from government and placed in Boeing's hands, that became illegal. FFA and OSHA inspections override any private, personal kind of things, stuff like that.
It's still not really.
That's what has to be looked into.
It's still not really against the law. Even when OSHA comes in, they fine you or whatever. They can't take anybody to jail because there's no laws being broken.
No, but whenever you're fined, that becomes public knowledge.
Yeah, so but
Public
see, we're
knowledge
comparing
gets
this to
reported.
Trump
Public knowledge gets open and stuff like that.
because it's
Like I say,
like the same thing with the Trump situation. That's how we're comparing these two. That's because that's the reason why all they can do is come in and fine him.
I'm going to tell you about 45 right now. You were laughing because where's he going to come up with the money? Is his shoes? You know where he's got his big money right now.
Where is that? Campaign donations?
No. His original investment in Truth Media is right now worth approximately $4 billion.
Well, he can't liquidate that.
Yeah, if he needs to, he can, because
he'd have to sell his stake in it.
No, he's one of the major players in it. All he's got to do is convince him to go public. And he is over a 50% majority, or he's 40%. So all he's got to do is get like 10% of the other people to say, yeah, we can go public. And then everybody makes fucking billions. He got all the money he needs, and he won't even sell it on day one. He's going to wait a week till after it goes public and shoots to the top, and that $4 billion is actually going to be worth $8 billion. Then he's going to dump all of his stocks. It's going to shoot down to nothing, and then they'll take 20%, half of that money, and buy all of his stocks back, and still have $48 billion to play with.
I was reading a story that they're already talking about going public with that company. Let me read this caption. It says,
I'm on my shit. I know I talk conspiracies and stuff like that, but that's, you see, man.
Let me read the caption. It says, corporate executives have transformed Boeing from a company that makes planes to a company that makes massive profits. Their dangerous scheme is starting to fall apart, just like their planes. Comment, it says, honestly, I think it would also be dope to just nationalize a new competitor to Boeing. The culture at Boeing was destroyed after the McDonnell Douglas merger. If you want to nationalize that company, you literally have to remove everyone that is linked to them. It's the only way. And that's what they said too. You'd have to take out all of those executives. But if these stuff is, you might have too many of those little, what do you call them? It's like the company initiatives or whatever that be in there. You know how everything works like a mechanism, and it has those initiatives in there. And then you could take out all of the executives, but those initiatives still in there. So you're going to end up with the same results. So yeah, you may not be able to save Boeing at this point. I mean, you'd have to rip up all of that. How the time that it would take, the effort that it would take to go through there line for line and take out all of those initiatives that lead to these results would be tedious and time consuming and probably pretty much impossible.
And then, like I said, you've got the 3 planes they're working on that are in R&D for the government. We can't back off spending for them. They have to be alive, or we lose all of those billions of dollars that we've given them already to develop these things.
And how intricate
it becomes a wash.
And how intertwined it is with the military. Again, there's going to be impossible to, work through those details. Let me read another comment. It says, give all of Boeing's subsidies to Amtrak and bring high-speed rail to the U.S. once and for all. I like that. And I was talking about, we did it in the show. Were you here yes, you was here when I was talking about the high-speed rails would compete with the air traffic, especially, domestically, like from city to city, like within the northeastern corridor or whatever. That's one of the busiest areas over there. And people are taking flights from Maine to New York or whatever, like pretty much short trips, and it's the amount of time that they spend at the airport waiting to board the flight and all of that, and then having to get off the flight and all of that. Like the high-speed rail would be more efficient. It'd be better for the environment and, better overall, period. In less time. Some of these east to west coast flights. Yeah. So maybe that's a reason why we're having a hard time getting the high-speed rails here in the United States, is because of the power that the air industry has over the lobbying that it has over Congress. You know, it's going to definitely cut into their profits if you have some efficient ass trains, especially like I say, the pretty much local ones. You know, I'm
Dude,
trying to think.
I think
Connecticut,
Texas,
New York.
I think Texas should join up all 4 of our little cities into a big triangle. Because if you
Boom.
look, it's not straight, but we got a triplex area where everything in the center can just become small, specialized areas that do things for the overall metro thing.
Yeah. Dallas, San Antonio.
Sorry,
Houston.
I've been getting a little sci-fi lately, so
I like that. I really do. And I mean, I've been saying for the longest on the show, we need to change the way we're building our cities anyways.
a lot of the future sci-fi call us the 3-city triplex, which we lose one of the cities. I believe it's Austin, Dallas, and Houston.
Let me read a comment here. It says nationalize Boeing, nationalize Exxon, nationalize Amazon, and keep going.
Why would you nationalize Amazon? That's some fucked up shit.
It's so big.
That dude started from 16 people in a warehouse in Dallas and built it to where he is today. And you're going to tell me it's okay to take that fucking away from him and say,
buy him out, give him $1 trillion,
and watch the quality and thing and everything he's built it to be with the upcoming go downhill with government efficiency?
Yeah. Well, that's always the argument that the government can't.
I want to say something that's really been bugging me a lot lately, man. And that is, for someone who preaches so much about how the government is so powerful and oppressive, and the things that they do, and corporations are so powerful and oppressive, 98% of your answers on how to solve the problems are to give them more power or to give them more money.
Yeah, well, I think that there's a lot of fallacies out there related to the efficiency of the government. And it's like they want to say that private industry does it better than the government. And in a lot of cases, that shit is not true. Like freaking the mail industry, the postal service, like that shit is pretty damn efficient. You know, there's some other examples.
It's a private company that's been bailed out by the government 10 years in a row.
There's a lot of examples. It's a narrative that's given to us.
Post office, like I said, is not a government agency. It is a private agency that, if they lose money, the government pays for it.
It's a narrative that's been given to us to say that, you know, the government is not efficient and you can always, the private sector always does it better. And that's not true. That's just not true.
The private sector does do it better, but when they get involved with the government and they know the government money is there, the efficiency drops to maximize the amount of government profit they can make. Because they know government is a fucking sugar daddy and they will pay out as long as you make sure you are mostly doing what you're supposed to.
And then there's the other part where they sabotage stuff to make it look like it doesn't work well, to be able to have private come in and take over it. Let me read another comment. It says, how about we just nationalize flight? The entire industry is essential to our economy. You know, I think that it is a utility. It is a infrastructure.
So what does that mean for world travel and companies who don't really operate directly in the United States but have planes here and have hangars?
Yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be complicated.
No,
but
no,
you
that
can-
ain't. That's not complicated. That's why we don't take companies under government control by force.
Another comment that says corporate greed standing in direct opposition of human safety again. I'm so shocked. Another one that says,
by the way, we're not on Rumble.
oh yeah. It says 3 people are watching, 532,
Was it?
38.
I tried to find it when I first got on and didn't. It may have gotten in, but I couldn't find it earlier.
Yeah, it says 5 hours, 32 minutes, and it's ticking. It's 3 people watching on Rumble.
Cool.
Comment, it says Seattle area disrupt the Boeing cocktail event at Museum of Flight tonight, 6 p.m. Okay. I don't even know how long ago this was. It's probably not very well. 3 days ago.
Dude, Seattle will protest anything.
Let me see. Do I have?
It's kind of like, I don't like what happened. What do we do? I don't know. What would Seattle do? They were the ones that tried to make that several block area in the middle of the federal park and stuff like that, or the state park, which no one seems to consider any kind of insurrection, even though they said, oh, America's laws don't work here. We're keeping everybody out, which resulted in thousands and thousands of dollars of theft, 5 rapes or five shootings, 3 rapes, and 2 or 3 deaths.
Let me read this. It says, what is happening at Boeing is happening in every industry. A general trend toward financialization and hedge fund culture that sees only numbers, not people's lives or well-being. It's just that aviation has a way of making the corruption impossible to hide. It's the dead canary.
Dude, Chewy's. You worked at Chewy's, right?
Nah.
Oh, I thought you worked at Chewy's too. It was Outback.
Nah.
So
Yeah, no.
I actually got poached away from Chewy's to Outback. And Chewy's poached me away from Nick's place or Bennigan's. And then didn't follow through.
Let me read the caption. It says, when we say every industry, this includes the healthcare industry. You don't want to know what LabCorp and Quest have normalized. Another comment says, we are the ones that have the power. We have the money. If you want to support these companies, don't cry about it afterwards. There goes another person thinking that their boycott is really going to make a damn difference. It's like the person who thinks their reusable grocery bag is going to make a damn difference. You know, it's not. It's an illusion. You know, you want to make a difference.
It's not an illusion. It's a $2 purchase you were tricked into making.
Your metal straw is not gonna make a difference. Your reusable cup is not gonna make a difference.
Hey, I feel attacked.
I'm sure most of the audience too.
No. I use a metal straw. To be fair, I don't use it because of the environment and all that shit. I use it because it works on my cup. I don't have to keep searching for a fucking plastic straw and shit like that, and so on and so forth. You know, I don't have to buy a box of straws to fit it. I got one. I don't even drink anything but water out of my cup, so it never really gets dirty. I brush it out about once every month or two just to make sure, because there's never any water left in it.
I saw a report about these cups, and they're carrying all kinds of freaking microorganisms, fucking built up bacteria, basically. Let me read another comment. It says,
because people are filling them most of the time. They're filling them with Cokes and tea and things like that leave a residue. and there's stuff in there that it can attach and grow to. You know, like you get a steel cup, you do coffee in it, and you see the coffee limes in it. But even if you drink other stuff, there's still the coffee limes and things. So people just, you know, it stays on there. I don't drink anything but water out of mine, literally. And then I clean it maybe once a month, like I said. And I've never had a problem. And actually, I've had people start a conversation with me because the metal straw. Most of them attacking me because they think I'm one of those weird hippies.
Yeah. Let me read a couple more comments. It says, I was in higher education for way too long, and the unrest, anger amongst admin and faculty is absolutely boiling over. Another comment, it says, we need an anti-capitalist party, a united front against capitalism to destroy it off the face of the earth before it kills us all. Another one, it says, Boeing is the most government subsidized company in America. Another one.
Not true.
Says,
Walmart is.
The numbers are probably bigger in Boeing. That's probably what they mean. Let me read this one. It says, John Barnett, a Boeing whistleblower, was found dead. Welcome to the age of corporate dictatorship. And I wish I had that clip where he said I wasn't suicided. I don't know where the hell it is. Really wish I had that. I know I have it somewhere. And I hate it when I freaking think I'm organized and I'm freaking not. I know I had that, and I know I wanted to share it. Oh, is this it? No, that's not it. I thought I found it. Oh shit. Anyways, because I'm gonna have to get out of here, but I'm not ready to get out of here yet. I didn't do any shows, and I need some editing clips. So what I'm gonna do is randomly go through these ones before we get out of here and see what we got. What I haven't covered, and just do some of these. Hold on. I thought this was cute. Let me play this right quick.
Now, if it isn't antimatter, as I live and breathe. Howdy, partner. And you know as well as I do that two old gunslingers such as ourselves can't be in here at the same time. Is that a fact? It's the law. Her establishment, her rules. And she ain't keen on breaking them. Well then, seems you and me got ourselves a bit of a problem. I reckon we do. But I also heard tell there's a mite more of me than there is of you. Around these parts, might is all you need. Now, we don't want no trouble around here. Drinks for both of you, on the house. I thank you kindly. To creation and destruction. Now, looky here, Matter. I believe you do have an extra bullet in that there chamber of yours, and it might be enough to lick me. Hell, you might even have enough left over to make the stars and the planets and all them other doodads. But you just remember one thing. The universe being born right now might wear your face, but every spark, every burst of energy, every flash of light will owe its existence to our tangle here today. And when the dust settles, folks ages from now are gonna look up, and they're gonna wonder about the force that dared oppose you. Now, let's draw.
Really cute. She makes really intelligent clips. Her stuff is great. Anyways, this one is, she's like matter versus antimatter, and then it's got the universe there in the background. This is the other character. So it's the idea of the Big Bang and like antimatter and matter going at it, you know. Really cool stuff right here. Brilliant. Yeah, that's my nerdy side right there. I love that shit. Let's do this one. It says, working class people aren't lazy. They're fed up. UAW leader tells Senate. Sean Fain slammed the Wall Street freeloaders, the masters of passive income, for how little they contribute to humanity. I have a clip on him too, because he went to the went to Congress and was lighting them up. It says, United Auto Workers, President Sean Fain on Thursday made clear to a key U.S. Senate panel that working class people nationwide are deeply frustrated with the epidemic of lives dominated by work and the fight for livable wages while executive compensation continues to climb. Are the employees going to act? Will Congress act? How can working class people take back their lives and take back their time? Fain asked during the Senate Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee hearing on a 32-hour work week. And I know what people and many in this room will say. They'll say people just don't want to work, or working class people are lazy. But the truth is, working class people aren't lazy. They're fed up. They're fed up with being left behind and stripped of dignity and wealth inequality in this nation. The world spirals out of control, he continued. They're fed up that in America, 3 families have as much wealth as the bottom 50% of citizens in this nation. That is criminal. America is better than this. So I want to close with this. I agree there is an epidemic in this country of people who don't want to work, people who can't be bothered to get up every day and contribute to our society, but instead of want to freeload off the labor of others, Fain added. But those aren't blue-collar people. Those aren't the working class people. It's a group of people who are never talked about for how little they actually work and produce and how little they contribute to humanity. The people I'm talking about are the Wall Street freeloaders, the masters of passive income. UAW leaders stressed that those who profit off the labor of others have all the time in the world, while those who make this country run, the people who build the products and contribute to labor, have less and less time for themselves, for their families, and for their lives. So our union's gonna continue to fight for the rights of working class people to take back their lives and take back their time. And we ask you to stand up with American workers and support us in that mission. Man, I ain't gonna lie, I really kind of enjoy this guy talking. Earlier I covered the thing, Bernie Sanders introduced the bill for the 32-hour work week. And I think it's a good idea, you know, and that's what we're kind of talking about here is work-life balance, you know, and just because somebody doesn't want to work like from sun up to sundown, Monday through Sunday, doesn't mean that they're freaking lazy, you know, and it's like money isn't everything. Call me crazy. It says billions of cicadas, if I'm not pronouncing that right, I think I'm saying it right, are about to emerge, creating a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. It says sometimes late this spring, under a cloak of darkness, a horde of bulbous-eyed insects will emerge from underground, beginning anytime between late April to June. 2 broods of cicadas will emerge for a rare, dually occurring return to the world above, something that hasn't happened in 221 years. Really interesting stuff. And you guys are going to see it because it's going to be everywhere. They're going to be dead all over the streets and everywhere. Like, interesting stuff. It'll be a gorging time for nature. They're going to eat till their bellies are full with these guys, these little guys right here. You know, I've always been curious about them too. Since I was a little kid, I would see it and it would be like, they would be everywhere when they happen. It's one of those things, the way nature, you know, finds its way to succeed. And in this situation, they all spawn at the same time because they're food for like almost everything. So, you know, they just overload. So words, you know, most of them are going to make it through. So many of them are going to make it through to be able to breed, you know, for the next go round. So that's their way of doing it. You know, if they didn't all come out at the same time, then they would get ate up and maybe not have a chance to procreate. So life finds a way, you know, really cool, man. Life goes on forever and it finds a way to do that. This is their way of doing it. It says, comment, it says, there were just 3 summers ago and they come back every 7 years, as I understand. Why is this changed? Fake news again. Whatever, bro. It's different breeds. It's different what is the damn word I'm looking for? They're not all the same. There's different. Damn it, what is the word I'm trying to look for? They're not the same ones. Similar, but not the same. Another comment, it says, and there came out of the smoke locusts upon the earth, and unto them was given power, as the scorpions of the earth have power. Another one that says, I'm tired of multiple once in a lifetime experiences. Can we not? Oh my God. Like yeah, it seems like that. It definitely does. Like, I'm a millennial and I've seen the internet come about. I've seen CDs come and go, cassette tapes come and go. Everything is streaming now. I don't know, man. Lots of once in a lifetime deals, like major changes. Yeah, maybe we've had enough, I'm gonna just quickly go through some of these before I get up out of here. Did I cover this one? It says Finance Brian has taken over everything in this country so completely that they're about to turn checking out at the grocery store into a subscription service. Walmart and Target want to make people pay an annual fee to use their self-checkout. First, they make us do their jobs. Now they're trying to make us pay to do it. What craziness. How did we get here? It says price gouging shoppers for the privilege of swiping and bagging our own price gouged purchases is like a Harvard MBA's wet dream. Like, you got people getting paid a lot of money to sit in a room and try to think of a way to make more money, yeah, I don't know, like, who's gonna pay for this? So, but then they're gonna force you, right? Because if there's only one checkout line open and it's long as hell, and then you can go through the self-checkout, but you got to pay for a subscription to do that. You're going to end up paying for that subscription because your time is more important to you than the couple of dollars. It's probably not going to be expensive. And then this is going to be another way to track you. It's like everything asks you for your phone number, your email address now. Everything you buy, like, they want you to join their whatever club or whatever. They're going to give you discounts or send you fucking sales emails or whatever. Everything is tracking you. So, like, the people that steal in, then boom, that's another way that they're going to keep track of you and build a case on you. Because every time you go through the self-checkout line, you're stealing something and you think you're getting away with it. And then you get a bill in the mail or something. Comment, it says the self-checkout lanes, which are often the only choice because only one regular checkout lane is open, they're out of their effing minds with this one. Another one that says, if I see you stealing from Walmart, I didn't see you stealing from Walmart. Another one that says, there are people who should be so grateful and who clearly are not so grateful that we refrain from touching hundreds of buildings every day. What does that have to do with this? Another one that says they really want us to stop coming into the stores. They know we're not going to stop coming in the store. So what? You got a garden and some chickens, and you know how to slaughter the animals. You're going to cut up everything, and you're going to clean your vegetables, and you're going to do all that, and you're going to go to work? I don't think so. Another comment that says, we live in a society that wants to monetize everything. God, that's an understatement. They're going to charge us for oxygen soon. Another comment that says, one thing I've learned is boycotting is to companies what protesting is to political parties. We can vote this and any future abuses out by boycotting the company. Yeah, we mentioned this earlier, and that's really pretty much a pipe dream, buddy. I'm sorry. It's not going to work. For each one of us who boycott, it's going to be 100 people that don't. So they don't care. They'll lose your business, but they got 100 other dudes that is going to fill your spot. Doesn't work. You have to attack them from within. You got to force them to move differently. Like we were talking about the metal straws and the reusable grocery bags. But if you force those companies to produce products in a sustainable way, then that's going to have an impact. Stop the packaging is ridiculous. It's a bag inside of a box, inside of a bag, inside of a box, and then we put that in the bag and walk out of the store. But those packaging does not have to be like that. You know, they don't care. The plastic is really cheap to produce. You know, the cardboard is really cheap to produce. You know, they can't recycle the plastic either. Like, that's a lie that they told us, but the plastic doesn't get recycled. It's pretty much impossible to do. And it's way cheaper to just make some more. So we have to force them to not use all this plastic. Another comment says, when the F do we start doing what people did 100 years ago? I mean, half the country wants to go back to it. Maybe we should bring back dragging business owners out of their homes at night for this type of stuff. These private community protected execs don't care you till their lives are on the line, just as ours are right now. Yeah, I think that we should hold them criminally accountable for stuff that they do. And that's one of the things that we haven't done. And that's why they don't have no fear. Like, you got the ones who did the opiate and pandemic, you know, the Sackler family, you know, these people should be criminally held accountable. And if you do that, then that'll deter people from doing the same thing in the future. But we don't. So they just continue to do it, and they go out the back door with the bag, you know, continue to get richer and richer and richer, you know, and people continue to die, you know, and everybody looks away because it's making money is what we look up to. You know, that's what the coolest thing to do is hoard wealth. You know, and those are the cool people. Like, I was reading something, it was like, we think that celebrity and integrity go together or whatever. Like, you know, I don't know how we got there with that. How do we get to the point where we're thinking like that? Hold these people accountable. That's the only way. Another comment says, this is going to motivate people to shoplift more to counter the subscription. Well, we know how you think. Another comment says, I already have a job, thanks. I'm not donating my time to multi-billion-dollar corporations on the weekend so some suit can buy a yacht for his yacht. It says, sure would be a shame if we all started blacking out cameras in these places and helping our fellow shoppers load stuff into the carts. Total shame. You know, they keep on pushing. You're going to get to the point where it's going to be like that. You know, but we don't want to live in a Mad Max dystopia with warlords. Check this one out. Sweden, we tax billionaires 55.5%. Netherlands, we tax ours 49.5%. Germany, we tax ours 47.47%. United States, you tax your billionaires? It says, did you know that until the 70s, top marginal tax rates were between 91 and 65%? Anyone want to take a guess at when inequality started skyrocketing? Taxing the billionaires is a social democrat tactic. There should be no billionaires. We must end the parasitic wealth extraction methods they employ so that the working class may never be exploited so terribly again. It says Reagan really sealed the deal on lowering their tax obscenely. The good old trickle down of Reaganomics. Yep, they lied to us. A lot of people still think that shit is true. Crazy. They tried to rob that guy. He showed them the business. I'm not going to share that. Play this one.
Comments might be strong, but it's how I genuinely feel. I don't care that you're a Christian. I don't care what the Bible says. Like, I feel like it's a clown show like sitting here trying to decipher what your little mythical book has to say about these very real political issues, right? I don't care if you're Christian. In fact, I will fight for you to have your religious liberty and practice your Christianity. I believe in that. I don't believe in Christianity, which means that you do not get to dictate the way I live my life based on your religion. I don't care what the Bible says. You have every right in the world. All those women who identify with your religion have every right in the world to not get an abortion, to not take birth control, but they do not have the right to dictate my life and what I decide to do with my body. I don't care about your goddamn religion. I'm so tired of having nonstop conversations about what the Bible says. You live your life in the way that you interpret the Bible. Again, I don't care, but you don't get to take the Bible and tell me, well, the Bible says this in this chapter, in this verse. I don't care. I don't care. I don't believe in it. And I have the right, based on our Constitution, to not believe in it. These comments.
Yeah. Yeah. You don't have the right to dictate to me how I'm supposed to live my life based on your religion. Comment, caption, it says, the idea of separating church and state is about keeping religion and government apart. It means the government doesn't officially support or get involved with any religion, and religious groups don't have control over government decisions. This setup helps create a government that doesn't favor one religion over another, allowing people to follow whatever belief system they choose without interference from the state. And it's crazy how it seems like we're getting further and further away from the idea of separating church and state when you have the state dictating laws based on religious beliefs. And a lot of that, you guys are going to be mad at me for saying it, but a lot of it is coming from the conservative side. You know, yeah, it's a Christian nation and all of that, you know. Okay, you have the right to believe what you want to believe, but they founded this nation on the idea of freedom of religion, you know, and separation of church and state to keep from things getting the way that they were before. They didn't want a repeat of the monarchy, you know. But it seems like we're going back to that. We're going backwards. It says, life note, this idea will kill the lobbyists in America regardless. You Democrat or Republican, this would be the only way to keep America out wars in the future. It takes power away from any group in American politics. Pay attention. Yeah, the evangelical group has gained a lot of power. DJ Too Deep, I used to know this guy. It says the U.S. is the most Sodom and Gomorrah-ish place on the planet. You can believe her. You can believe her all you want and get what she's gonna get. What? What are you trying to say here? So she's gonna go to hell for saying that stuff that she's saying? I mean, you can feel that way, you know? So, and you can feel like they're gonna go to hell after they die, and that's fine, but it's not up to you to save her soul. Comment says, so why did she say God's name in vain if she doesn't believe in him? She can believe whatever she wants. However, as Christians, we have a duty to protect the unborn, the children, widows, and the elderly. So this is why we vote and govern the way we do. We don't have to justify this to her because she chooses to reject Christ. Again, believe what you want. I will still pray for you. The point of what she's making is the separation of church and state. So you feel like you're a Christian and you feel like the laws that should come down should reflect your Christian values. So, but what about the people who aren't Christians, the people who believe other religions? So what if it was another religion that was making laws that came down and dictated to you about how you feel? You're okay with it as long as it's Christians because you're a Christian. But if it was Buddhists or Muslims or Hindu or, I mean, you name it, you would have a problem with it. So you're not thinking about all of these people out here who don't have the same views that you have. You feel like everybody should be Christian. You feel like Jesus is the way and the light, and that's it. So that's where we get lost, is because we got this, point of view that our perspective is the right one and everyone else's is wrong. It's like the all the Muslims should convert to Christianity and accept Jesus as your Lord and personal Savior. All the Hindus, everyone, the ones who live in the Amazon rainforest, who've never seen a church in a day in their life, they need to accept Jesus Christ and then Lord and personal Savior, or they're going to go to hell. And whatever laws we make reflect Christian values. I mean, I know you don't see anything wrong with it, but you're wrong. Because if it was flipped, what if it was the atheists and they were making some laws? What if it was the Satanists and they were making laws to reflect their religion and they were making you follow those laws? What would you do? Comment says, she's right. Separate church and state. Stop both sides in. The Republican Party is the only party trying to be religion into making political decisions. It says, scroll through these comments and saw that her choosing not to believe in the Bible or Christianity, Jesus, ruffled some feathers. Well, in all honesty, us black folks prayed to Jesus those entire 400 years of slavery for freedom. He took his time answering that prayer. I'm just saying. Another comment, it says, easy to say while sitting in a country quite literally founded on Christian doctrine. You're welcome for the right to speak without being stoned to death also, ma'am. And it wasn't. The country was not founded on Christian doctrine. And I don't know where people are getting that from, because it doesn't say that anywhere. Another comment says, white people wrote the Bible, white people wrote the Constitution, and ain't near one meant for us. So at best, it's all trivial. Next. Another one, it says, without rules of how to live, you have chaos. No fear of the choices you make in this life also being chaos. I can agree with you on that, but do the rules have to be based on Christianity? Another comment says, I absolutely agree, and I'm Christian. Another one, it says, Christians should govern themselves, not worry about trying to control other people's belief systems. The world will be a better place. Another comment, it says, the Bible is not a mythical book, but Christianity is not in the Bible. Christian, which means Christ-like, is in the Bible. God doesn't want to be forced upon anyone either. He said, whosoever will let him come. One thing for sure, the way we live here on this earth determines how we will spend eternity. She doesn't believe, doesn't change the fact that God is real. Every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess that Jesus Christ is the Lord. So yeah, all of the Hindus and the Muslims, they're all of them, their knees going to bow and their tongue's going to confess that Jesus Christ is the Lord. And how can you be so confident of what's going to happen after you die? What evidence do you have to support that? It's in the Bible. Another comment says, the seed and the serpent seed. Another one, she has every right to feel and speak as she has. Another one, but she's absolutely correct. Another one, this country doesn't believe in Christian doctrine, because if they truly did, they would not operate and do things these so-called leaders do. They have weaponized the Bible as a form of control over people. That is what I think. I really think a lot of these people don't really, because if they did, then we wouldn't have any homeless people. We wouldn't have any hungry people. Simple as that. They don't really believe. They just use it as a weapon, and they just really just want to control people. And that's really what it's about. We wouldn't even have a need for laws at all, if these people really believed, because they would carry themselves in that way and they wouldn't lie, they wouldn't cheat, they wouldn't steal, because they know it's wrong. No need for a law. You know, no need to punish these people, because they're going to feel like they're going to go to hell anyways as a result. I mean, whatever. Let me read this. It says, it was not actually, there is not a single mention of God or Jesus in the Constitution. Quite the contrary. It clearly states in the First Amendment that Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, and also states no religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust under the United States. The Founding Fathers intended for the complete opposite. They fought for freedom of religion, any religion. And that's the reason why when they swear you in to be, you know, in office, it doesn't have to be the Bible that you put your hand on. As many people have been sworn in putting their hand on other books other than the Bible, because this is not a nation found on Christianity. I don't know where that is coming from. Is it raining?
Competitor? Are you an ally? Are you a threat? How would you regard your relationship with Britain?
First of all, between China and Britain, from the Chinese perspective, Britain is not a rival, it's not a competitor, it is not an enemy, it's not an adversary. Britain is just an important country to get along with in peace and in friendship and for mutual benefit. Now, how Britain looks at China, it's up to the British government and people to decide. But I think it would be completely misguided for Britain to view China as an enemy or adversary or a competitor. What do China and Britain compete with? China is the largest manufacturer of automobiles. Competing with Britain? No. China is the largest exporter of EV cars and will lead the whole world in EV production. Is Britain a competitor? No. China will be the biggest and most important producer and R&D in terms of semiconductor in no time. Does that mean that China competes with Britain? No. China will be the leading nation in AI revolution. Is Britain a competitor? No. So I think British government should not overestimate its impact on the global scene and view Britain as a rival of China. China is not. China is a fact. China is a megatrend for Britain to live with and get along with. Let's make peace rather than agitating for war.
Are you a
Yeah, man. Let's make peace instead of agitate for war. I think that the UK is living in the past where the sun doesn't set on the how does it go? The sun doesn't set on the empire. You know, it's not that way anymore. You know, and reality is reality. You know, so this guy is straight burning them. They're not facing reality. Their ego is in the way of them facing the truth, you know. It's just a reality. It says, one day the earth will chat to the UK like this. No, Africa, I guess that's what they meant. Just a matter of time. It says, Chinese dude humiliated the whole UK. It says, if we unite our resources, if we unite our armies, if we unify our state, this will be us in the next 10 to 20 years, talking to our former colonizer. Another comment says, not gonna lie, this man doesn't even mean any disrespect. He's only stating facts. Another one that says, Buddy said Britain still uses Windows XP. It says, only colonial nostalgia and white supremacy could make sad little Britain think it is a competitor with China in anything. Another one that says, exactly, Britain has no resources. Another comment that says, I had an insane amount of joy watching that. Another one that says, dude humbled an entire nation. I doubt it. These people weren't humbled. They got the queen. All hail the queen. It's LMAO. He just verbally kicked Britain's ball over the fence and said, go play somewhere else. Don't play with us. Another one that says, eagles don't play with chickens. One more. It says, not seen anyone more fluent and straightforward in such a diplomatic manner. Oh, man. China is like, we're not worried about y'all. Y'all can talk what y'all want to talk. Keep on doing what you're doing. It's fine. Have fun with that. It says, breaking, Congressman William Keating sold Boeing stock February 28, 2024. The DOJ announced it was investigating Boeing on February 29, 2024. He sold the day before it was reported that DOJ was investigating Boeing. How is this legal? Insider trading, they all do it, both sides, Republicans and Democrats. It's not surprising that a lot of them go in with not that much money and they leave out with a lot of money, and even if they don't leave out with a lot of money, they land a cush job where they get paid a whole bunch of money when they come out. It's corruption at its fullest. One of the things with the Boeing thing is that we're talking about all of the different stuff with Boeing, but we're not talking about how the DOJ is investigating them, because we were talking about the guy who offed himself because he was going to be on trial. And that's what covered the headlines or whatever, but it took away from the fact that they're investigating Boeing. Like, wait a minute, back up. What is going on? Why are they investigating Boeing? And then what are the results are going to be for that? And they're not covering that trial like they're covering everything Donald Trump is doing. Every little aspect of his trials. I haven't seen any clips from anything related to the trial of Boeing. Another caption, it says, insider trading is 100% legal if you're a congressman. Another comment says, this is why our country is broken. The rich control everything, and they use the religious fanatics to distract us because they know they want to control how other people live their lives and are nothing but power-hungry wannabe overlords. They think The Handmaid's Tale was a rom-com. Yeah, man, I think we're headed to a situation very similar to Handmaid's Tale. Maybe we're already there and we don't even realize it. He said, the rich control everything, and they use religious fanatics to distract us. They use religious fanatics as a tool to get the stuff done that they want to get done. And it's really all about oppressing the people and controlling the people, making sure that we keep up the status quo of this class divide, making sure that you keep the boot on the neck of these poor people. And it doesn't even matter what your skin tone is or what your religious background is, your ethnicity. None of that stuff matters. You are a peon, you are a worker bee, you are a slave. And we're going to make sure you know that and remind you of that every day. You better get up early in the morning and make it to work on time, because if you don't, you're going to be homeless and out there living under a bridge. And it's illegal to be homeless. So now we're going to take you to jail, and then we're going to make you work for free. So comment, it says, but no, a TikTok ban is more important than a congressional stock trading ban. Ooh, bing, bing, bing. Shots fired. Yeah, you see what they care about. They won't even put that on the table. Even if it was put on the table, none of them is gonna vote for it. Why would they? They're gonna make less money or go to jail for trying to do this stuff? Never gonna happen. Comment, it says, get arrested for crimes is a poor person activity. Exactly. Our system is not set up for wealthy folks to go to jail, no matter what they do. Another comment, and you can be poor and not do anything illegal and land in jail. People would be like, oh, he must have did something wrong. Okay, keep thinking that. Your ass will be caught up in this situation too. You don't have no lawyer. They're going to appoint you a court-appointed lawyer who's going to railroad you in. They're going to freaking force you to take a plea. They're going to tell you, if you don't take this plea, you're going to go to jail for 100 million years. So then you're going to take the plea and you're going to get railroaded into the system, even though you didn't do anything wrong. You know, most cases never go to trial. They plea all of them. It's like 80% or something. It's a huge number. You don't have a lawyer to tell you, bro, don't take that plea. They're going to be like, well, you don't want to go to trial because if you do, we're going to lock you up forever. So take this plea. It says, because he's not Martha Stewart, insider trading is totally illegal. But if you're a congressperson, you can get away with it. Yeah, they use Martha Stewart as scapegoat's not the word. She was used as an example, you know. Yeah. Another comment says, when you work in government, the police force, or a billionaire, you can do anything you want except your actual job. It says he's not on the Judiciary Committee, so it's unlikely that he had insider information. I mean, Boeing has been taking a beating most of the year, and justifiably so. Plenty of people have sold their stock. Give me more evidence other than a representative not on the Justice Committee sold stock of collapsing company before in a judicial investigation. Okay, whatever. If you don't want to believe it, bro, go ahead and keep drinking the Kool-Aid. You know, and just because he's not on the committee doesn't mean he haven't heard anything. These guys are humans. You think they don't talk about work stuff with each other when they're at the bar or whatever? And that's what a lot of people I don't think understand with this partisan politics where they're pointing fingers at each other and like the other side is the devil and they're lying and they're cheaters and they're, you know, destroying the country. Y'all don't know. These people are friends. The R's and the D's. Their kids go to the same schools. Washington, D.C. is not that big, bro. It's little. These people bump into each other all the time. Restaurants, bars, or whatever. They hang out. They have drinks. They chop it up. They're friends. They're putting on a show for you when the cameras are rolling. When the cameras go off, they're freaking high-fiving and hugging each other and buying each other drinks. Says Whitmire, Houston firefighters agreed a $650 million back pay deal to end contract stalemate. It will cost Houston taxpayers more than $650 million to settle City Hall's long-running contract stalemate with the firefighters union, according to terms of a deal released Thursday. Mayor John Whitmire and the Houston Professional Firefighters Association, Local 341, announced they signed a deal to end the dispute, which has dominated Houston's municipal politics for nearly a decade, paying out in court battles and at the ballot box. The framework still requires sign-off from the state district judge overseeing the court case that firefighters filed against the city in 2017. The two sides said they plan to outline the settlements for the court on Monday. So they're going to get back pay, you know. And, you know, y'all talk about socialism and communism or whatever. Do y'all want to pay for your firefighters to come out or whatever? Like, but that's a socialism type of deal, right? The firefighters, right? Like, we all pay for the common good of somebody coming out, not caring what color somebody is or who started the fire or what was the circumstances. They investigate all that shit later. They come out to stop the damn fire, you know, save property, save lives or whatever, you know. And, you know, so you don't like socialism, then you don't like firefighters. You don't like the fire department. Socialism. Call me crazy. Did I do this one?
Crisis we talk about a lot in this country, but we never talk about the causes of that. You know, there's been studies done, you know, increases in stress from working 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, you're sacrificing family life and things you want to pursue. It causes an increase in cortisol levels, which lead to heart disease, cancer, strokes. You know, but given all those facts, if someone is lucky enough to get to retire typically, when they've worked themselves to death their entire life, they face knee replacements, hip replacements, shoulder surgeries, and the rest of their lives figuring out how they're going to survive. So, you know, it's sad to say that in 1933, the U.S. Senate passed legislation to establish a 30-hour work week, but due to intense corporate opposition, that legislation failed. But in 1940, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt signed the Fair Labor Standards Act, establishing a 40-hour work week. 84 years ago, the 40-hour week was established. And since then, we've had a 400% increase in productivity, but nothing's changed. You know, that was why we had in our Big Three campaign, we had our stand-up strike. We raised the flag for a 32-hour work week. This isn't just a union issue, contrary to what some people want to talk about. This is a working class issue. And that's why 75% of America, we have a mental health crisis we talk about a lot in this country, but we never talk about the causes of that. You know, there's been studies done, you know, increases in stress from working 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, you're sacrificing family life and things you want to pursue. It causes an increase in cortisol level.
Yeah, man, mental health crisis, you know, maybe it has something to do with us stressing about paying our rent next month, you know. Maybe it has something to do with us doing a tedious job that we hate day in and day out. Because if we don't do it, we're going to be homeless, you know. Maybe it has something to do with us being lonely, you know, because we don't have time to have a social life, you know. It says Bernie Sanders is holding a Senate hearing today on making 32-hour work week with no reduction in pay the standard in America. UAW President Shawn Fain is testifying, and he says, those who profit off the labor of others have all the time in the world, while those who make this country run, the people who build the products and contribute to the labor, have less and less time for themselves, for their families, and for their lives. You know, work-life balance is a thing. You know, when you have a really good job here, like a white-collar job or whatever, and when you come in and do the interview, work-life balance is mentioned. You talk about it. How far away do you work? How much time do you get to spend? You know, you're going to be able to take the kids to the baseball game. You're going to be able to go to your daughter's recital or whatever. For us at the bottom, that is not a part of the thing. We get sick, we got to go to work. We don't get to take our kids to the recital. We got to go to work. Don't even have health care. Did I do this one? It says the thing about capitalism that a lot of people haven't really come to terms with yet is that it was never about the things themselves, never about the products or service, but always primarily about the profits. It's always been about capital accumulation. It says indigenous Australians have managed land with fire for 11,000 years. 11,000 years. Indigenous Australians have been managing environment with fire for at least 11,000 years, according to an analysis of sediment cores retrieved from an ancient lake. Michael Bird at James Cook University in Cairns, Australia, said the findings suggest that a return to an indigenous regime of more frequent but less intense fires could reduce the risk of catastrophic bushfires and improve environmental management. It has long been known that Australia's first peoples, who are thought to have been on the continent for 65,000 years, carefully managed the landscape with fire to make it easier to move around and hunt prey. They also figured out that this benefits some animals and plants, and they preferred and reduced the risk of more dangerous fires. Really freaking simple, you know. The forest fires, prevent forest fires. The way we do things is the reason why things are messed up. And we need to look at some of these indigenous peoples and the way that they did things and implement some of that stuff in the way that we do things now. You know, stop thinking that the way we move and the way we think is so much better than before. You know, we're so much smarter than them, you know. it's arrogance, it's ego, it's we need to do better. Look at these indigenous people and look at what they do and improve the way we do things. Or not, and just have forest fires that burn up everything. It says, we should measure the prosperity of a nation not by the number of millionaires, but by the absence of poverty, the prevalence of health, the efficiency of the public schools, and the number of people who can and do read worthwhile books. Man, how many of these points will we fail on? People who can and do read worthwhile books? Not very many. Efficiency of the public schools? Not very much. The prevalence of health? Are we healthy? The absence of poverty? Bruh, we might as well be a third world country. You know, we do have a lot of millionaires, though. W.E.B. Du Bois. Former Treasury Secretary Mnuchin is putting together an investor group to buy TikTok. Doom, doom, doom. So they don't really care. The TikTok will still continue to be the same, but it'll be owned by an American company. So win-win. Still destroying youths, still stealing your data, but owned by an American company. So, hey, it's not quite as bad. It says former Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin said he is putting together an investor group to try to buy TikTok. Mnuchin's statement came shortly after the House of Representatives on Wednesday passed a bill that will force ByteDance to divest TikTok, or the social media site will face a ban in the U.S. I think the legislation should pass, and I think it should be sold, Mnuchin told CNBC Squawk Box on Thursday. It is a great business, and I'm going to put together a group to buy TikTok. Mnuchin did not specify who the investors would be in such a deal. Who the investors would be. Yeah, maybe some people from Israel. And he says, I think the legislation should pass, and I think it should be sold. Of course you do. You plan on buying it. Yeah, it's a good idea. Hey, let's put some money together and buy that. A comment that says, so this all part of the plan. Use the U.S. government to force sell $1 billion platform at a discount. It says, an ex-banker whose family is Jewish. Another comment that says, it's all about money, never about national security. Another one, this is really wild if we just take a moment and pause. You know, that's what I was saying. Like, they don't want competition, you know. They want monopolies. They already got monopolies in that sector. And one of the few little parts they don't have control over is TikTok. So boom. And that's the same thing with the Boeing. We were talking about Boeing. And it's these monopolies and these conglomerates are the problem. We don't have a healthy economy because there's no real competition. The competition is an illusion. They're all owned by the same company. So any little actual competition, they got to freaking stomp that out and buy that out. And then they sell it to the public as saying, you know, it's your private data or whatever. That's what we care about, you know, or the Chinese people, they're spying on us using TikTok or whatever, you know, just BS so that they can consolidate more. And we hook, line, and sinker. We eat it up. We swallow the hook.
When you found out that recycling plastic was pretty much a scam, an explosive new report has just revealed that for the last 50 years, the plastic industry has been deceiving us about recycling. They knew that it wasn't economically or chemically feasible, and yet just to boost their profits, they promoted it anyway. For context, only 9% of all plastic ever produced has been recycled. The plastic industry knew that this would happen, so whilst they were running PR campaigns in schools and on TV, internally they were saying recycling cannot be considered a permanent solid waste solution as it merely prolongs the time before that plastic is disposed of. And just so that you're aware, by 2050, plastic pollution is expected to triple. This is why we need a blanket ban on the production of single-use plastic. This industry, this criminal industry, has polluted every corner of this earth whilst lying to us along the way.
Ban on single-use plastic. Don't see that happening. Ban on TikTok? Yes, we can do that. It says only 9% of all plastic ever produced has been recycled. You know, and we're talking about using your reusable grocery bag or your metal straws. You know, it's going to really make a difference. No, it's not. Force these companies to stop producing all the plastic. That'll make a difference. You know, like you boycott the companies that use plastic, not going to make a difference. You know, all the options that they give y'all to try to do is stuff that doesn't affect them. It doesn't affect their bottom line. They get to continue to do business as usual. They get to continue to make profits. They don't care about polluting the environment. They don't have anything to do with their bottom line, their profit margin last quarter. Comment says the trap is to make us believe we can save the environment without changing our lifestyle. You know, and we will have to make some sacrifices. We will have to make some changes. We can't want things to be so convenient, like our packages to come in 7 hours that we ordered online, stuff like that. Like, you know, we got to be more realistic. We got to have sustainable attitudes. And that's what kind of goes back to looking at the Aboriginal peoples. They didn't have plastic pollution all over the place. Like we are doing that. So we're superior to them. You know, they had the ideas of leave it how you found it, you know, and we don't have that attitude at all. You know, the way we leave it is full of trash that wasn't there before. You know, all of this planned obsolescence, you know, all of this single use stuff, you know, all of this, like things wear out. So you have to buy another one. This consumerism that they've sold us on, you know, is led to the situation that we're in. But it's really about them making money. They don't have to do it in that way, but they want you to have to buy another skillet, another car, another phone in 3 months. Because otherwise, then how are they going to keep, you know, making their profits? You know, they need that exponential growth. You need a new refrigerator. You need a new stove. You need new shoes. You need new clothes. All that stuff wears out. And it's built to wear out. If it was set up where you only had to buy a stove once, a phone once, it would be a lot less trash. It says, I never heard this Frank Zappa quote before. Politics is the entertainment division of the military-industrial complex. Politics is the entertainment division of the military-industrial complex. And you know, I'm well into politics, and it is entertaining to me. Politics is my football. Politics is my sports. That's really how I look at it. I ain't gonna lie. Comment, it says another great Zappa quote is the illusion of freedom will continue as long as it is profitable to continue the illusion. At the point where the illusion becomes too expensive to maintain, they will just take down the scenery. They will pull back the curtains They will move the tables and chairs out of the way, and you will see the brick wall at the back of the theater. It is a theater. Talk about CGI. I think I'm gonna go. The American government will protect you from TikTok while they watch you die from no health care, no affordable housing, no reproductive freedoms, while you work 50 hours a week at $7.25 an hour to survive a 40-year high inflation while witnessing a genocide on a planet that's burning. It says every Republican voted against a bill to raise the minimum wage, stop price gouging, infrastructure, baby formula, lower prescription drugs, and aid for Ukraine, where more children have died than they have been born this year, every Republican. Yeah, all of that, but the Ukraine stuff is, yeah. I'm not saying I don't care about Ukraine. I just care about America's more. But all the rest of that, raise the minimum wage really should happen. Stop price gouging. Why the hell are we letting that happen? Infrastructure, like, oh my God, like we're okay with freaking bridges crumbling and our water being tainted. It's like, I guess if you got enough money, you can go buy you some water out of the store and contribute to the plastic pollution. But at some point, the freaking bridge is gonna fall down, and no amount of money is gonna help you with that. I don't know. Maybe you could just get in your private jet and fly over it. So I guess it doesn't matter. Baby formula, like, oh, I don't have a baby, so I don't care. Lower prescription drugs, like we're getting price gouged out the wazoo with the prescription drugs. They did pass something related to that though, but it was not enough, and not nearly enough. Why are we okay? Every other country in the world pays less for their prescriptions. Like ours is so overblown, over the top. People gotta, they have to budget for the drugs that they need to stay alive, and not eat so they can have the drugs. And we're okay with that because we live in the greatest country in the world.
Ask them to collect the data, review HPD, look over their shoulder, make certain that the process is transparent, report back to me. I will report to Houstonians, and we will let them know exactly when and where and who had access to this suspension, going back to 2016 when it first appeared, and how in the world, I want the panel to find out how in the world this existed for 8 years without someone having the good sense of sounding the alarm. You can never, never, never not investigate an allegation, an incident report because of lack of staffing. That's when you go and tell your superiors, you tell your coworkers, you for sure tell the public, the union, you tell the mayor. Mayor, we just don't have the resources to investigate these incidents. You can never code it that it's not followed up on because of lack of staffing. That is an injustice to the victims. It's an injustice to the officers that are working it, certainly those that are on the street that bring this incident forward, and it's an injustice to Houstonians. I've asked them to collect.
Yeah, so it says earlier today, Mayor Whitmire revealed the names of those he is appointing for an independent panel to look over HPD's review of suspended incident reports. Here, his remarks on how he wants to ensure transparency to Houstonians and financiers. So yeah, Mayor Whitmire, he campaigned on, supporting the police and giving them more resources and making Houstonians feel safer, and that's what he was stressing. And so, but then this thing has come out just after he gets in, is like, the two top guys underneath underneath the chief, his assistant chiefs had to be demoted because it came out that all of these incidents weren't being investigated. A lot of them were sexual assault cases, but a lot of these cases weren't being investigated. And it's like, this kind of flies in the face of him. You know, you can't really blame him. He just got in there, and this stuff goes back to before he got in there. But it's like, where, you know, all the money that they spend, all the personnel that they have, and they can't investigate these cases, and they're saying that it's because they had lack of personnel. Like, BS, a big ball of crap. Like, you know, the focus on the stuff is crazy, where he's like, he wants to focus on making the Houstonians feel safer. They're not going to feel safer if their cases aren't even being investigated. Like, come on. It's all a bunch of crap anyways. It's other stuff that they need to be focusing on, if you ask me. Putting that, making Houstonians feel safer, the top of your priority list, I think is kind of messed up. But hey, you know, I'm not the mayor. I don't get to make those decisions, so that's on him. But, you know, yeah, so he's got to attack this, because this is what he campaigned on, making Houstonians feel safer, and not investigating cases are not going to make Houstonians feel safer. Put him in the pickle. Comment, it says, Mayor Turner, Chief Acevedo, Lena, should I go in? Yeah. It says, did I affect the real number of crimes and statistically facts? Another one that says, FYI, we can't click the link in the captions. Put it in your bio. You're welcome. Oh, shoot. It says, whoever approved the drop-down menu with a choice that is never the right choice needs to be held accountable. These chiefs haven't been cops in a long time, and they're making choices without enough buy-in from the ones actually using the system. You think this is the only example of something not making sense? Look at the disease, not the symptom. I think we do have a disease in our police department here in Houston. Someone says, thank you, Mayor Whitmire. It says, city funds, HPD, and federal funds out of the church in Greenspoint and set up for sexual assault. People to go in to get help or sex offender, pastor 14-year-old, and I say more. There's also 10 other pastors that are protected by politicians that get them out of jail and no record. It's not about Bissonnette. Told everyone it's way worse than R. Kelly or anything you've seen in Hollywood. It isn't investigated. One, the system is slow and backdated. When you have the same politicians being in office over and over and over, they don't want to investigate nothing. And Houston is a hub for human trafficking, you know, and the last mayor, he was putting a lot of emphasis on Bissonnette, you know, and the street walking girls or whatever, and focusing on the Johns or whatever. And not to say that that's not a problem, but, you know, it's way deeper than that. And the stuff that, you know, that they don't want to look at is where the big, huge issues are. And so when you got these sexual assault victims coming to the police, what else are they supposed to do? And then the police, I guess, don't believe them. They don't feel like it's important to prosecute this stuff and investigate this stuff. And it leaves the victims to continue to just be victimized, you know, and it's going to make them not go to the police, because like the police are not going to do anything about it. They don't care. It's a comment. It says, I should be on that panel. The fact that I brought the stuff for the last 8 years and got text messages and everything showing how they ignored it, put everyone the data was incorrect, and I was called a liar. We deal with sexual assault people all the time, and it wasn't investigated due to the fact that so many politicians, law enforcement, and pastors wanted to hide this. So yeah, so who are the folks that are doing these crimes? That's a question that I would have to ask, given that they didn't want to investigate these crimes. It makes me wonder, who are the perpetrators of these crimes? Are they important people? They don't care about the victims. They care about the people who did the crimes. Anyways, y'all, peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. Almost 7 hours, way too long of a show. I'm out.